Hello, and welcome to English for Everyone, where we practice real-life American English. Today we're going to learn to avoid some nonsense, so let's get started. First, let's watch this clip.
Today I've got an important lesson for you about the 3 words you should never ever say or use in English. The first word that you should never ever say or write in English is, dare I even say it? It's very.
Never say very? But why? Very is a good word. People say very all the time. It's an important word. Let's hear some native speakers using the word very.
It's very beautiful and very cold, and you're not allowed to touch anything.
Very hot, very hot. Tonight is happening.
Kurt, it's about to get very cold in here.
Very hot, very sexy.
Not very well.
What is it with them?
I'm sure it'll be very hot where I'm going.
You were very hot for Allison at first.
Oh, it ended very well.
Exhibition of speed and decent exposure inside moving vehicle.
Hot. Very hot.
Let's watch another clip.
Here are some examples of words that you can use instead of very plus adjective. Very risky, perilous.
Don't say very risky, say perilous, but they're different. If I say something is perilous, that means it's very dangerous. If I describe an investment, I can say the investment is very risky. I cannot say the investment is perilous. It's not dangerous. It's very risky. It's fine to use the word very. It works great. It's not boring at all. Let's watch another clip.
The next one. Oh, what a terrible word. Said. Said. It's such a boring word, it doesn't tell me anything. So why shouldn't you say said? Because it's bloody boring, that's why.
Never say said. Said is a necessary word. We say it all the time. It sounds perfectly natural. It's not boring at all. Let's hear native speakers using this word.
She said he's always distracted and he never finishes his work and she wants to get him tested.
She said it was to protect us, so she could patrol things.
Which would be completely romantic and amazing, except when I asked him where he was today, he said he was hanging out with a friend.
You know, she said she's gonna raise it on her own.
He said he was gonna send her away, put her away, something kept saying away.
He said you don't need experience.
I was just doing what he said.
Let's watch another clip.
Are you ready for the last word that you should never ever use? It is thing. Yep, I know. Awful, isn't it?
Don't say thing. Thing is a good word. It's a great word. When you can't remember the name of something, you say, you know, that thing I left over there. Let's hear some native speakers using the word thing.
Jerry planned the whole thing for me and Sharon and Denise.
And even if I wanted to make another go of it, which I don't, there'd always be that other thing between us.
In conclusion, stop saying these 3 things.
And I just did the best thing, which is get right on the muscles so they don't seize up.
Just don't want to complicate things.
Because, Rachel, if there's 2 things that Harvey hates, it's things being kept from him and things being kept from him.
Let's hear some advice.
Plus, you automatically sound like you know so much more English because you've got all these words that sometimes even natives don't know.
Wait a second. Why would you learn words that native speakers don't know if you're learning the language? That doesn't make sense. Learn good words. Don't learn words that native speakers don't know. Learn good words like very, said, and thing. These are great words, and don't stop using them. Keep watching for more.
This is not correct.
Hey guys, welcome to my channel. Today we're going to talk about a mistake in English language that I still make, that you make, like every English language learner makes it a lot because it's an easy mistake to make. And this is when we use the word very too many times when we talk. So if you're interested how to get rid of this mistake, please continue watching this video.
First, it's not a mistake to use the word very. It's a very good word. If you want to sound like a native speaker, do not stop using the word very. It sounds natural, and native speakers use this word every day.
You've been very, very bad. And that's exactly why today is going to be very, very hard for me.
And we did. And we waited, and it was very, very cold.
It was very, very good.
I'm very, very happy.
Help me, and very, very good things can come to you.
It's very beautiful and very cold, and you're not allowed to touch anything.
I am very, very, very happy for you.
Because he's a very, very, very old man.
I just want to make it absolutely very, very crystal clear.
It is my job to keep this very, 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 very quiet.
Has a very bad temper.
She was a field nurse at Ypres. Very, very brave woman.
So we'll use that to punch our way out, which will give all of you a very, very good chance.
You're being very brave. You're being very, very brave.
You're a very, very brave man.
So we have to try to be very, 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 very still.
Picture me. I'm a girl who's very, very bad.
We're going to talk about Shakespeare as someone who writes something very interesting.
So remember, it is correct to use the word very, but this is not correct.
Today we're going to talk about a mistake in English language.
It's not correct to say in English language. You have to say in English or in the English language, but it's not correct to say in English language. This is also not correct.
Here in America, especially in San Francisco, people love dogs, and I think the city has more dogs than children. And whenever I walk outside, I meet a cute dog, and all of the dogs are really well trained, so they would approach you and jump on you and lick you, and I would always say, your dog is very cute. And I'm tired of this phrase myself, because this is like a really limited vocabulary, and there are so many words that I can use instead. For instance, this is also like for me guys right now, because I really want to get rid of this very cute phrase. I can say your dog is adorable.
Adorable?
I can also use the word admirable.
Admirable.
And I can also say your dog is lovely.
Lovely.
Instead of saying very cute all the time.
First, it's not correct to say meet a dog.
And whenever I walk outside, I meet a cute dog.
We have to use the verb see. When an animal appears, we say, I see a dog, I see a cat. But it's not correct to say meet a dog. For example, yesterday I went for a walk and I saw a deer in the forest. It's not correct to say I met a deer. I have to say I saw a deer. Remember, in the present see, in the past saw. And now let's talk about the word admirable. It's not correct to say your dog is admirable.
I would always say your dog is very cute, and I'm tired of this phrase myself, because this is like a really limited vocabulary, and there are so many words that I can use instead. For instance, this is also like for me guys right now, because I really want to get rid of this very cute phrase. I can say your dog is adorable. I can also use the word admirable instead of saying very cute all the time.
The word admirable comes from the verb admire, and we admire people, not animals. So remember, we admire people, not animals. Nobody says, your dog is admirable. If you see a dog and you like the dog, you think the dog is very cute, you can say, your dog is very cute. It sounds natural. And that's what native speakers say.
Cute dog. Very cute dog. Oh, so cute.
And wow, your dog is very cute, by the way.
Oh, you know what? He actually just woke up, so you're now right before I talk about challenges, he can say hi. Say hi, Pinky. Say hi, Pinky. He just woke up from his nap, so he's like half asleep. Okay, you can go back to sleep. You can go back to sleep.
That is very cute.
This is not correct.
Now, my team and I have created a course called From Intermediate to Advanced, which is a 30-day course, and it can actually be taken in 2 ways, and the second is a more fun way. So the first way to take it is just to watch classes and make homework. You would need around 30 minutes a day, maybe an hour a day, to be fully present in the course, to take the classes, to make your homework.
It's not correct to say make homework. We have to use the verb do. Do homework. For example, I do homework every day. And right now, he's doing his homework. But remember, it's not correct to use the verb make. We have to say do homework.
Today we're going to learn some important mistakes to avoid, so let's get started. First, this is not correct.
Hey Marina, you alright?
Hi, yeah, why won't I be?
If someone asks you the question, you alright? And you're confused by the question, you cannot say, why won't I be? In this case, we have to say, why wouldn't I be? Pronunciation, why wouldn't I be? You see the NT in wouldn't is between vowels, so you don't really hear the T. Not why wouldn't I be, but why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't I be?
Why wouldn't I be?
Why wouldn't I be?
Why wouldn't I be coming?
I'll be ready. Why wouldn't I be?
This is also not correct.
Progress.
Oh, so you pronounce it in the British way. Americans should say progress.
I still have that. Progress. Progress. Yeah. You're learning me that in the American. Progress.
That's right, Lucy. In America, we say progress. We don't say progress. The American pronunciation is progress, with the short ah sound, like hot and stop. Progress. Let's hear that last part again.
Progress. Yeah. You're learning me that in the American. Progress.
This is not correct. You cannot say, you're learning me American. We have to use the verb teach. You're teaching me American English. Learn is the verb for the student. The student learns, and the teacher teaches. We cannot switch them around. So Lucy is not learning her American English. Lucy is teaching her American English.
Thank you for teaching me this lesson.
This is also not correct.
So we're going to talk about differences between British and American English. So today we're going to compare two versions, and you don't have to speak any of those, but
in this case, I cannot say you don't have to speak any of those, because we're talking about two versions, the American accent or the British accent. When you have two things, you cannot say any of those. When you have two things, you have to say either. So correctly, it should be, you don't have to speak either one of these. Or you can just say, you don't have to speak either one. You can speak with some other different accent. You don't have to speak with either one. I cannot say you don't have to speak with any of those. Example, somebody offers me Coke or Pepsi, and I don't want Coke, and I don't want Pepsi. So I say, I don't want either one. I don't like either one. Because there's two, I have to say either. I cannot say any. I don't like any of them. Any of them is when you have more than two options. So the question, which one do you like? Coke or Pepsi? And you respond, I don't like either one. Or, I don't like either one of them. Let's practice. Do you like Coke or Pepsi? That's right. I don't like either one. I don't like either one of them. Or I can use the negative, neither. But I put neither at the beginning of the sentence. Example, neither one is healthy. Coke is not healthy, and Pepsi is not healthy. So I can say, neither one is healthy. Let's practice. Which one is healthy? Coke or Pepsi? That's right. Neither one is healthy. They both have a lot of sugar.
Did he look like either of these two guys here?
Now there are only two things for you to do, and you're not going to like either one of them.
I mean, you haven't heard anybody say anything about either one of these?
Nope.
Yes, I liked them both, and neither one of them was suicidal.
You know, neither one of us is gonna die if it doesn't happen for us.
So I mentioned, when you have more than two, that's when you can use any. So let's practice with any. When we have three or more. Which one do you like? Coke, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper? I don't like any of them. Because we have more than two, I need to use any. I don't like any of them. Let's practice. Which one do you like? Coke, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper? That's right. I don't like any of them. Or I can use the negative form, none. But we put none at the beginning of the sentence. None of them. None of them are healthy. Example, you have Coke, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper. Which one is healthy? And the answer is none. None of them. None of them are healthy. They all have a lot of sugar. So I start with the negative none. None of them are healthy. They're all bad for you. Let's practice. You have three options. Coke, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Which one is healthy? That's right. None of them are healthy. They all have too much sugar.
I really like you, and I don't have any money or insurance or a valid credit card or any of those things, but I'll help you take care of this baby.
You can be in a room with 100 men and not like any of them.
I've worked many jobs, and none have been worth missing life.
I've got 8 children, and none of them look like me.
He has no real allies, only enemies, but none of them are as great as he.
This is also not correct.
Yeah, we just, like, the regular word would be the oven. If you say stove, I would say it implies something fancier. Like, you know, in American homes, if you see a stove with red knobs, I don't remember, like, this very fancy kind of oven brand.
First, let's talk about pronunciation. The pronunciation is not oven, but oven. The first syllable makes a sound like cup and up. This is a relaxed sound. Your mouth is almost closed. Oven. Oven. So let's talk about the difference between oven and stove. Stove is not a fancy oven. A stove is not fancier than an oven. Sometimes we use these two words interchangeably in some situations. But basically, the stove is the top part and the oven is the inside part. For example, I cook rice on the stove and I bake cookies in the oven. So remember the prepositions, on the stove versus in the oven. And we see how the pronunciation of the changes to the because it's before a vowel. We say in the oven. Again, I cook rice on the stove and I bake cookies in the oven. And if you're talking about the whole appliance, it's more common just to say stove. Example, do you have a gas stove or an electric stove? I have an electric stove and I hate it. Let's practice. What are you cooking on the stove? Very good. And what are you baking in the oven? Very good. And by the way, do you have a gas stove or an electric stove? Very good.
Oh, baby, don't ever put anything like this on the stove.
I touched my arm on the stove and I got burned and I cried.
In the oven on a pan.
But the bacon's not going to be crisp if you bake it in the oven on a sheet.
This is also not correct.
Let's say this. I'm gonna say this the way I would say it. I met my mother on the tube. Well, I wouldn't say on the tube because we don't use the tube in the US, but anyways, on the tube, on the underground, on Tuesday.
In American English, we do not say on the underground. That's in England. In England, it's called the underground or the tube. But in America, mostly we say subway, on the subway. Americans do not say on the underground. We say on the subway. Most cities in America that have a subway, it's referred to as the subway. Take the subway. Some people say take the train, and in some cities they call it the metro. But we especially use the metro when we're referring to other subway systems in other countries in Europe. For example, in France, it's called the metro. But in America, the most common word is subway. I'm going to take the subway to work. And he's going to take the subway to work. Let's practice. Is he going to take the subway to work? That's right. He's going to take the subway to work, not the underground.
Telling us you killed those 3 young men on the subway?
For your act. Didn't you hear what happened on the subway? Some clown got killed.
Stay tuned for an update on the subway hijacking case.
So I tried to take the subway.
You can take the subway there, one of the lines.
No, I think I'll take the subway.
This is also not correct.
What would you call hair that goes across your forehead like this? In British English, we would call it fringe, a fringe.
Yeah, in American, it's bangs, but I also think people understand fringe because I would say both.
In America, when we're talking about this haircut, this part of your hair, it's called bangs. I don't have any bangs. But she does. She has bangs. And we do not say both bangs and fringe. Fringe is British. In America, we don't say fringe. We only say bangs. She has bangs. I can say she has long bangs. Let's practice. Does she have long bangs? That's right. She has long bangs. So why don't we say fringe? Because in English, American English, fringe is something completely different. This is fringe. I can say the jacket has fringe. Or sometimes we say fringes. We use it in the singular and the plural. Both are correct. The little things that hang down are called fringe. The jacket has a lot of fringe. Let's practice. Does the jacket have a lot of fringe? That's right, the jacket has a lot of fringe. So in American English, bangs and fringe are completely different. Bangs are to refer to your hair, and fringe refers to the little things that hang down on your clothes.
What would I look like with bangs? Be adventurous, be spontaneous, just do it. Just do it, just do it, just do it.
Never cut your own bangs. I learned this lesson 3 times.
And also, I guess last year was when I cut my bangs and had this style for the first time.
On Scrubs, it seemed to happen right around the time Elliot decided to cut her bangs.
Let's go ahead and take a close-up look at the fringe. Here's the edge of the blanket. I've chosen to do the fringe in the same color as the top and bottom stripes. You don't have to. And this fringe is the same way that you do fringe for any project.
Because it's made out of heartland, we have fringe.
So I have my 4 fringes attached.
This is also not correct.
So yeah, and I think water is the word that you can actually use to like check who comes from where. Because in American, not only we say R in the end, water, we also like...
In America, not only we say R in the end is not correct. After not only, we have to use an inverted structure. That's a structure with a question structure. You're not asking a question, but you have to use this structure after not only. So the question structure is with do. Not only do we. Example, not only can he dance, but he can also sing. So positive, he can also sing. But after not only, I use a question structure. Not only can he. I switch. Not only can he dance, but he can also sing. Again, not only can he dance, but he can also sing. The position of also is important. We have to put it between the auxiliary and the verb. But he can also sing. So again, not only can he dance, but he can also sing. Let's practice. Can he sing or dance? That's right. Not only can he dance, but he can also sing. Or if I use a different structure, for example, he dances and he sings. And this is impressive, so I use this structure. Not only does he dance, but he also sings. See how I'm using the question structure? After not only, I use the auxiliary does to make the question structure. Again, you're not asking a question, but you have to use this inverted structure after not only. Again, not only does he dance, but he also sings. Let's practice. Does he sing or dance? That's right. Not only does he dance, but he also sings. Or we can talk about the future. He will dance and he will sing tonight. And this is impressive. So I start my idea with not only. Not only will he dance, but he'll also sing tonight. Again, I use a question structure after not only. Not only will he dance, but he'll also sing tonight. We see that the position of also is important. We put it between the auxiliary and the verb. He'll also sing. He will, contraction, he'll. He'll also sing tonight. So again, not only will he dance, but he'll also sing tonight. Let's practice. Will he dance or sing tonight? That's right. Not only will he dance, but he'll also sing tonight. Very good.
Not only does he come back in great shape, but he still thinks he can cook.
Not only will we boycott, we'll set up our own tournament.
Fact.
Not only does he know how to dispose of bodies, he knows how to dispose of bodies in many different ways.
Our head? Not only did we embarrass Marky Mark, we let down the Funky Bunch.
Not only did I not get the sensation of slowing down, I got the opposite.
Not only has he violated the rules of this war game, but he's gone AWOL with U.S. government property.
And let's go back to the idea. What was the idea? She was talking about the word water and the pronunciation, the American pronunciation of the word water. And she said, not only do we pronounce the R in the end of the word, water, But we also pronounce R in the middle of the word. The T in the middle of the word.
When we say water, we don't even say T, we say R, like water, water. It's just interesting to see what native speakers do with their mouth.
But that's not right. We don't pronounce the T as an R. We don't say water, or maybe she's thinking about a rolled R, like R. Now this sound doesn't exist in English, but it exists in many other languages. Is it the same sound? Let's try it. Water, water, water. It's different. It's not a rolled R. It's a flap T or a fast D. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Not R, but da-da-da-da-da. Water, water, water. What's the difference? Well, one big difference is there's no air. When I say R and I do a rolled R, I'm pushing air. Not the same sound. If you pronounce the fast D, da-da-da-da, as a rolled R, you will have an accent. People will probably understand you, but it's not correct. We cannot say water. It's water, water. Use a fast D. Da-da-da-da. We cannot say this sound is an R in any way. This is also not correct.
Awesome. Let's move to my favorite sound, T. The letter T in American English actually has 4 ways of pronunciation. You can pronounce it as T, as R. There's also a glottal stop. Sometimes we also pronounce it as D.
There are not 4 different pronunciations of the letter T, and R is not one of them. Keep watching for a complete explanation of all the pronunciations of the letter T. Today we're learning different pronunciations of the letter T. The first one we see is this one. We see T-I-E or T-I-A. It makes the sound sh, sh, like shoe and shirt. The soft sound sh, sh. Examples, patient and initial. With patient, we see T-I-E, making the sh sound. Patient. The first syllable is a long A, like day and pay, pay, and shin. The second syllable is a closed sound. Sh, sh, shin. Patient. Patient can be an adjective. You need to be patient. Or a patient can be a person in a hospital or a doctor's office. A patient. And this word, initial or initials, more than one. We see T-I-A together, so the T is pronounced sh, sh. Initial. Initial. My initials are KRL for Kevin Richard Liddell. These are my initials. Let's practice. Is he a patient in the hospital? That's right. He's a patient in the hospital. Let's practice. My initials are KRL. What are your initials? Very good. Let's test what we've learned. You see a new word. You see T-I-A. How do we pronounce it? That's right. Shh, shh. So how do we pronounce this word? That's right. Initiate. In the present, initiate. In the past, initiated. The second T is between vowels, so we pronounce it like a fast D. Initiated. Initiated. It means started. Example, who started the fight? Who initiated the fight? The boy. The boy initiated the fight. Let's practice. Who initiated the fight? That's right. The boy initiated the fight. He started it. Let's test what we've learned. We see this word. How do we pronounce it? Well, you see T-I-E in the second syllable. You know the T is pronounced sh, sh. So this word is patience. That's right. Patience is the noun. To be patient. Patient is the adjective, and patience is the noun. So you need a lot of patience to learn a second language. Let's practice. Do you need a lot of patience to learn a second language? That's right. You need a lot of patience to learn a second language. Now let's learn another pronunciation of T. When I see words like this with T-U plus a vowel, like T-U-E or T-U-A as the second or third syllable, the T is pronounced ch-ch, like chicken and change, ch-ch. So pronunciation, statue, statue. For the first vowel, we use the short a like black cat, sta. Then we use the ch sound, statch, statue. For the second syllable, we use the long oo like boot and moon, oo. Together, statue. This is the Statue of Liberty. And we see that T in liberty is between vowels, so it's pronounced like a fast D. Liberty, liberty. Not liberty, but liberty. The Statue of Liberty. And the second word, we see T-U-A as a second syllable. So the T is pronounced ch-ch, actual. Actual means real. And you can say actually. Actually means really, in reality. Actually, or actual. This is an actual diamond. It's not a fake diamond, it's real. So I can say it's an actual diamond. Let's practice. What statue is this? Is this the Statue of Liberty? That's right, this is the Statue of Liberty. And this diamond, is it real? Is it an actual diamond or is it fake? That's right, it's an actual diamond. Let's practice what we've learned. What's the pronunciation for this word? We see the T as a second syllable with T-U-A. So we pronounce it with the ch sound. It's pronounced situ, situation. One situation or two situations. So the second syllable is the long oo like boot and moon. Situ, situation. We have two vowels together, the oo and the a. We need to link these vowels with the sound w, like the W sound, w, together. Situation, situation. Example, you need to practice English in all different kinds of situations. Let's practice. Do you need to practice English in all different types of situations? That's right, you need to practice English in all different types of situations. Let's test what we've learned. You see a new word. What's the pronunciation? You see T-U-E as the second syllable. So the T is pronounced ch, like chicken. So what's the pronunciation? That's right, virtue. What is a virtue? A virtue is a morally good quality. Example, patience. Patience is a virtue. It's a morally good quality to be patient. So I can say patience is a virtue. Virtue is countable, so I have to say a. Use the article a virtue. Patience is a virtue. What do you think? Do you think patience is a virtue? That's right, patience is a virtue. Let's look at another situation where T is pronounced ch. These two words, nature and natural. We see the spelling pattern, T-U-R-E. In this spelling pattern, T is pronounced with the ch sound, like chicken. So we see the word nature. And the other word, natural, we see T-U-R plus a vowel, an A. Also in this pattern, the T is pronounced with the ch sound. So the word is natural. But first, let's focus on the first syllable in these two words. In the first word, we use the long A, like day and say. Nay, nature. Nature is the thing. The noun is nature. And the adjective, the description, is natural. The first syllable is pronounced with the short A, like black cat. Na, natch. Natural. Natural is the adjective. Now we look at these two words. We see a similar spelling pattern. So the pronunciation? That's right, it's ch. The first word, culture. And the second word, cultural. Also remember the first syllable is a short U, like cup and up. Make a relaxed sound. Culture. And cultural. Let's test what we've learned. Let's look at these two words. What's the pronunciation? What's the pronunciation of T? That's right, it's ch, because we see T-U-R-E, we pronounce the T as ch. And we see T-U-R-I in futuristic. Again, the T is pronounced with the ch sound. So the first word, future, and the second word is futuristic. Future is the noun and futuristic is the adjective. This is an image of the future, someone's imagination of what the future looks like. And if I describe this image, I can say it's futuristic. It's a futuristic image. It's an image of the future. Let's practice. Is this a futuristic image? That's right, it's a futuristic image. Is it an image of the future? That's right, it's an image of the future, or someone's imagination of the future. Another situation where T makes a ch sound is TR. When you have TR together in any situation, you can pronounce it ter, but usually we don't. We pronounce it ch plus the R sound, chur. Example, train, truck, tree, and travel. Remember, when you see TR, make the ch sound plus the R. It will help you pronounce the R correctly, so you don't say train or tri. Use the ch plus the R, the voiced R sound. Chur, chur, train, truck, tree, and travel. Now let's talk about the pronunciation of T-I-O-N. Normally when you see T-I-O-N, the T is pronounced with the soft sh sound, like shoe and show. The soft sound sh. So we have shun, shun. This is the most common pronunciation of T-I-O-N, but it's not the only one. So again, the most common is shun. Example, information, communication. So what is the other pronunciation of T-I-O-N? When T-I-O-N is after an S, then it's pronounced differently. It's pronounced with the ch sound, the hard ch sound like chicken and change. With words like this, question. It's not question, it's question. Use the hard ch sound because the T-I-O-N is after an S. Let's see some other words. Let's test what we've learned. We see this word. How do we pronounce it? Is it suggestion or suggestion? That's right, it's suggestion because the T-I-O-N is after an S. Make the hard ch sound like chicken. Suggestion. Let's look at the complete word. The first syllable is the short sound like cup and up. Sug. We have two G's and we're going to pronounce both of them. The first G is a hard G sound, sug. And the second G is the J sound, like juice and jump. Pronounce both. Suggest. Suggestion. And T-I-O-N, the T makes the ch sound. So together, suggestion. Suggestion. Put the stress on the second syllable. He made a suggestion. He made a good suggestion. Let's practice. Did he make a good suggestion? That's right, he made a good suggestion. Let's look at some other situations where T makes a ch sound. When you have a T before a Y in two separate words, and you link the pronunciation of the two words, you will hear the ch sound. For example, look at your room. At your is correct, or you can say at your. Look at your room. If I separate the words, the T is a stop T because it's after a vowel. Look at your room. But if I link the words and I'm talking faster, you can hear, look at your room. At your. Look at your room. It's a mess. You need to clean it. Let's practice. What do you say when you see your children's messy room? That's right. Look at your room. It's a mess. You need to clean it. Another example, get your stuff. If I separate, I can say get your stuff. But because I have a T before a Y making the Y sound, I can change the T to a ch sound like chicken and say get your stuff. Let's go. Get your stuff. Or with this example, I bought you a present. You can separate and say I bought you a present. I bought you a present. Or when I have T before the Y, I can make the ch sound. I bought you a present because it's your birthday. I bought you a present. You're welcome. Let's practice. It's my birthday. Did you buy me a present? Thank you so much. Now let's look at the pronunciation of these two words. We see that double T is in the middle, but it's not between vowels. Not technically. When you look at the letters in the word, the T, or the double T, is not between vowels, but phonetically it is. When you see TLE or TTLE, phonetically the T is between vowels. And for this reason, the T changes to a fast D in American pronunciation. That's why we do not say little, we say little. And we do not say bottle, we say bottle. So this is a little bottle. Again, this is a little bottle. It's very small. Let's practice. Is this a little bottle? That's right, this is a little bottle. Today we're practicing the American pronunciation of the letter T. Our first example is NT. When you see NT, a lot of times you don't hear the T. Example, center. Of course, you can say center, it's correct, but a lot of Americans will pronounce it center. Or this word, 20. You can say 20 or you can say 20. Most Americans will say 20. Wanted or wanted. It's more common to hear Americans say wanted. You have NT in the middle, the T is silent. Other examples, internet. Internet or internet. International. International or international. Example, the internet is international. It's not just in one country, it's all over the world. So I can say, the internet is international. Let's practice. Is the internet international? Very good, that's right. The internet is international. Remember, when you say the word internet, use the. Pronounce the with a long E, the internet. But this rule depends on stress. If you have a stress after the NT, if you have a stressed syllable after NT, then you have to pronounce the T. Example, intense. I put the stress after the NT, so I have to pronounce a T. I cannot say immense, no, it's intense. Or words like intensive, intoxicated. We have the stress after the NT. We pronounce the T like a pure T. T. Release the sound. Intoxicated. Integrity. The stress is after the NT in these words. So we pronounce the T as a pure T. Integrity. Again, pronunciation. Intense. Intensive. Intoxicated. Integrity. This man is intoxicated. It means he's drunk. He's intoxicated. Let's practice. Is he intoxicated? That's right, he sure is. He's intoxicated. Now let's talk about situations when the T is silent. The T is silent when it's between consonants. Examples, exactly, Christmas. We see the T is between consonants, so we don't pronounce it. You don't say exactly, exactly. Don't pronounce the T. Exactly. You go from the k sound to the l sound. Exactly. Exactly. Or the word Christmas. We don't say Christmas. The T is between consonants, so it is silent. Link the sound s with the m. Christmas. Christmas. And it's not only in single words. If you have two words together and you're linking the words, which we do, the T is also silent. Example, must be. Must be. If you separate the words and you pause between words, then you could say must be. But if you link the words, you pronounce it must be, must be. The T is silent because it's between consonants when you link the words. Must be. Link the sounds s with a b. S, b. Together, must be. Must be. Example, he's old and she's young and pretty. Why is she with him? Well, it's obvious. He must be rich. Pronunciation, must be. He must be rich. Let's practice. Why is this girl with this man? He's very old. He's too old for her. That's right, he must be rich. Another example, just want. We see the T is between consonants, so it's silent. Link the sounds together. Just want. Just want. I just want to eat. I'm hungry. I just want to eat. Not just want, but just want. Just want. And we see the T in want is an NT. So we don't pronounce the T and we say wanna, wanna. I just want to eat. Want to or want to, you can pronounce it wanta or wanna. Both pronunciations are correct. I just want to eat. I'm hungry. I just want to eat. Let's practice. Are you hungry? Do you just want to eat? That's right. I'm hungry. I just want to eat. Or just saw. We see the T is between consonants, so don't pronounce it. It's silent. Just saw. You link the S with the S. Link them together. Just saw. Just saw. They just saw a movie. They didn't see a movie a long time ago. They just saw a movie. Let's practice. Did they just see a movie? That's right. They just saw a movie. Or this example, just once. But you say there's an O in once. That's a vowel. But phonetically, it's not a vowel. Phonetically, it makes the sound w, like a W. W, once. So phonetically, the T is between consonants. So it's silent. Link the sounds. Just w, just wa, just once. There's no T. Just once. Example, they saw the movie just once. They didn't see the movie 2 times. They saw the movie 1 time. They just saw the movie once. Just once. They saw the movie just once. Let's practice. Did they see the movie 2 times or just once? That's right. They saw the movie just once. Or when we see the word don't. A lot of times the T in don't is silent. Examples. I don't know. And I don't care. I don't know. If you link the sounds, I don't know. Link the N with the other N. I don't know. Here the T is between consonants, so we don't pronounce it. I don't know. And I don't care. Again, with don't, the T is between consonants, so you don't hear it. You don't hear it. Example, I don't care. So, I don't know and I don't care. Let's practice. Do you know or do you care? That's right. I don't know and I don't care. And we have some words that have patterns. Letter patterns where the T is silent. Example, listen and fasten. You see S-T-E-N. With this spelling pattern, you can see the T is silent. Listen. We don't say listen, it's listen. And fasten. Example, fasten your seatbelt. Fasten is a verb, and the T is silent. You need to fasten your seatbelt. Let's practice. Do you need to fasten your seatbelt? Very good. We also see the silent T when you have the spelling pattern S-T-L-E. Like these words, whistle, castle, and hustle. The T is silent with the spelling pattern S-T-L-E. Example, this is a castle. Not a castle, but a castle. I would love to live in a castle. What about you? Would you like to live in a castle? Very good. And this is whistle. Whistle. I know how to whistle. Remember, with the verb know, use connectors how to. How to. Or pronunciation, howda, howda. Why do we say howda? Because the T is between vowels, phonetically. Howda. I know how to whistle. What about you? Do you know how to whistle? Very good. And now let's talk about these two words, soften and often. With both words, I don't pronounce the T. I say soften, and I say often. But sometimes you'll hear people say often, and it's not wrong. It's okay. People say both, often and often. I prefer often. Now the word soften, you can never say soften. It's always soften, and it means to make something soft. If you want to make your clothes soft, when you wash them in the washing machine, you can add fabric softener. Soften plus together, softener. I don't use fabric softener. What about you? Do you use fabric softener? Very good. So remember these two pronunciations of T. When you see NT in the middle between vowels, the T is often silent. But if the stress is after NT, then you have to pronounce the T like a pure T. Intensive. And when you see T between consonants, it's silent. Don't pronounce the T. If you link the sounds, do not pronounce the T. Examples, exactly and Christmas. Keep watching this video to see more examples and continue practicing with the pronunciations of the letter T. Today we're talking about the pronunciation of T. T has a lot of different pronunciations. First, let's look at this one. When T is at the beginning of a word, and after T you have a vowel, we use the pure T sound. Put your tongue up and release. T. Put your tongue up behind your teeth, not touching your teeth, just behind your teeth. Like this. T. And release. Examples. Tea, tie, table, and teacher. So the word starts with a T, and after T you have a vowel. Make the pure T sound. T. But what if the T is at the end of the word, and before T you have a vowel? Then we do a stop T. That means you put your tongue up in the T position, but you don't release. Example, wait, wait. I don't say wait. I don't release the T. It's a stop T. I stop the air. I stop the air with my tongue in the T position. Wait.
For obvious reasons, I couldn't wait for your permission.
Sir, Molly and I can't wait to try those restaurants you recommended.
That's right. I can't wait to see your face when this rookie takes first place in front of the entire town.
You can't ask me to wait for that.
It's happening now. Harvey is that hero.
You know, you don't always have to wait for me to come to you.
You're not going. You're going home. Where you wait for me to call and tell you what, if anything, we found.
Thought. Thought. At the end, the tongue goes up and makes a stop T. Not thought, but thought. Thought. Thought.
I thought you were going to bring your daughter to help you translate.
Oh, that's what I thought you said.
That's what I thought.
That's what I thought you said. Yeah.
That's what I thought you said.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
And there was this moment when I was looking at her, and I don't know, I thought I could actually date this one.
Hot. Hot. Hot.
And, I mean, it was hot, and I got burnt.
Hey, you know it's kind of a hot day to be a raccoon.
I remember it was the first really hot day of spring.
You want a hot dog?
Sit. Sit. Not sit, but sit.
You sit there with a mass murderer.
Ellen's gonna sit there. Ellen?
They think that we'll just sit there and take it like good little boys.
And when you have a T at the end, a stop T, it makes the vowel shorter. Let's compare these two words. Play. There's no stop T. The vowel is longer. Play. There's no stop T, so the vowel is longer here. Play. Compared with plate. Plate. The stop T makes the vowel shorter. They're the same vowel, they're the long A. But the stop T at the end makes the long A a little shorter. Let's listen again. Play, play soccer, play, and plate. Plate. It's shorter.
I'm just gonna go get a plate.
Go get a plate.
Miss Baker told me to bring you a plate.
Sweet potato pie.
Put that on the plate. Let's play a game then.
Let's play a game, just me and you. What?
Let's play a game.
We need a break. Let's play a game.
Other example, day, day, and date, date. So with date, we see the vowel is shorter because you have a stop T at the end.
I got bored one day, and I put everything on a bagel.
But now I'm sure the day won't come when you no longer need Batman.
Have a blessed day, and hey, may your luck come out just as good as mine.
Can we set up a date right now? Are you available next Thursday?
I've got a date with a pretty upset girlfriend.
At first, it seemed like I made a mistake, seeing how it was only my induction day and I was already getting yelled at.
Now let's practice with another sound. When you have T-E-N, T-O-N, or T-A-I-N at the end of the word, and the syllable is not stressed, The T makes a different sound. We have to make a stop T and link it to the N. Example, kitten. You can say kitten, but most people say kitten. You do the stop T, kit. You don't release, and then you fall to an N, kitten. When you make the stop T, the tongue is up, almost in the N position, so you don't have to change much. Kitten. Kitten. But don't say kitten. I cannot pronounce these T's as a fast D. I cannot say kitten. It's kitten, or more commonly, kitten.
No, I want a kitten.
Well, get a kitten. I do notice you have a kitten hidden in your purse. Where you hide?
I feel weak as a kitten. God.
Other examples. These are mittens. Mittens, more commonly, mittens. Mittens. They're not gloves because they don't have fingers. They're called mittens.
I think I asked my mom for a pretty pair of mittens, and she made them for me with all the...
Earned her living by knitting rabbit wool mittens and muffatees.
There's a nice scarf and some mittens in here.
Did you already lose the mittens that I got you?
Other example, written. Written. So you can say written or written. Written is more common. Just don't say written. It's written. Let's look at some examples that end with T-O-N. Example, cotton. Cotton.
But did you know how happy I was to escape from Charleston? From a world of slaves and corsets and cotton.
He picked cotton in Mississippi, you told me 100 times.
Now you out here picking cotton like the rest of them.
Step up and get your cotton candy. Like cotton candy.
Button. Button. Not button, it's button. Stop T and fall to the N. Button.
Push a button and end up in Canada or something.
Ding-a-ling. I push a button, and all 5 level control centers are notified the same time you are.
Between us, we don't have the brains to push a button. In a week, all we'd have to do is push a button. We'd be turning on 100 cars a day.
I mean, how can anyone be serious about anything when some moron can steal a bomb or push a button and nuke us all until our shadows glow?
Carton. Carton. This is a milk carton. Carton. Now let's practice with some words ending in T-A-I-N. Example, certain. Certain. You can say certain or certain, but don't say certain. It's certain.
What makes you certain that your husband is involved with someone?
I think we can be pretty certain that Bourne's not your source then.
I had to be certain that you were a decent man, kind.
I know things. I'm certain that you know things.
Are you absolutely certain that you understood the gentleman's question?
And I'm not certain that you really understand this trade.
Example, mountain. Mountain. You can say mountain or mountain.
This Grail tablet speaks of deserts and mountains and canyons.
Mountains and the trees and the sea and the breeze.
Like see all the mountains and the surfers.
Though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not love, I am nothing.
Antonius, with our best troops crushed in the mountains and the rebels marching on us as we speak, what did we celebrate?
Fountain. Fountain. You can say fountain or fountain. Both are fine.
And then I swim in the fountain all afternoon.
I was thinking about a chocolate fondue fountain right there.
That's a fountain of conversation, man.
This is not correct.
But it doesn't add anything extra, and it's just taking out your space.
I cannot say it's just taking out your space. The phrasal verb taking out or take out is completely different. It means to remove. For example, take out the trash. In this case, we need the phrasal verb take up. Take up space. And we don't need to express possession with your space. We just say take up space. So in the continuous form, it's just taking up space. Take up is the phrasal verb we use to talk about using space without a good reason. For example, I have this old TV in my living room, I never use it. I never watch TV. It just sits there. It's just taking up space. I cannot say it's just taking out space. No, it's just taking up space. Let's practice. I never use the TV, so is it just taking up space? That's right, it's just taking up space. I need to get rid of it. This is also not correct.
This is a very good class. This is a very good dress. This is a very good city. Now, how can we replace it? Instead of saying very good, you can say it's splendid.
Splendid. Don't say splendid. Splendid is not commonly used in conversational English in America. It's a word, it exists. Maybe they use it in England. Sounds English to me, but we don't say splendid. That's splendid. Nobody talks like that. Don't use this word. Say very good, say great, say terrific, but don't say splendid. Also, don't say this.
This movie is brilliant.
This is absolutely brilliant!
In American English, brilliant does not mean very good. Brilliant means very smart. So if you say the movie is brilliant, that means the movie is smart, not the movie is very good. For example, my children. My children are very smart, so I can say they're brilliant. So I can say my children are very smart, or my children are brilliant. Let's practice. What do you think? Do you think these kids are brilliant? That's right, they're brilliant. They're very smart. Also, don't say this.
And this is a spoken English word, so don't use it in essays, but in America it's very widely used, especially among young people.
Don't use the word lit. I don't use it. I don't know anyone who does. If you use lit, you're going to sound like a teenager. It's an example of youth slang, slang used by young people, not adults. If you're a teenager and you want to sound like a teenager, then you can say lit. But if you're not, don't say lit. It's much better to say very good. This is also not correct.
Something that I also use very often when I'm in Russia, very cold. As we've already mentioned, we can substitute it with freezing. Freezing outside. We can say it's chilly outside.
It's chilly!
Chilly does not mean very cold. Chilly means a little cold. If I say it's chilly outside, that means get a light jacket. It's not very cold, it's just a little cold. It's chilly. Example, in fall, it's usually chilly in fall. In winter, it's very cold, but in fall, it's chilly. Let's practice. Is it chilly in fall? That's right, it's chilly in fall. A little cold. Not very cold. This is also not correct.
We can say it's frosty.
Frosty.
Frosty is an adjective to describe something with frost on it. Example, a glass. This is a frosty glass because it has frost on it. Frost is the noun. It's the name of the stuff. Little ice particles. It's called frost. And if you have frost on a glass, you can describe the glass and say it's a frosty glass. I like to drink beer from a frosty glass. Let's practice. What do you like to drink from a frosty glass? Very good. This is also not correct.
It's also very important to do something with your hands so your brain remembers what's the right way.
I cannot say so your brain remembers what's the right way. When I say what's, contraction of what is, that's a question structure. And if I say so your brain can remember, I cannot use a question structure because I'm not asking a question. So I have to move is to the end. I can say, so your brain remembers what the right way is. But we can make this much easier. Don't say what and don't say is. Just say, so you can remember the right way. So it's correct to say, so your brain can remember the right way. Or even better, so you can remember the right way. But I cannot say, so your brain can remember what's the right way. It's like saying, I can't remember where's the bathroom. I can't say this because where's is a question structure. I would have to move is and say, I can't remember where the bathroom is. Let's practice. Can you remember where the bathroom is? That's right, I can't remember where the bathroom is either. Recently, we got a question from one of our viewers asking about this. Should it be made of or made out of? Which one is correct? Because in one of our videos, I said both. Let's watch. The word china refers to good dishes. Dishes made out of porcelain. And what is it made of? It's made of porcelain. So in the video, I said China is made of porcelain, and then I said China is made out of porcelain. So which is correct? Let's take a quiz.
Right, let's begin with a quick quiz to see what you already know. Can you complete these 4 sentences using the prepositions of, out of, from, and with? Number 1, my wedding ring is made gold. The answer should be of. My wedding ring is made of gold.
So my wedding ring is made of gold? The answer should be of. I cannot say my wedding ring is made out of gold. I have to use of. This is not correct. Let's hear what native speakers say.
In my opinion, this ring should be made out of platinum, gold.
But the ring itself I made out of wax and then I cast it.
You know, but I'd only accept a wedding ring made out of adamantium. And if you guys don't know what adamantium is, it's essentially the stuff that Wolverine's claws are made out of.
What's your favorite element? I don't have a favorite, but I'm irrationally fond of tungsten, mainly because my wedding ring is made out of it.
It looks like a normal ring, maybe a little bit bulky, but it's made out of titanium.
Let's continue the quiz.
Number 3, this bag was made recycled plastic bottles. Which preposition should go in there? Out of. This plastic bag was made out of recycled plastic bottles.
This bag is made out of recycled plastic bottles. Out of is the only correct answer? This is wrong. Out of is not the only correct answer. I can say this bag is made from recycled plastic bottles. Or I can say with. This bag is made with recycled plastic bottles. Out of is not the only correct answer. Let's hear what native speakers say.
Such as stretchy fabrics and carpets that are made from recycled plastic bottles.
And then, we've even sourced hoodies that are made from recycled plastic bottles.
And their pillows are even made from recycled plastic bottles.
First of all, this symbol doesn't mean it's made from recycled plastic.
So it looks like people just come up with rules that don't work. Today we're going to clear up some confusion. Recently we made a video about the difference between made of and made out of. And we got a lot of comments and there was a lot of confusion. So let's clear it up. So first, if you're talking about material, you can say made of or made out of. You can use either one. They're both used. Example, I can say the table is made of wood or the table is made out of wood. Both are correct. Let's take a quiz.
Let's practice. Can you complete these sentences? Number 1, what are they made of? The coat hangers. Yep, the coat hangers are made of wood. Don't forget to use are made of with plural nouns.
Do I have to say the coat hangers are made of wood? No, you can say the coat hangers are made out of wood. They're both correct. So the quiz is misleading. Let's take another quiz.
Okay, one more. What's it made of? The robot. The robot is made of metal. Excellent.
You can say the robot is made of metal or the robot is made out of metal. You don't have to say of. Of is not the only correct option. So the quiz is misleading. It's wrong. Of is not the only correct answer when you talk about material. You can also say out of. So maybe this is British. No, it's not British. Of and out of are both used in British and American English. Let's hear some examples.
The bulk of the room was taken up by 4 gilded shrines made out of wood. The shrines were each smaller than the last, and
others went for far more elaborate 3D structures, huge frameworks that could be made out of wood.
Even the water pipes were made out of wood, so those were burning too.
Coming close to release is this Max Trans freight trailer, and it also looks to be of a high standard, with all the gates being made out of metal.
So perhaps more shields were made like this than were made out of metal.
Maybe it's informal. Maybe out of is informal and of is formal. No, that's not right either. They're both just regular. They're not formal or informal. That has nothing to do with it. Let's hear some examples.
The shrine tells the story of Saint Ursula. It is made out of wood.
You might think of as robotics, but it's very different than your normal image of human-sized things made out of metal.
One of the things I've puzzled over the most in my career is this stuff they call green design. That is an award-winning green gas station, and it's not all that green. It's made out of metal, which uses huge embodied energy.
Then you have trees like the dwarf cypress and various bonsai. They all have single trunks made out of wood, but they're short.
Holding chopsticks is a little bit like holding a pencil, except that you have two of them, and you kind of move them together in a pincher movement. Most of them are made out of wood. They're also made out of plastic, bamboo, jade, gold, silver.
So when I talk about materials, I don't have to say of. That's just a made-up rule. You can say out of too.
You know what else is hard? Expanding your vocabulary.
True. But today we're going to do just that. Marina and I are going to give you 21 expressions to use instead of or in addition to. It's hard.
Today we're going to learn to avoid some important mistakes, so let's get started. First, this is not correct.
Another great word to know, arduous. Again, when you say it's arduous, that means it requires a lot of effort, strength, and energy. You can say, I don't want to do my homework. It's arduous. Look at this task. I have to write a 20-page letter to my friend.
The pronunciation of this word is not arduous. We don't say arduous. The pronunciation is arduous. Arduous. And it means very hard. Arduous. The DU makes the J sound like jump and juice. Ardu. We use a long oo like food and boot. Oo together. Ardu. Arduous. Arduous. The last syllable is relaxed. Us. And when you link the oo to the us, there's a sound that links the vowels. It's like a W. It's the w sound. So together, arduous. Arduous. Example, they went on a long, difficult journey. They went on an arduous journey. It was an arduous journey. It was very long and very difficult. Let's practice. Was it an arduous journey? That's right. It was an arduous journey.
And so the twins and I began an arduous journey halfway around the world.
My only hope now is that you receive this letter before you depart, and that my words will accompany you on your arduous journey back home.
This is also not correct.
Another great phrase. It's grueling. That means that something is extremely difficult and tiring, and it requires a lot of time and energy. A good example of using this word would be talking about some kind of sport or marathon or a competition. I'm going to take part in a 156-mile run next year. Oh my god, it's grueling. How are you going to do that?
We don't pronounce this word grueling. It's not grueling, it's grueling. Grueling. The first vowel is the long oo, like food and boot. Grueling. Grueling. And it means very, very hard, like torture. He worked over 12 hours today. It was a long, grueling day. He had a grueling day at work today. It was a long, grueling day. Let's practice. He worked over 12 hours today. Was it a long, grueling day? That's right. It was a long, grueling day.
After the grueling regular basketball season, we're now in month 9 of the playoffs.
So we look at these two words, arduous and grueling. Are they really better than hard? No, they're not. Don't stop saying hard. Keep saying hard if you want to sound natural. Because if you use these words and use them incorrectly, if you mispronounce them, people aren't going to understand you. These words are good to know, but they're not better than hard. The word hard is more natural, more common, and it's easier to pronounce. If you use hard, you'll avoid mispronouncing these words like arduous and grueling.
The other night, it's hard to explain it, but it won't happen again.
Sometimes it's hard to know what that is.
It's hard to find someone to talk to, you know?
It's hard to look back and see the truth about people you love.
He worked really hard for that house. Grace, I know talking like this is really hard,
but I worked really hard to get you into that school.
Hello! Welcome to English for Everyone. Today we're talking about the word sensational. What is sensational? It's when something is made to get your attention. And it's probably not true. Sensational is an adjective. It describes a person or a thing. I can say, that magazine is sensational. It's made to get your attention. And it may or may not be true. Example, there are a lot of videos on YouTube that are made to get your attention. They say, don't use common, everyday, normal English words. Is it true? Or is it just made to get your attention? They are sensational. Pronunciation, sensational. S, se. Sen, s, sense. A, sensei. Sh, sensation. 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 Sensationa. Sensationa. Sensational. Sensational. The L is a dark L back here. Sensational. 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 4 syllables. The stress is on the second syllable. Sensational. 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 The videos are sensational. Next example, tabloids. Tabloids are sensational. They make these newspapers and magazines to get your attention, and the stories are probably not true. Tabloids are sensational. Pronunciation, tabloids. Tab. Tabl. It's a light L. The tongue's in the front. Tabl. Oi. Tabloid. Tabloid. If it's one, tabloid, use a stop D. Tabloid. Stop. Tabloid. More than one, we use a zebra sound. Z. Tabloids. I don't read the tabloids. I think they're sensational. Tabloids. Remember, use the tabloids. I read the newspaper. I don't read the tabloids. Let's practice. Do you read the tabloids?
No, I don't read the tabloids.
Why not? Do you think they are sensational?
I think they are not true. I think they are sensational.
Does she read the tabloids? Why not? Does she think they're sensational? Does she think they're not true? Very good. Our next word is exaggerate. Exaggerate is a verb. A verb when you say something that is more than it really is. You exaggerate. Example, I caught a fish this big. Probably not. I am exaggerating. Exaggerate in the continuous form, exaggerating. I'm exaggerating. I caught a small fish, but I say I caught a fish this big. Exaggerate. Example, tabloids exaggerate their stories. They want to be sensational. Pronunciation, exaggerate. G, egg. Z, eggs, eggs. Exa. J, exag. Exagger. Exagger. Exaggerate. 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 Remember to use a stop T. Exaggerate. Not exaggerate, but exaggerate. Exaggerate. I don't read those magazines. They exaggerate the stories. Exaggerate. Pronunciation, exaggerating in a continuous form. G, egg. Z, eggs. Exa. J, exag. Exagger. Exagger. A, exaggerate. We change a T to a D sound, exaggerate, because it's between vowels. Exaggerate. E, exaggerate. Exaggerate. Exaggerating. Exaggerating. Continuous action, right now in the moment. They are exaggerating. He is exaggerating. He said he caught a fish this big. I think he's exaggerating. He's exaggerating the truth. Let's practice. Do you think they exaggerate their stories in the tabloids?
Yes, I think they exaggerate their stories in the tabloids.
Do you think they exaggerate their stories in the tabloids? Very good. He said he caught a fish this big. Do you think he's exaggerating?
Yes, I think he's exaggerating.
Do you think he's exaggerating? Very good. With sensational, we can use the action being. That's be in a continuous form to talk about something that is right now, only right now. So, she is being sensational in her video. She's not always sensational. She is being sensational in this video. Pronunciation, being. B. E, B. E, B. E, B. B. Being. Being. So, be in a continuous form, being. We have two vowels together, being. We have the y sound in the middle to connect the vowels. Being. Not being, it's a very soft sound. Being. Being. In the moment. She's being sensational. They are being sensational. Because it's right now, being. They're being sensational. Let's practice. Do you think they're being sensational in the videos?
Yeah, I think they're being sensational in the videos.
Do you think they're being sensational in the videos? Very good. Are their videos always sensational?
No, they're not always sensational.
Are their videos always sensational? Very good. Example. What if a person is always sensational? Then she is a sensationalist. This is a person who is always sensational. Example, Nancy Grace on the news. She is always sensational. So she is a sensationalist. Pronunciation, sensationalist. S. E. Se. Sen. S. Sense. A. Sensei. Sh. Sensation. Sensatia. Sensation. Sensation. Sensational. Sensational. Sensationally. Sensationalist. 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 5 syllables. Sensationalist. Stress is on the second syllable. Sensationalist. Sensationalist. She's a sensationalist. Remember, it's one person. We say a. She's a sensationalist. Let's practice. Do you think she's a sensationalist?
Yes, I think she's a sensationalist.
Do you think she's a sensationalist? Very good. Our next word is sensationalism. Sensationalism is the noun. Sensationalism is all over cable news. I don't watch cable news. It's all sensationalism. All their stories are made to get your attention. And I don't know if they are true or not. It's all sensationalism. Pronunciation, sensationalism. S. E. Se. N. Sen. S. Sense. A. Sensei. Sh. Sensation. A. Sensatia. N. Sensation. A. Sensation. sensational. Sensational. Sensationaliz. Sensationaliza. Sensationalism. Ism. That's right, there's an extra syllable there. Ism. Not ism. Ism. Sensationalism. Sensationalism. I don't read those magazines. It's all sensationalism. Sensationalism. Let's practice. Do you watch cable news?
No, I don't watch it.
Why not? Do you think it's all sensationalism?
Yes, I think it's all sensationalism.
Do you watch cable news? Do you think it's all sensationalism? Very good. Now, the word sensational can be a little difficult or tricky because it can also mean amazing. If I see her in a dress, my friend, I say, "Oh, you look sensational." And it just means amazing. It has a different meaning. So be careful when you use sensational. It has two meanings. Let's practice. How does she look in the dress?
She looks amazing. She looks sensational.
How does she look in the dress? Does she look sensational? Very good. Today we're going to clear up some confusing vocabulary, so let's get started. Today we're looking at these two words, pray and pray. They're both pronounced exactly the same, but they mean different things. First, let's look at this prey. This prey can be a noun. For example, I have predator and prey. The cat is the predator and the mouse is the prey. The idea, the cat is hunting the mouse in order to eat it. So again, the cat is the predator, pronunciation, predator. The T is pronounced as a fast D. Predator, predator. The cat is a predator because the cat is hunting the mouse. So what is a mouse? The mouse is its prey. Let's practice. Is the cat the predator or the prey? That's right, the cat is the predator. So who's the prey? Is the mouse the prey? That's right, the mouse is the prey. Or talking about possession of the cat, the mouse is its prey. And there's a phrasal verb, prey on. The cat preys on the mouse because the mouse is the cat's prey. We have a phrasal verb, prey on. The cat preys on the mouse. Let's practice. Does the cat prey on the mouse? That's right, the cat preys on the mouse. And we also use it for people. Example, there was a serial killer, and the serial killer preyed on young single women. That's who he tried to kill. We use it here too. The serial killer preyed on young single women. Let's practice. Did the serial killer prey on young single women? That's right, the serial killer preyed on young single women. Now let's talk about this prey. The same pronunciation, pray, use a long A like day and say, pray, and the preposition is for. We say pray for. You pray for something. You ask God for something, you pray for something. Example, I can pray for world peace. Please God, bring world peace. I pray for world peace. That's pray for. Example, he's praying for world peace. Pray with ing, praying, praying. Link the vowels. He's praying for world peace. Let's practice. What is he praying for? Is he praying for world peace? That's right, he's praying for world peace. And we pray in different situations. For example, before you go to bed, it's customary to say your prayers. Now we have the noun prayer, prayer. You have the air sound like hair and chair, prayer. Not prayer, but prayer. Before going to bed, kids say their prayers. She's saying her prayers before she goes to bed. Let's practice. Is she saying her prayers? That's right, she's saying her prayers. Does she always say her prayers before going to bed? That's right, she always says her prayers before going to bed. And also before eating. Before eating, we say a prayer. If I'm eating with you, I can say, hey, would you like to say the prayer? I use the article the, say the prayer. But we also use different expressions. We say grace. Would you like to say grace? That means would you like to pray before we eat? You say grace. Use the verb say. Or I can say give the blessing. We use the verb give. Give the blessing. Would you like to give the blessing? And that means would you like to pray before we eat? So we have different ways of saying it before eating. Example, they're saying the prayer before eating. Let's practice. Are they saying the prayer before eating? That's right, they're saying the prayer before eating. But it's more common to say this. They're saying grace. They're saying grace before eating. Let's practice. Are they saying grace before eating? That's right, they're saying grace before eating. Or I can say give the blessing. They're giving the blessing. They're giving the blessing before the meal. Let's practice. Are they giving the blessing before the meal? That's right, they're giving the blessing before the meal. What about this word?
What's a word you call a prayer, especially one that's formal or ceremonial in nature?
Orison. She murmured a quiet orison for her loved one's recovery as she lit a candle in the church.
Orison? I have never heard this word in my life. I have never heard anyone say orison. I'm sure it exists, but I've never heard anyone say it. So, don't say that word. Say pray and prayer. Don't say orison. So remember, pray and pray. They both have the same pronunciation, but they're used in different ways. Thank you for watching, and keep watching for more confusing vocabulary. This is also not correct.
So this implies that this race is going to be hard, difficult, will take a long time to run, and a lot of energy, of course.
I cannot say will take long time to run. I have to use an article. In this case, time is countable. I have to say a long time. Together, it will take a long time to run. We have to use the article a. Example, if you run a marathon, will it take a long time to run? That's right. If you run a marathon, it will take a long time to run.
It'll take a long time, a real long time.
It'll take a long time.
It'll take a long time for you to learn. Weeks, months, maybe. It takes a long time.
Does it happen all at once? It takes a long time.
It's very frustrating when it takes a long time.
And it took a long time, but I finally found someone who believed me.
We're really sorry, but this letter for you was in a fire a couple years ago, so it took a long time for us to get it to you.
This is also not correct.
It is advisable that you replace words with synonyms because they have slightly different meaning and slightly different mood to them, which means your speech will be more beautiful.
I cannot say they have slightly different meaning and slightly different mood to them. The words meaning and mood are both countable, so I have to say I have to use an article. So it's correct to say they have a slightly different meaning and a slightly different mood to them. We have to use the article for both words, meaning and mood. A slightly different meaning and a slightly different mood. Or you can change the words to plural because they're countable. I can say they have slightly different meanings and slightly different moods to them. Because these words are countable, I have to use the article or I have to make the nouns in the plural form. The best option is to use a. So it's correct to say they have a slightly different meaning and a slightly different mood to them. This is also not correct.
So basically, it takes us a lot of time and effort to take her there, to explain her what would be going on.
I cannot say explain her what would be going on. After explain, I have to use to. I have to say explain to her. Explain to her what would be going on. We see the pronunciation is not to her, but to. Explain to her. We have to use the preposition to, pronounced to. explain to her what would be going on. Or I can use an object. I can say, explain something to her. Example, she needs to explain something to her. I cannot say, she needs to explain her something. If you have an object, like something, it has to go immediately after the verb. She needs to explain something to her. Remember, you cannot say, explain her something. Explain something to her. Again, she needs to explain something to her. Remember, put the object directly after the verb and use the preposition to. She needs to explain something to her. Let's practice. Does she need to explain something to her? That's right. She needs to explain something to her. So remember, this question is incorrect. I cannot say, can you explain me something? No, it's not. We say, can you explain something to me? The order is important. And don't forget the preposition to with the verb explain.
You didn't love her, and you didn't have to explain to her family.
I tried to explain to her what DNA was.
I wanted her to hear my voice and try to explain to her why I did this.
This is also not correct.
Sewing is a very laborious process. Pay attention to how sewing is pronounced.
In America, we don't say process, we say process. Use the short ah sound like hot and stop. The open sound, ah, process. We say process in American English. Example, learning a second language is a long process. Let's practice. Is learning a second language a long process? That's right. Learning a second language is a long process. It can take your whole life.
You know, it's a long process. And, you know.
Yeah. I know that this has been a long process for you, but when it comes to the best interests of the children who come before this court, we always err on the side of caution.
No lawyer, no witnesses. What sort of due process is this?
And that's going to be a long process, and it's going to cost quite a bit of money.
This is also not correct.
And even if you do not intend to use these phrases, it is good to know what they mean.
It's not correct to say, even if you do not intend to use these phrases, it is good to know what they mean. I cannot say this phrases. This phrases? This is singular and phrases is plural. So I have to say these phrases. Let's look at the difference between this for singular and these for plural. They sound similar, but they are different. So let's look at the difference. When I say the word this for something singular, I use the short I sound, like is and in, I. The mouth is slightly open, I, and you make a short sound, I, this. And the S is a true S. There's no voice, there's no vibration. S, together, this. But when I say these for something plural, these, I use the long E, like green beans. The mouth is more closed, and you smile a little bit. E, these. And the S makes a Z sound, like zebra. Z. You have a voice, you have vibration. Z. These. These phrases. More than one. I cannot say this phrases. I say these phrases.
Are these phrases supposed to mean something to me?
I want you to listen to this phrase I have up on the board. It's
The court seemed to stress this phrase. We find this phrase making you an offer.
What's this phrase?
This is also not correct.
Uphill both ways. You know, I can say it was so hard to get a full ride scholarship in an American university. I had to write an essay. I had to do this and that. And somebody from the 80s might answer, I went uphill both ways to get into a university in the US because now you have internet. Now you have YouTube with free resources on how to get a full ride scholarship, and I didn't have it.
You cannot say, I went uphill both ways to get into a university. Say, it was difficult to get into a university. Or, I worked very hard to get into a university. You can say, it was challenging. It was very challenging to get into a university. But you cannot say, I went uphill both ways to get into a university. So what is uphill both ways? Uphill both ways is a joke. It's a story older people would tell younger people, to tell them about how difficult their life was when they were younger. It goes like this. When I was your age, I used to walk to school every day in the snow, and it was uphill both ways. You see, it's a joke. It's impossible. It cannot be uphill both ways. They're trying to emphasize how difficult it was. But this is a joke. It's not an expression that you can use instead of it's hard. Let's hear another good teacher, Bob the Canadian, explain this.
Another funny phrase that you might hear every once in a while is the phrase, when I was a kid, I had to walk to school uphill both ways. This is something we sometimes say to be funny. Sometimes when kids complain about their life, maybe they complain because the Wi-Fi is too slow or something else that might seem silly to an older person. You might just say, hey, when I was a kid, I used to have to walk to school uphill both ways. It's a little bit of a joke, but it just highlights that kids these days sometimes complain too much.
This is not correct.
And in this course, I'm gonna take you by the hand, I'm gonna grab your hand and be like, let's do it together. I'm gonna explain you everything.
I cannot say, I'm going to explain you everything. First, when we use the verb explain, we need the preposition to. Explain to. But we cannot say, I'm going to explain to you everything. We have to move the object everything so it's directly after the verb. I'm going to explain everything to you. We have to use this order. We cannot change the word order. So it's correct to say, I'm going to explain everything to you. We cannot say, I'm going to explain you everything, or we cannot say, I'm going to explain to you everything. We have to say, I'm going to explain everything to you. This is the only correct way to say it. This is also not correct.
Personal statements, recommendation letters, the application itself.
We cannot say recommendation letters. Recommendation letters. We have to move the stress to the first syllable, recommendation. And the second syllable is pronounced with a closed sound, like cup and up. Recommendation letters. Recommendation. This word has 5 syllables. The stress is on the first, recommendation. And the 4th syllable is stressed. Recommendation. Again, recommendation. Recommendation letters. So again, the word is not pronounced recommendation, it's pronounced recommendation. Recommendation letters. Today we're going to learn how to use some important vocabulary correctly. So let's get started.
Vinny and I have created a course together with our native speaker teacher.
That's true.
Called Intermediate to
Advanced.
First, this is not correct.
Basic versus
Advanced English.
I'm going to bed.
I'm dozing off. See you tomorrow.
I'm going to bed is not basic English. It's how we say it. I'm going to bed. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm going to bed and I don't want to be married anymore.
Now out of my house, because I'm going to bed.
Well, I'm going to bed now.
Can I be excused? I want to go to bed.
Danny, I told you to go to bed like your sister.
Get out, Raven. I want to go to bed.
Mom, you want to go to bed?
I can finish this if you want to go to bed.
Because when I say I'm going to bed, it means I'm going to sleep through the night. So I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. But I'm dozing off. I'll see you tomorrow is not correct. I'm dozing off does not mean I'm going to sleep through the night. It has a different meaning. Doze off means you're going to sleep for a short time. I can demonstrate. Doze off is a phrasal verb, and it means to sleep for a short time. So no one would ever say, I'm dozing off, I'll see you tomorrow, because doze off means to sleep for a short time. Example, if you're driving and you're tired, sometimes you might doze off. Or sometimes if I'm watching a movie and I'm tired, I doze off. I sleep for a short time, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, maybe 3 seconds.
I don't want you dozing off.
So I just laid there, for a while, and then I could feel myself like dozing off.
Do you ever doze off on a flight?
I dozed off out by the pool.
Yes, I think I did doze off for a while.
You dozed off and had a bad dream.
Oh my goodness, I must have dozed off when your dog startled me.
Could you maybe have dozed off and had one of those dreams again?
Example, my uncle used to doze off in his favorite chair when he would watch a movie. He would sleep for 2, 3, 5 minutes and wake up. It wasn't his plan to sleep. It just happened. He dozed off. So dozing off is not the advanced equivalent of go to bed. So if you're going to sleep through the night, say I'm going to bed. And if you talk about someone sleeping for a short time, use the phrasal verb doze off. It's 10 o'clock at night and he's going to bed because he's tired and he's going to sleep through the night. Let's practice. Is he going to bed? That's right, he's going to bed. Or I can say he's going to go to bed. When I say go to bed, the pronunciation changes. The T is a fast D. Da-da-da, go to, go to. So to is pronounced duh, go to. He's going to go to bed.
I just got tired, so I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm gonna go to bed.
So we made out for a little while on the couch, and I said, okay, I'm gonna go to bed now, so it's time for you to leave.
I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm really tired.
It's 10 o'clock, he's tired, and he's going to go to bed. Let's practice. Is he going to go to bed? That's right, he's going to go to bed. Example, he's watching a movie but he's tired, so he's sleeping for a short time, then he's waking up again. And then he sleeps for a short time, and he's waking up again. That's dozing off. So he's dozing off in front of the TV. Pronunciation for in front of. You don't hear in front of the TV, you hear in fronta, in fronta, in front of the TV. The NT in front is between vowels, so you don't really hear the T. You hear in fronta, in fronta. And because you have a consonant after the F in of, you don't have to pronounce that either. So you hear in front of the TV. He's dozing off in front of the TV. Let's practice. Is he dozing off in front of the TV? That's right, he's dozing off in front of the TV. First, this is not correct.
I didn't meet any Russians. Like, there were no Russians in the place where I were.
I cannot say there were no Russians in the place where I were. I have to say was. It's correct to say there were no Russians in the place where I was. In this sentence, we cannot use were. Were is for you were and they were. We use were for plural. But if it's I, we say I was, he was, she was, and it was. The only time you can say I were is if you have a conditional. Example, if I were the president, I would live in the White House. But this is not a conditional, so we have to say was. There were no Russians in the place where I was. This is also not correct.
Hey, I'm so excited to talk with you.
Thanks for inviting.
I cannot say thanks for inviting. I need an object. I have to say me. Me is the object. Thanks for inviting me. If it's one person, thanks for inviting me. If it's two people, thanks for inviting us. But whenever you say thanks for inviting, you need an object. You have to use an object with this sentence. So I cannot say thanks for inviting. I have to say thanks for inviting me. So let's practice. Example, I invited you to my party. What do you say? That's right, thanks for inviting me. Let's practice. Example, I invited you and your friend to my party. What do you say? That's right, thanks for inviting us. Very good. This is also not correct.
I was like, I cannot understand British accent.
I cannot say I don't understand British accent. When you talk about accents, we have to use the article the British accent. Sometimes you can use the article a British accent. Let's talk about the difference. If you say I don't understand, we have to use the article the. I don't understand the British accent. Because you're talking about the accent as a whole, spoken by all the people who speak with that accent. We use the in this case. I don't understand the British accent. So it's not correct to say I don't understand British accent. We have to use the article the. I don't understand the British accent. So when can you say a British accent? Example, one person. This guy, he speaks with a British accent. In this case, I cannot say he speaks with the British accent, because I'm not talking about the accent as a whole spoken by all the people who speak with this accent. I'm talking about one person. So I use the article a. He speaks with a British accent. I speak with an American accent. When you talk about a person, use the article a. He speaks with a British accent. And it doesn't have to be just one person, it can be two people. They speak with a British accent. But if you say, I don't understand, you're talking about the accent as a whole. So we say the. I don't understand the British accent. We need an article in both cases. So whenever you use the word accent, you need an article. Either a or the, depending on the situation. Let's practice. Do you understand the British accent? Very good. Let's practice. Does he speak with a British accent? That's right, he speaks with a British accent. Do they speak with a British accent? That's right, they speak with a British accent. This is also not correct.
And I felt a little depressed, but that was also a huge motivation for me to continue.
I cannot say that was also huge motivation for me to continue. In this case, motivation is countable. I have to say I have to use the article when talking about motivation in this case. That was a huge motivation for me to continue is correct. We have to use a. It's confusing because sometimes motivation is countable and sometimes it's not. I can talk about motivation in general and say, motivation is important. You need motivation in your life to do things, to achieve your goals. You need motivation. But if I talk about a specific case and I say, that was also, this is a specific case, it's one time, we have to say a motivation. That was a huge motivation for me to continue. I have to use a when talking about motivation in this case. This is also not correct.
And it doesn't matter that I've been studying English for like 10 years by that time.
It's not correct to say it doesn't matter that I've been studying English for 10 years by that time. When I say by that time, I'm referring to a point in the past in relation to another action in the past. So correctly it should be, it didn't matter that I had been studying English for 10 years by that time. That I had been studying English for 10 years by that time. You can make the contraction. I had, together, I'd been. I'd been studying English for 10 years by that time. Together, it didn't matter that I'd been studying English for 10 years by that time. This is also not correct.
So before leaving, I went to a bookstore.
You cannot say, before leaving, I went to bookstore. Bookstore is a countable noun, so we have to use an article. We can say, a bookstore. So it's correct to say, before leaving, I went to a bookstore. Or you can use the article, the. Before leaving, I went to the bookstore. What's the difference? If you're talking about one bookstore in general, you say, a. You use the article, a. Before leaving, I went to a bookstore. But if it's a specific bookstore, a bookstore that I told you about earlier and you know about, I can use the specific article, the. Before leaving, I went to the bookstore. You know the one I'm talking about. Or if you live in a small town and there's only one bookstore in the whole town, then you can say the. If only one exists, we use the article the. Before leaving, I went to the bookstore. Because you know which one I'm talking about because there's only one in the town. But if you live in a big city, it's better to use a. Before leaving, I went to a bookstore. It's one of many bookstores that exist in that city. Use the article a. But we cannot say, before leaving, I went to bookstore. We need an article. Sometimes a, and sometimes the, depending on the situation. Let's practice. When was the last time you went to a bookstore? Very good. This is also not correct.
Second, I have really weird Russian accent. People don't get what I'm saying.
You cannot say, I have really weird Russian accent. Again, we're talking about accent. We talked about accent before where you can say the accent, example, the British accent or a British accent. So the same is true for the Russian accent or a Russian accent. If I say the Russian accent, I'm talking about the accent as a whole. But in this example, you're talking about one person speaking with one accent. So it's a Russian accent. It's correct to say I have a really weird Russian accent. You have to put a before both modifiers. I have a really weird Russian accent. Because you're talking about accent, we have to use the article a in this situation. Let's practice with accent. Do you have an accent? Very good. What kind of accent do you have? Very good. This is also not correct.
It's actually a lot of places around the world where people have different ideas, different goals in their lives.
I cannot say it's a lot of places around the world. I have to express existence with there is or there are. I cannot use it is or its because I'm expressing existence. I use there is or there are. In this case, a lot of places is plural, so we say there are. There are a lot of places around the world is correct. I cannot say it is or it's a lot of places around the world. Example, there are a lot of places around the world where people speak English. Let's practice. Are there a lot of places around the world where people speak English? That's right. Very good. There are a lot of places around the world where people speak English. I cannot say it's a lot of places around the world. I have to express existence with there are. This is also not correct.
Yeah, when we graduated from an accelerator here in Silicon Valley, I had a presentation. I was on the stage in front of 700 top investors here who invest in Uber, Facebook.
I cannot say I was in the stage. When talking about stage, we use the preposition on. We cannot use the preposition in. So you can say, I was on the stage, or more commonly, I was on stage. Both are correct. On the stage or on stage. I think on stage is more common, but they're both correct. So it's correct to say I was on stage, but not in stage or in the stage. We have to use on in both situations. Either I was on the stage or I was on stage. I have been on stage a few times, performing, singing in school, things like that. And usually I get nervous when I'm on stage. What about you? Do you get nervous when you're on stage? Very good. This is also not correct.
But he gave me all the brochures and
I cannot say brochures. We move the stress, and we move the stress to the second syllable, brochures. We have to put the stress on the second syllable. Again, brochures, brochures. I cannot say brochures. We have to put the stress on the second syllable, brochures. And what are brochures? We have 3 different words for this thing. You can say brochures, pamphlets, or flyers. And we use a phrasal verb, hand out. He's handing out brochures. Or I can say he's handing out pamphlets. And I can also say he's handing out flyers. Hand out is the phrasal verb we use when you give these things to many people. He's handing out pamphlets. He's handing out flyers, or he's handing out brochures. Not brochures, but brochures. Let's practice. Is he handing out brochures? That's right, he's handing out brochures. Is he handing out pamphlets? That's right, he's handing out pamphlets. Is he handing out flyers? That's right, he's handing out flyers. So remember, brochures, pamphlets, and flyers. You're talking about the same thing. This is not correct.
Or, I haven't seen him since my mom's birthday.
The pronunciation of the word is not sin, sin. We have to use the long E sound and say seen, seen. So let's look at the difference. The first word is sin, with the short I sound like this is, sin. And the second word is seen, with the long E sound like green beans, seen. First, let's talk about seen, pronounced with a long E, seen. I have never seen this movie. Have you ever seen this movie? Very good. That's seen. And the other word is sin. Sin is a countable noun, so I say a sin. A sin is when you break God's law. That is a sin. Example, it's a sin to kill somebody. That's definitely a sin. Let's practice. Is it a sin to kill somebody? That's right. It's a sin to kill somebody. This is not correct.
And whenever I go to a theme park with my friends, I just don't take any roller coasters.
We cannot say, I don't take any roller coasters. We use the verb take when you talk about transportation. Example, I take a bus, or I take a train. I take a taxi, or I take an Uber. But a roller coaster is not a form of transportation, so we cannot say take. What do we say? We have two options. You can say ride or go on. You ride a roller coaster or you go on a roller coaster. Go on is a phrasal verb and it is not separable. We do not separate it. You go on a roller coaster. You go on a roller coaster or you ride a roller coaster. And what is a roller coaster? A roller coaster is a ride. That's what we call these things at the amusement park. If you go to Disneyland, Disneyland is an amusement park, and the things there are called rides. So you can say, I don't like to go on the rides, or I don't like to ride the rides. We see ride as the verb, and ride as the name of the thing. Now let's talk about roller coasters. They're at an amusement park, and they're riding a roller coaster. Or you can say they're going on a roller coaster. Both are correct. But I cannot say they're taking a roller coaster. We cannot use take for roller coasters. Let's practice. What are they doing? Are they riding a roller coaster? That's right, they're riding a roller coaster. Or if there's only one roller coaster at this amusement park, if only one roller coaster exists at this amusement park, then you can use the article the. They're riding the roller coaster. But most amusement parks have more than one, so is more common, depending on the amusement park. Now let's practice with the phrasal verb go on. Are they going on a roller coaster? That's right, they're going on a roller coaster. I don't like to ride roller coasters. What about you? Do you like to ride roller coasters? Very good. So remember, use take when you talk about transportation. You can take a bus, you can take a train, you can take a taxi. But if you're talking about rides at an amusement park, don't use take. Use ride as the verb, you ride the rides, you ride the roller coaster, or use go on. You go on the rides, or you go on the roller coaster. This is not correct.
Lily Allen is a British singer. Anyways, if you have a favorite singer with your favorite accent.
We don't say singer. The G is not pronounced with a hard G sound. Singer is not correct. We say singer. Make a nasal sound with the NG. Singer. And then link to the sound. Singer. Singer. She's a singer.
Dancing was too hard for me. I'm a singer. Are you a good singer?
And the singer is still a jerk.
Have you ever heard of this singer?
And you're a really good singer. So.
My grandma was a singer.
I'm not a good singer, so I didn't enunciate.
Oh, wow. Alina, the singer.
Sometimes, but she was a singer, too.
Well, I was a singer. Yeah.
So we see words like singer and hanger. In both of these words, the G is not pronounced with a hard G sound. We don't say singer and we don't say hanger. We say singer and hanger. Today we're going to learn the correct pronunciation of some bakery vocabulary. So let's get started. First, this is not correct.
Today I wanted to eat a croissant. So I went to a place that sells croissant and I bought a croissant.
In American English, we do not say croissant. That's French. In English, American English, we say croissant. Croissant. The first vowel is a short sound. Cr, cr. Crus, crus. Cr, cr, crus. The second syllable is like hot and stop. So together, croissant. Croissant. Croissant is the American pronunciation of this word. We see with the NT at the end, the T is a stop T. We don't say croissant. We put the tongue up and stop the air for that T. So together, croissant. Croissant. This is a croissant.
Nobody really cares where the croissant was invented.
You're not a plate of croissants.
Hello.
Bonjour. 2 chocolate croissants and coffee.
That sucker with sugar and have yourself some delicious French toast that they have at the continental breakfast. A croissant, maybe?
Well, you know, I was thinking, let's start with the croissants and let's see how it goes.
I've been experimenting with cupcakes and croissants all day.
Yeah, I was.
I don't know about you, but I could really use one of Nora's almond croissants and a hot tea.
Let's hear that clip again.
So I went to a place that sells croissant.
It's not correct to say, I went to a place that sells croissant. Croissant is countable. I have 1 croissant or 2 croissants. In this case, I have to use the plural form. I have to put the S there. I went to a place that sells croissants. I cannot say I went to a place that sells croissant. And why do we call the bread croissant? Because it's a French name, but we pronounce it a little different. We pronounce it with the American accent. Croissant comes from the French word, which comes from another English word, this word, crescent. This is the shape. This is a crescent shape. And this word has a different pronunciation. Make the sound like eggs and bed. Crescent. Crescent. This is a crescent shape. And that's why they call these croissants, because it has a crescent shape. So 2 different words. A croissant is a bakery item, and a crescent is a shape, like a crescent moon. First, this is not correct.
If you're interested in speaking English as a native speaker without any mistakes, continue watching this video.
In this case, I cannot say speaking as a native speaker. If you're not a native speaker and you're interested in speaking similar to a native speaker, we cannot use as. We have to use like. So it's correct to say, if you're interested in speaking like a native speaker, without any mistakes. And keep watching this video for a complete explanation of the difference between as and like. But first, this is also not correct. In this situation, I cannot say speak fast as a native or as a native speaker. I have to use like, because in this idea, the person is not a native speaker. We have to use like in this case. So it's correct to say speak fast like a native speaker. But what about fast as? Can I say fast as? Sure, but it has a different meaning. And we need another as. We need as 2 times. As fast as a native speaker. This has a completely different meaning. It means to speak the same speed as a native speaker. But that's not what she's trying to say. It should be speak fast like a native speaker. But let's talk about the structure. As fast as. It means equal, at equal speed. Example, I cannot run as fast as a cheetah. A cheetah can run much faster than me. So I can say we cannot run at the same speed. So I can say I cannot run as fast as a cheetah. Let's practice. Can you run as fast as a cheetah? Very good. Me either. I cannot run as fast as a cheetah. Example, these are 2 brothers. They're not twins, they're different ages, but one brother is the same height as the other brother. So I can say he's as tall as his brother because they're the same height. He's as tall as his brother. Let's practice. Is he as tall as his brother? That's right, he's as tall as his brother. And she's shorter. She's not the same height. So I can use a negative and say she's not. She's not as tall as her brother. She's shorter. Let's practice. Is she as tall as her brother? That's right. She's not as tall as her brother. He's taller. They're not the same height. Example. The temperature today is the same temperature as yesterday. It's hot today and it was hot yesterday. So I can say today is as hot as yesterday. Today's as hot as yesterday. Remember, do not use so. I do not say today is so hot as yesterday. Use as 2 times. Today is as hot as yesterday. The same temperature. Let's practice. Is today as hot as yesterday? That's right, today is as hot as yesterday. Now let's take a closer look at the difference between as and like. Today we're talking about the difference between as and like. So what is the difference? We use as when you're talking about the same person or thing. Example, I work as a teacher because I am a teacher. I cannot say I work like a teacher. Like means similar, not exactly the same. And as is exactly the same.
You will move to the attic with Becky and work as a servant.
Your work, your hopes, your dreams.
Well, I work as a teacher and I also do field work and write monographs.
I used to work as a massage therapist, so.
And work as a janitor in a bank you own.
I want to interview you about what it's like to work as a maid.
For example, when you say the same. Example, these houses are the same. But if I want to connect the same, I use the connector or preposition as. This house is the same as that house. I cannot say this house is the same like that house. Because they are the same, I use as. This house is the same as that house.
Well, I certainly can't live in the same house as my ex-husband.
Yes?
It's me. The same guy as before.
It was the same thing as catalog work. So?
Failed marriages, and ever worry we're doing the same thing as them?
The same thing as last time. Everyone's happy.
So you really think that you're the same person as Leon Trotsky?
A real live father actually living in the same house as his wife and kid.
Does tumor mean the same thing as cancer?
I grew up in the same house as you, moron.
Let's practice. Is this house the same as that house? That's right. This house is the same as that house. Example, he loves her. He loves her as a friend because they are friends. Because they are friends, we use as. He loves her as a friend.
I was actually telling Preston that I just love him as a friend.
Hey, I'm proud to have you as a friend.
Nope.
Sandy, you do love me as a friend.
We're friends, right? I like you as a friend.
Yeah.
Look, Dexter, I like you as a friend and all, but...
No! Listen to me carefully.
Okay.
I love him as a friend.
Yes, I love him as a friend, like a brother, but that's it. Friend, brother, whatever. It makes me sick to think what I did. That my beautiful boy would want someone like you as a friend.
Let's practice. Does he love her as a friend? That's right. He loves her as a friend. These two guys are friends, but they're very close, like brothers. They're not brothers, so I cannot use as, I use like, because it's similar but not the same. He loves him like a brother. I cannot say he loves him as a brother, because they're not brothers. It's similar but not the same. He loves him like a brother.
And that big guy up front, I love him like a brother.
Got the train, didn't I? Love you like a brother, Joe.
I love you like a brother.
You're more like a brother to me than he is.
You're more like a brother to me than he is.
And Chris has been like a brother to me.
He was kind of like a brother to me.
He's been like a brother to you.
I love you like a brother, Philip.
I love him like a brother.
Don't get me wrong, I love him like a brother, just not one of
Mace, I love you like a brother, but I gotta say that when it come to being discreet, you're a disgrace.
We'll treat him like a brother.
Tatiana's sister loves Trigorin like a brother.
I love him like a brother.
Let's practice. Does he love him like a brother? That's right. He loves him like a brother. We hear the pronunciation. He loves him. Loves him. The H in him is silent, so you link the words. Loves him. He loves him like a brother. They're not really brothers. Back to my first example. I said I work as a teacher. I don't work like a teacher because I am a teacher. It's like the same person, so I use as. I am a teacher or I work as a teacher. Example, she works. She works as a teacher too. Let's practice. Does she work as a teacher? That's right, she works as a teacher. And we have some expressions to help us see the difference between as and like. Example, if he works very hard, I can use the expression, he works like a dog. He works like a dog means he works very hard. And we don't say he works as a dog because he's not a dog. He's a person. He works similar to a dog. So we use like. Like is similar. He works like a dog. Maybe in your language you have other expressions, like he works like a horse or like a donkey. You can say that too. People will understand. But the expression in American English is he works like a dog.
I work like a dog, and where's the money? I mean, I don't know it.
And I work like a dog day and night, living off of coffee from a pot none of you want to touch.
Go home, get a good night's sleep, wake up in the morning and work like a dog.
Work like a dog all his life?
Work like a dog and advertise.
Especially manual labor. It makes you work like a horse.
When I work like a maniac.
I know what you're thinking. American dogs don't work hard. They're lazy, right? That's true. But the expression comes from England, and in England, dogs work really hard. That's where the expression came from. So we use it in America. He works hard, you say he works like a dog. Let's practice. Does he work like a dog? That's right, he works like a dog. Another expression, he sleeps. He sleeps really well. If he sleeps really well, I can say he sleeps like a log. This is a log, so you can imagine where the expression came from. He sleeps like a log. Or I can talk about right now. What is he doing? He's sleeping like a log. But it's a routine every night. So I use the simple present action, he sleeps. It's a routine, so I say he sleeps like a log. He sleeps like a log every night.
Luckily, I can count on you to sleep like a log.
Don't lull yourself into any false security.
I sleep like a log.
Sleeping like a log.
I sleep like a baby, my friend.
I sleep like a baby. See, that's interesting.
How did you sleep?
Oh, like a log. In fact, I took a nap on it. Slept like a log.
Don't look at me. I slept like a log.
Like a log, Petey. Thanks.
Maybe you have a different expression in your language. Maybe you say, he sleeps like a bear, or he sleeps like a rock. You can say that too. People will understand you. But we have this expression, he sleeps like a log. Let's practice. Does he sleep like a log? That's right, he sleeps like a log. He sleeps very well. He doesn't wake up. And we have an expression for this. Sweat. Sweat like a pig. If you sweat a lot, if somebody sweats a lot, I can say they're sweating like a pig. Example, he's sweating a lot. So I can use the expression, he's sweating like a pig. I cannot say he's sweating as a pig because he's not a pig. He's a person. So I use like. Like is similar, not the same thing. He's sweating like a pig.
Burning up. Sweat like a pig.
Those goddamn lights made me sweat like a pig.
I instantly started to sweat like a pig.
Let's practice. Is he sweating like a pig? That's right, he's sweating like a pig. So remember, like is similar but not the same. I work like a dog. I am not a dog. I work similar to a dog, so I work like a dog. But I am a teacher. It's the same person. I am a teacher. It's like the same. I am a teacher. So I work as a teacher. Use as when it's the same thing. And remember the preposition for the same. When I say the same as. This house is the same as that house. Today we're going to talk about why it's not correct to say this.
You can also replace happy birthday with happy plus a person's age. Happy 16 years old. Happy 18 years old.
That's right. You cannot say happy 16 years old. It's not correct. You can say happy 16th or happy 16th birthday, but you cannot say happy 16 years old. It's not correct.
Happy 18th birthday, son!
The next word that we love to use is word many. I have many problems, I have many shoes, I have many friends. We say it all the time. Great alternatives are handful. I have handful of friends.
First, a handful is a noun that you can count. And that's why we say a handful. A is for one. A handful. But the most important thing, a handful means a small amount. A small amount, not many. For example, I have a handful of friends. It means I have a few friends, not many. I invited a lot of people to the party, but only a handful of them showed up. It means only a few people showed up, not many.
I found that lots of organizations and teams claim they foster innovation, but out of those, I'd say only a handful of them are actually doing it.
Besides its creators, I am one of only a handful of people ever to hold this sphere.
Most people have just a handful of friends.
Growing up as a kid in school, I had a handful of friends that really had my back.
Maybe you are pronouncing some words in a wrong way. Let's do a quick test. Calm. Calm. Something you use for your hair. Calm.
It's not calm, we cannot use the short ah sound like hot and stop, calm. We have to use the long O sound like no and go. We pronounce this word comb. O. Make the long O sound. Comb. And remember, the B is silent. Don't pronounce the B. Comb. So comb is the noun, it's the thing. I have a comb. And it's also the verb. I comb my hair in the morning with my comb. Make the long O sound. Comb.
Today we're going to learn how to use this word correctly. Let's get started.
She divorced from Andy. Or you could just say she divorced Andy. So there are two ways to say this correctly. Divorce from Andy, divorce Andy.
It's not correct to say she divorced from Andy. If you want to use this word as a verb, the preposition from is not necessary. She divorced Andy. Let's look at some examples.
His wife eventually divorced him. His wife, Robin Givens, divorced him.
She divorced him.
But if you want to use this word as a noun, a divorce, then we say she got a divorce from him. Let's look at some examples.
He claimed he had previously tried to get a divorce from Kardashian.
The last thing I wanted in the world was to get a divorce from my husband because I loved him.
Or if you want to use it as an adjective, she's divorced, then we say she is divorced from Andy. It's not very common, but it is correct. Remember, if you want to use this word as a verb, to divorce, the preposition from is not necessary. It's not correct to say
she divorced from Andy.
We say she divorced Andy. She divorced him. This is not correct.
Do not forget to share this class with everyone you know who want to sound more American.
It's not correct to say everyone who want. Everyone and everybody are special words. We have to use the verb in the singular form. For example, everybody speaks, everybody wants, everybody needs. Or you can say everyone who wants, everyone who speaks, everyone who needs. It's very important to use the verb in the singular form.
Today we're going to learn about some common mistakes and how to avoid them. We're going to talk about why it's not correct to say this.
Wow, why haven't anyone told me that?
And why it's not correct to say this.
And again, everybody have their own opinion.
Now, everyone and everybody, you're not talking about one single person. You're talking about more than one person. But we still use the singular structure. That's right. If I say everybody, I cannot say everybody are here. I say everybody is here. Or everyone is here. You use a singular structure with everybody and everyone. So the action have. I have a car, you have a car, and she has a car. If I say everybody, is it everybody have a car or everybody has a car? That's right. It's everybody has a car. With everybody, we use the singular structure, has. We cannot say everybody have. Use everybody has. So I cannot say everybody have their own opinion. I have to use the singular structure with everybody. Everybody has their own opinion. So it's not correct to say, why haven't anyone told me? Anyone is a single person. Anyone, anybody, somebody, or someone. You're talking about a single person. Have and negative haven't is good for I haven't, you haven't, they haven't, and we haven't. But if I say anyone, I have to use has or negative hasn't. So we use anyone for a question with the helper has. Has anyone told you this? If I make it negative, I use hasn't. And the question is, why hasn't anyone told me that? Remember, with anyone, anybody, someone, and somebody, use has, not have. So, examples. Has anyone told you that? Question. Has anyone told you that? And you can say, no. No one has told me that. No one or nobody is also a single person. We use has, the single structure. Nobody has told me that. Or I can make the negative, has not, together hasn't, and make the negative question, why hasn't anyone told me that? So remember these special words. Anybody, nobody, somebody, and everybody. Always use these words with a singular structure. And it's also not correct to say this.
To hit the nail on the head, mean to get something right or have success.
We cannot say it mean to get something right. We have to change our verb mean with an S, and we have to say means. It means to get something right. We have to change our verb, simple verb, after he, she, it, or any singular subject with an S. You cannot say it mean, it means. If I ask a question, what does it mean? With does, we use the simple action. What does it mean? But when we answer positive, we change. It means. It means to get something right. I don't speak German. What does that mean? Ah, that means attention. In English, that means attention. Let's practice. What does that mean in English? That's right. It means attention in English. It's not correct to say this.
How's the app called? I want to check it out.
That's right. We cannot use how with the action called. I cannot say, how's the app called? So, how do you say it? We have to use the question word what. What's the app called? So, let's look at the question. What is, contraction, what's? What's the app called? Or, what is the app called? A more common question is, what is it? What is, contraction, what's? What's it called? Use it as a substitution for any object. What's it called? What's it called? Remember, we cannot say, how is it called? We have to use the question word what if you have the verb called. What is it called? If I ask you the question, what's it called? And you don't know, you say, I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it is. It is, contraction, it's. What it's called. Pronunciation, when you link the words, what it's, the T changes to a D and you hear what it's called. I don't know what it's called. So question, what is it called? You answer, I don't know what it's called. Let's practice. What is it called? That's right. I don't know what it's called. And it's not correct to say this.
So this is curtains.
That's right. We cannot say this is curtains. Because curtains is plural, curtains, we have to say these are. We cannot say this is. This is for singular things. But if it's plural, we say these are. These are curtains. Pronunciation, curtains. We have two correct pronunciations. You can say curtains, pronouncing the T, or curtains, making a stop T, curt, and then fall to the N. Curtain, curtains. So the two pronunciations, curtains or curtains. Curtains is the more common pronunciation in American English. Let's practice with these are. What are these?
These are curtains.
What are these? Very good. And what are these?
These are glasses.
What are these? Very good. These are glasses.
This is not correct.
And he's American. This is American accent, by the way. And you're not able to tell whether this is American accent or whether this is British accent.
There are many accents. If you're talking about one accent, we say an accent. I have an accent. Do you have an accent? She has a British accent. He has an American accent. Remember, American starts with a vowel. We say an American accent. He has an American accent. Let's practice. Does he have an American accent? That's right. He has an American accent. Good job. But remember, if you're talking about a specific accent, we say the American accent, the British accent. For example, I like the American accent. I want to learn the American accent. Do you like the American accent? Good job. Remember to use articles if you want to sound natural, like a native speaker.
Today we're going to learn some mistakes to avoid. First, let's watch this.
We're gonna try to practice English that is spoken in the US, and in this workbook we're focusing on the American version of English. You're actually getting a list of 1,000 most used words in English that we have gathered together with my team, and they are the words that are intermediate level.
Americans don't use the word bunch to refer to this hairstyle. This hairstyle is called a bun. She's wearing her hair in a bun, not a bunch. This is called a bun in American English. We would never call it a bunch. Let's practice. Is she wearing her hair in a bun? That's right, she's wearing her hair in a bun. So what is a bunch? The word bunch comes from these examples. This is a bunch of bananas, and this is a bunch of grapes. But now we use the word bunch to mean a lot of. A bunch of is used the same as a lot of. I can say he has a lot of money, or I can say he has a bunch of money. It's the same meaning. And he has a bunch of money. Let's practice. Does he have a bunch of money? That's right, he has a bunch of money. And the word lorry is not used in America. We call it a truck. Americans would never call it a lorry. That's British English. A lot of Americans like big trucks. I don't, but a lot of Americans like big trucks. Let's practice. Do a lot of Americans like big trucks? That's right, a lot of Americans like big trucks, not lorries. This is also not correct.
I was always thinking I'm going to become someone like Britney Spears. And
it's not correct to say I was always thinking that I'm going to become someone like Britney Spears. When you use the past, I was always thinking, we have to use past for the second part too. It's correct to say I was always thinking I was going to become someone like Britney Spears. Or you can use would. You can say I was always thinking I would become someone like Britney Spears. But we cannot use I'm going to after I was thinking. So, she was always thinking she was going to become someone like Britney Spears. Let's practice. Was she always thinking that she was going to become someone like Britney Spears? That's right. She was always thinking that she was going to become someone like Britney Spears.
This is not correct.
by the way, guys, if you want to learn more phrases like that, if you want to brush up your grammar, my team and I have put together a workbook on grammar. It is called Grammar is All You Need.
In American English, it's not correct to say, brush up your grammar. You have to say, brush up on your grammar. Let's listen to some examples.
We have to brush up on your hospitality skills.
Brush up on that chapter 6 stuff.
Fair to good. I'll brush up on it.
You may want to brush up on the newest traffic laws in Oregon.
You brush up on your ethnic studies, my brother.
This is also not correct.
It also have a workbook where you can go through exercises.
It's not correct to say, it also have. Remember, I have, you have, we have, they have. But he has, she has, it has. So we have to say, it also has. Let's listen to some examples.
Yes, this movie will be an Oscar contender, but it also has commercial appeal as well.
It also has heroes. Soldiers like Lincoln Scott.
This is also not correct.
By the way, guys, if you're looking for more ways to improve your English to speak like a native speaker, I have created a workbook in English which has all of the rules that you can think of. It has a video from me where I explain you how to use it, where I explain you tenses in English, the most used tenses. We made it really affordable. It's a very small check.
Here we have two mistakes. Let's talk about the first one. It's not correct to say, explain you. Explain is a special verb. We have to say, explain to. For example, explain to me, explain to him, explain to her, explain to you. Remember to say explain to. Let's listen to some examples.
You need to really explain to us what makes you special.
Sweetie, explain to us again what kind of a book this is you're writing.
I'm trying to explain to you that it is impossible to pay the check because your expenses have exceeded your income.
All due respect, can someone explain to me why I'm reading about breaks in this case in the Chronicle instead of getting calls from you?
It's also not correct to say it's a small check.
We made it really affordable. It's a very small check.
A check can be a bill at a restaurant. But if you're talking about something that is affordable, you can say it's at a low price. It's affordable. It's at a low price.
Produce a line of high-quality antiques at a low price.
This is also not correct.
If you want to learn more English with me, if you want more materials that you can use while watching my classes, I have a kind of huge workbook. It's over 180 pages and it will really enhance your learning experience. And this is something that I've done a year ago.
It's not correct to say this is something that I've done a year ago. When you're talking about a specific time in the past, we use simple past, not present perfect. So remember, if you say yesterday, last week, 2 months ago, last year, a year ago, 2 years ago, we have to use simple past, not present perfect. This is also not correct.
I have the whole workbook that focuses on English language.
It's not correct to say the focus is on English language. We have to say the focus is on the English language. You can say the focus is on English, but if you say language, we have to say the focus is on the English language.
As long as it's in the English language, boy.
What's the most common double consonant in the English language?
This is also not correct.
This workbook has 16 chapters on the most important topics of the English grammar, done by my company, done by Linguatrip.
It's not correct to say topics of the English grammar. We have to say topics of English grammar. We don't say the English grammar. It's not correct. This is also not correct.
Again, the link is in description below, 66% off.
It's not correct to say the link is in description. If you're talking about a specific description, we have to say in the description. The link is in the description.
There's a link in the description below. I hope to see you there.
This is also not correct.
And free chapter on English prepositions, something that we cover in this video so you could practice, so you can print it out, put it on your desk, and never ever forget what's the right way to use prepositions in English.
It's not correct to say never forget what's the right way. It's not a direct question. It's not correct to say never forget what's the right way. We have to say never forget what the right way is. Or it's even better to say, never forget the right way to use prepositions in English.
First, this is not correct.
And some Americans would even say, I'm gonna do shopping. This is like the very, very contracted version of it. So what Americans do, they take those smaller words and they pronounce them in a way that is easier for them in daily speech.
You cannot say, I'ma do shopping. If you use the verb do, you have to say do the shopping. Do the shopping, not do shopping. And what about I'ma? Don't say I'ma. You might hear it, but it doesn't sound like good English. If you want to reduce it to I'm gonna. I'm gonna do the shopping is correct. I'm going to do the shopping or I'm gonna do the shopping. But avoid using I'ma. Say I'm going to or I'm gonna. I'm gonna do the shopping. Or you can say, I'm going to go shopping. But don't say, I'm going to do shopping. This is not correct. Let's practice. Are you going to do the shopping today? That's right. I'm going to do the shopping too. When are you going to go shopping? Are you going to go shopping today or tomorrow? That's right. I'm going to go shopping today. Today we're going to look at some common pronunciation and grammar mistakes. Let's get started. It's not correct to say this.
And pep talk would be, you're amazing, you're gonna do it, you're gonna make it.
That's right, we cannot say you gonna do it and you gonna make it. Gonna is a reduction of going to. When I use going to, I have ing, so I need another action. You are going to, with the reduction, you're gonna. We have to make the contraction with you are, pronunciation, you're. When you use the reduction, gonna, always make the contraction, you're. I cannot say you are gonna. I need the contraction, you're. You're gonna. So, you're. It's a small sound, but it's very important. You're gonna do it. You're gonna make it. Pronunciation of gonna, we use the short sound, like cup and up, for both syllables. Gonna, gonna. Same sound, both syllables. Gonna. You're gonna do it. You're gonna make it. So it's correct to say, you're going to make it, and you're going to do it. You can use going to, or you can say gonna. But when you're writing, it's better to write going to. You say gonna, but you write going to. Writing gonna is correct in informal English. You see it sometimes with song lyrics. But when you write formally, write going to. But when you talk, say gonna. It's fine. You're gonna do it. You're gonna make it.
You're gonna do it.
You're gonna make it.
Example with they. I cannot say they gonna. I say they're gonna. They are, make the contraction with the R sound. They're gonna. They're gonna cook dinner. They're gonna cook dinner tonight. Let's practice. Are they gonna cook dinner tonight? That's right. They're gonna cook dinner tonight. Make that sound. They're gonna. Also, when I say we are going to, with the contraction, we're. Not we're, but we're gonna. We're gonna cook dinner tonight. We're gonna cook dinner tonight. Let's practice. Are we gonna cook dinner tonight? That's right. We're gonna cook dinner tonight. And if you talk about he or she, you have to say he is and she is, but make the contraction. If you do the reduction gonna, always make the contraction. I cannot say he is gonna, but he's gonna. He is, contraction, he's. He's gonna cook dinner. He's gonna cook dinner. Let's practice. Is he gonna cook dinner tonight? That's right, he's gonna cook dinner tonight. And with she, we use the action is, make the contraction, she's gonna. She's gonna do the laundry. She's gonna do the laundry today. Let's practice. Is she gonna do the laundry today? That's right, she's gonna do the laundry today. Now let's talk about I. With I, we need I am, but you have to make the contraction if you do the reduction gonna. So I am, contraction, I'm. But we don't say I'm, we say I'm gonna call you later. I'm gonna call you later. And when people say I'm gonna, sometimes you might hear I'm gonna. If it's a very long idea, they'll do another reduction and they'll say I'm gonna be here for about 5 or 10 more minutes. You might hear it. You don't have to say it.
I'm going to share with you a breathing technique in just a minute.
I'm going to spend a lot of time working on it.
I'm going to start by dicing my half a spare onion.
Today I'm going to share with you a communication tool.
So that's what I'm going to do with a potato masher.
So today I'm going to show you how to grow mushrooms.
Say, I'm gonna be here for about 5 or 10 more minutes. I'm gonna cook dinner tonight. Let's practice. Are you gonna cook dinner tonight? That's right, I'm gonna cook dinner tonight. Very good. So remember, it's okay to use gonna when you're talking. It's very common. But don't forget the contraction. You're gonna, they're gonna, we're gonna. Make that R sound. We're gonna, they're gonna, you're gonna. And of course with he and she, he's gonna, she's gonna, and I'm gonna. This is not correct.
Your vocabulary and speak better English. I have a little test for you that you can take to find out what's the best way for you to learn English, and it's completely free. The link is down in the first comment. Subscribe for more.
That's right. It's not correct to say, I have a little test for you that you can take to find out what's the best way for you to learn English. It's a long sentence. So what's the problem? Well, when I say, what's the best way for you to learn English, what's is a contraction. What is? What is the best way for you to learn English? When I say, what is the best way, or what's the best way, this is a question structure. We use this question structure only for a direct question. A direct question starts with a question word. What's the best way? You start with what. What is a question word. That makes it a direct question, and that is how we use this structure. What's the best way for you to learn English? That's a direct question, and that is correct. But if I don't ask a question and I say, I have a little test for you that you can take to find out what is the best way, is not correct. We have to change the structure. We have to move the verb. We have to say what the best way is. This is a positive structure. And this is what we need for this sentence. I have a little test for you that you can take to find out what the best way is for you to learn English. If you're not making a question, you have to use the positive structure. What the best way is. I want to find out what the best way is. We use a positive structure. So it's correct to say, I have a little test for you that you can take to find out what the best way is for you to learn English. Let's look at some other examples. Example, where is the bathroom? Where is the bathroom, or where's the bathroom, is a direct question. But if I say, do you know, this is an indirect question, so we have to use a positive structure. Do you know where the bathroom is? I cannot say, do you know where's the bathroom? Do you know where is the bathroom? Is not correct. Do you know where the bathroom is? And then you answer, I don't know. I don't know where's the bathroom. We cannot say this. It's I don't know where the bathroom is, because it's not a direct question. We have to use the positive structure. Let's practice. Do you know where the bathroom is? That's right. I don't know where the bathroom is. Or what if the answer is positive? I know where the bathroom is. Again, we use a positive structure because it's not a direct question. I know where the bathroom is. Let's practice. Do you know where the bathroom is? That's right. I know where the bathroom is. So remember, only use a question structure when you're asking a direct question that starts with a question word. This is not correct.
And another thing that you might have noticed, when we say what do, so we have T at the end of the word what, and we have D at the beginning of the word do, we kind of invent a new sound here. Instead of saying what do you do, we say what you do. So there is a sound ch, which appears in the middle. Again, this is a way to make your speech smoother. And this is what all native speakers do. For example, what you do for a living. What you do for a living.
What you do. What you do or what you do is not a correct pronunciation for what do you do. What do you do is pronounced like this. What do you do? What do you? What do you? Making a fast D, not do but duh. What do you? What do you? What do you do for a living?
So what do you do for a living?
I work construction, local residential.
So, what do you do for a living?
I'm a writer.
Let's talk about the question. What do you do? If someone says, so what do you do? It's a question for job. They're asking you what your job is. But they can also say, what do you do for a living? For a living is just extra. You don't have to say it. So the two questions are, what do you do, or what do you do for a living? The for is pronounced for a living. So what do you do for a living? This is a question, what is your job? For a living means like for money. So pronunciation, what do you do? What do you do for a living? I'm a teacher. I'm a YouTuber. What do you do for a living? Very good. Let's hear some examples.
Daddy, what do you do when you go away for work?
Well, what do you do then? I remember thinking, now what do you do when you love something, but it stops loving you back?
So what do you do now?
Now let's talk about what'd you do with the j sound, like jump and juice. What'd you do? What you do is a pronunciation for what did you do. When asking a question about the past, for your past actions, question, what'd you do? What'd you do yesterday? What'd you do last weekend? What did you do can be pronounced what'd you do. You don't have to pronounce it like this. You can say what did you do, and that's fine. But you will hear what'd you do.
I can't. Where's the aspirin? What'd you do?
What did you do to your face?
What'd you do?
What'd you do that for?
So what'd you do today?
So what'd you do today, Dad?
Well,
What did you do with the body?
what did you do to him?
So what'd you do today?
What did you do with the leads?
What'd you do yesterday? Yesterday, I went to the store. What'd you do yesterday? Very good. And now let's talk about what you do, making the ch sound like chicken. What you do. This is completely different. This is not correct what you do. But you can say, what you doing? What you doing? And this is the pronunciation for what are you doing? What are you doing is correct pronunciation, but sometimes people say, what you doing? So what you doing is correct pronunciation for what are you doing? The clip that she used of the cartoon of the little girl saying what you do was cut short.
What you do for a living? What you do for a living?
What you do?
The complete phrase was what you doing. And this is a phrase she says all the time on this TV show. The TV show is Phineas and Ferb. And this girl always asks the same question when she sees the two boys. She always says, what you doing? What you doing? Let's hear the complete clip.
Hey, Phineas.
Hey, Isabella.
What you doing?
Building a roller coaster.
In your backyard?
Some of it.
Wow. Hey, Phineas.
Oh, hey, Isabella.
What you doing?
Building a beach. Check it out.
Hi, Phineas.
Oh, hi, Isabella.
What you doing?
We're entering the Swamp Oil 500 today.
Hi, Phineas. What you doing?
It's a surprise.
Can I help?
We could use a lookout.
You got it. Hey, Phineas. What you doing?
Ferb and I are working on designs for our new clothing line. Take a look at what we've got so far.
Very impressive.
So never say what you do. It's what you doing. It's what are you doing, reduced what you doing.
Hi, Tracy. What you doing?
What you doing in here?
What you doing?
Paul has an interview. I'm just tagging along.
Hey, baby, I was about to hang up. What you doing?
So today I'm cleaning my house. What about you? What you doing today? Very good. Another use of whatcha is what you been doing. What you been doing is a reduction of what have you been doing. What have you been doing? You can reduce it to what have you been doing? It's a question from the past to the present, a question for your action. It's a question from the past to the present. What have you been doing? What have you been doing? Or some people say, what you been doing? Whatcha, with the ch sound like chicken. What you been doing? What you been doing?
What you been doing this morning?
Have what? The report. What have you been doing?
What you been doing? You lost weight.
What have you been doing here?
Let's practice. I haven't seen you in a long time. What you been doing? Very good. Or I can use whatcha with what you been up to. This is another way to ask the same question. This is the same question. What you been up to is the same as what you been doing. Up to is in place of doing. It's the same structure. What have you been up to? Reduced, what have you been up to? It's a question for your actions. The same as what have you been doing? And you can reduce it more. You can say, what have you been up to or what you been up to? People say both.
What have you been up to?
Nothing.
What have you been up to lately?
What have you been up to lately?
What have you been up to?
So what have you been up to lately, Charlie?
What have you been up to?
What you been up to?
My own business.
They're both correct. Pronunciation. What you been up to? Let's practice. I haven't seen you in a long time. What you been up to? Very good. So remember, question for job, what do you do? Or what do you do for a living? Never whatcha, never what'ya. It's what'ya. What do you do? What'd you do is good for a question about past. What did you do or what'd you do? What'd you do yesterday? And whatcha is always used with a continuous action, with ing. In the present, what you doing? What are you doing right now? Or in the future, what you doing tomorrow? or talking about continuous action from the past to the present with questions like, what you been doing or what you been up to. This is not correct.
This is the most amazing piece of cloth I ever wore.
That's right, you cannot wear a piece of cloth. What is a cloth? This is a cloth. It's a washcloth. Or you could say it's a rag. It's a dish rag, depending on how you use it. I use this in the sink to wash dishes, so I call it a dish rag. But if you use it to take a shower, then it's a washcloth. This is a cloth. A piece of cloth would be a piece of this. But you don't wear that. Pronunciation, cloth. Cloth, using the aw sound like ball and call. Aw, aw. Cloth. And the th with no voice, just air. Cloth. Cloth is countable. This is a cloth. You wear clothes, or you can say clothing. Clothes is more common, but sometimes you'll hear clothing. I'm wearing clothes, or you can say I'm wearing clothing. How about you? Are you wearing clothes? That's good. Pronunciation, clothes. Use the long O like no and go, clo, and the Z sound like zebra, z, clothes, clothes. I'm wearing clothes. Pronunciation, clothing. Use the long O like no and go. Use the TH with a voice, th, like this and that. Clothes, clothing, clothing. So what if you want to count clothes? If you want to count clothing, you want to talk about one item. Sometimes you hear an article of clothing. It's formal, but sometimes you hear it, an article of clothing. Sometimes you'll hear a garment. A garment is one article of clothing. It's countable. This is a garment. So clothes and clothing are not countable. You can say an outfit. This is a nice outfit, but you're talking about the shirt and the pants. So normally if we count clothing, we just say the name of what it is. For example, that's a nice shirt, or these are my favorite jeans. So remember, this is a cloth, and I'm wearing clothes. Or more formal, you can say clothing. But clothes and clothing are not countable. It's not correct to say this.
And in this example, a friend suggests to write off, I don't know, whatever you think is not a write-off.
It's not correct to say a friend suggests to write off expensive jewelry. When you say suggest, you cannot use the infinitive. You cannot say a friend suggests to. We have to change the verb to a gerund. That's with ing. So remember, after suggest and after recommend, we cannot use an infinitive. We cannot use to plus a simple action. In both cases, we have to use a gerund. That's a verb plus ing. Example, they suggest exercising every day. I changed the verb exercise with ing. That's a gerund. Or recommend is the same structure. They recommend exercising every day. Let's practice. Do they suggest exercising every day? That's right, they suggest exercising every day. Let's practice. Do they recommend exercising every day? That's right, they recommend exercising every day. I can change the verb to the past. Recommend in the past, recommended. Suggest in the past, suggested. Example, he suggested going to that new restaurant. Or I can use recommend in the past. He recommended going to that new restaurant. After recommend and suggest, we use the gerund. That's the action with ing, going. Let's practice. Did he suggest going to that new restaurant? That's right, he suggested going to that new restaurant. Let's practice with recommend. Did he recommend going to that new restaurant? That's right, he recommended going to that new restaurant. But what if you want to include another person? If you want to include another person, the structure is very different and very strange. Let's take a look. I cannot say he recommended me to exercise. I have to use that. He recommended that I exercise. We cannot use to, we use that. Plus a new person, I, a subject pronoun. and a simple action. Now in the example, he suggested, that's in the past, but the verb exercise is in present. That's right, we don't change exercise to the past. We just change the first verb, suggested. He suggested that I exercise. Or I can say, he suggested that you exercise. Let's practice. Did he suggest that you exercise? That's right, he suggested that I exercise. And we use the same structure for recommend. If you want to put another person after recommend, use that. He recommended that I exercise. Or he recommended that you exercise. Or he recommended that she exercise. That's right. After she, we don't change the verb. We don't say she exercises. That's a routine, but this is not a routine. This is something that may or may not happen in the future, and that's the reason we don't change the verb. It's in a simple form. He recommended that she exercise. He recommended that she exercise every day. Let's practice. Did he recommend that she exercise every day? That's right. He recommended that she exercise every day. Another strange thing about this structure is if you want to use the verb to be. We don't use is or are. We use be. But no to, just the verb be. Example, he suggested that she be on time for work. Not she is on time. It's not a routine. It's something that may or may not happen. So we use be. He suggested or he recommended that she be on time. Both verbs use the same structure. He suggested or he recommended. He recommended that she be on time for work. Let's practice. Did he recommend that she be on time for work? That's right. He recommended that she be on time for work. It's also not correct to say this.
When you cough up the truth, you basically say the truth that you've been hiding.
It's not correct to say you say the truth you've been hiding. When we talk about the truth, we cannot use say. We have to use the verb tell. Tell the truth is correct. Say the truth is not correct. So you can say, you tell the truth you've been hiding. Example, tell the truth. Right now I use the continuous action, telling the truth. Is he telling the truth? No, he's not telling the truth. Let's practice. Is he telling the truth? That's right, he's not telling the truth. So I can say he's lying. Or I can use tell in the expression he's telling a lie. Let's look at the difference. Tell the truth, tell a lie. It's different. We say the truth because there is only one truth. Only one truth exists. It's the only one, so I use specific the. Tell the truth. But lie, there are many lies, and this is just one of many lies, so we use a for one of many. Tell a lie. So remember the two expressions, tell the truth and tell a lie. I can say he's lying or he's telling a lie. Let's practice. Is he telling the truth? That's right, he's not telling the truth. Is he telling a lie? That's right, he's telling a lie. Let's talk about some expressions like tell the truth, tell a lie, and tell a story or tell stories. With these expressions, we're using tell and we don't have to use another person. We don't have to include another person after tell, which is important because normally you do. After tell, we always have a person. Tell is person to person. I tell you, you tell me in the past. He told them, she told us. With tell and told, we always have another person, an object, after the verb. But with these expressions, we don't have to do that. You can, but you don't have to. So I can say, he's telling the truth, or he's telling me the truth. I can say he's telling a lie, or he's telling him a lie. You can include the object, but you don't have to. That's why they're special. Example, she's telling a story. She's telling a story to her grandchildren. Or she's telling her grandchildren a story. They're all correct. Let's practice. Is she telling a story? That's right, she's telling a story. Is she telling a story to her grandkids? That's right, she's telling a story to her grandkids. Is she telling her grandkids a story? That's right, she's telling her grandkids a story.
This is also not correct.
But the second thing that you can do is take one of my courses. I have a course that is specifically for people probably like you, intermediate, have a lot of knowledge but are afraid to speak. We focus a lot on how to build your speech that it sounds naturally. Like,
it's not correct to say it sounds naturally. Sound is a linking verb. We can't use adverbs after linking verbs. We have to say it sounds natural. And we also say so that. We try to build your speech so that it sounds natural.
That doesn't sound natural at all. And that's a horse tranquilizer.
Doesn't sound natural when I curse.
Our next one, sounds. Sounds correct or sounds correctly.
And they can tell you whether it sounds correctly.
That's right. It's not correct to say sounds correctly. Because sounds is a special action. When you talk about senses like sounds, tastes, smells, we cannot use "ly." You cannot use the adverb form correctly. You have to use the adjective form correct. So it sounds correct. It looks correct. Remember, all the senses don't use adverb correctly, use the adjective correct. It sounds correct. It looks correct. What do you think? Does that sound correct to you? That sounds correct to me. Very good. Today we're going to take a closer look on how Americans really pronounce words. So let's get started. First, this is not correct.
now this one is cool. I bought almond milk. I bought. This is called glottal stop, and it's a stop that you make with your throat. So instead of saying bought, you say ba.
It is a fast D. Bought almond milk. I bought almond milk today. The T is between vowels phonetically. Boughta. So we use a fast D. Bought almond milk. Bought almond milk. She bought almond milk. Not a glottal T or a stop T. A stop T is when you put the tongue up and you stop the air. Bought. If you have a consonant after bought, then you use a stop T. I bought the car. I bought the car. But if you have a vowel after bought, then it changes to a fast D. Because the T is between vowels. Bought almond milk. Let's look at some other examples. He bought a new house. We see bought, the T is before a vowel, so that puts the T between vowels. It's pronounced as a fast D. He bought a new house. Not he bought a new house, but he bought a. Link the words. He bought a new house. Let's practice. Did he buy a new house? That's right, he bought a new house. Another example. I don't have a lot of time. I've only got a minute. I've only got a minute. Gotta. The T in got is between vowels, so it's a fast D. I've only got a minute. Example, he doesn't have a lot of time. He's only got a minute. Let's practice. Does he have a lot of time? That's right. He doesn't have a lot of time. He's only got a minute. So we see the pronunciation of words then with T can change. Words like bought and got. There are stop T's if there's a consonant after it or if there's nothing after it. But if there's a vowel after it, it's a fast D. When you link the words, it changes to a fast D. She bought almond milk. He bought a new house. He's only got a minute. But what if there's a consonant after? For example, she bought some almond milk. Well, if you have a consonant with the S sound after the T, then it's a stop T. She bought some. Bought. Stop the air by putting your tongue up. Bought. Linking the sounds to the S. Bought some. She bought some almond milk. In that case, it's a stop T. This is also not correct.
And the first T in this phrase, in the word it, is replaced with a D. And the second T in the out is actually omitted. It's check it out. Check it out. check it out, check it out. Something like that.
When I say check it out, the T in out is not omitted. You cannot omit the T in the word out. It's a stop T. Out, out. You put the tongue up and you stop the air. Out. It's not ow. Out. You put the tongue up. Out. Check it out. Check it out. It's not check it out. Let's talk about the T in it. It is a fast D. It is not a regular D. It is a fast D. Check it. Check it. It's not check it out. It's a fast D. Check it out. Check it out. I call it a fast D. Some people call it a flap T. I call it a fast D. Check it out. But it's not a regular D. And the reason the T makes this sound, this fast D sound, is because the T in it is between vowels. Just like he bought a new house. The T is between vowels, it's a fast D. Check it out. Check it out. We see this with words like better, water, bottle. The T is between vowels phonetically, so it's a fast D. The same thing with check it out. Example, my friend bought a new car. You want to go check it out? Yeah, let's go check it out. Let's practice. My friend bought a new car. Do you want to go check it out? That's right, let's go check it out. This is also not correct.
Right. Am I right? Some people do not pronounce T at the end of the word right.
It's not true to say that some people don't pronounce the T. We pronounce the T, it's a stop T. Am I right? It's not am I right? Right? I have to put my tongue up and stop the air. Right? Right? Listen to the difference. If I don't use a stop T, it sounds like this. Right, right. If I use a stop T, it sounds like this. Right, right. I stop the air. It's not am I right? It's am I right? Let's look at some other examples. For example, play versus plate. Play, there's no T at the end. Play, play football, play basketball. But plate, there's a T at the end and it's a stop T. You have to stop the air with your tongue up. Plate, 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 or play. They are different. Example, is she right? No, she's not right. Right. Put the tongue up to stop the air. Let's practice. Is she right? No, she's not right. People pronounce the T. This is also not correct.
Let's look at another sentence. They sent me a great gift. See? No T. Great gift.
A great gift. There is a T. It's a stop T. I cannot say it's a gray gift. A gray gift? Gray is a color. If I say a gray gift, that means the gift is the color gray. I have to use a stop T. Great. I stop the air, I put my tongue up. Great gift. It's a great gift. Example. He bought a new car for his wife. Is that a great gift? Yeah, that's a great gift. Not a gray gift, but a great gift. A great gift. And I can say it's a great car. It's a great car. Not a gray car, but a great car. Do you hear the difference? If I say it's a gray car, that means the color of the car is gray. It's a gray car. That's when you don't pronounce the T. It's a gray car. But the word great has a T and we pronounce it with a stop T. It's a great car. Listen to the difference. It's a great car. It's a gray car. There is a pronunciation difference. We pronounce the T. So yeah, it's a great car. Let's practice. Is it a great car? That's right, it's a great car. Let's look at this example. Another example of a T we pronounce with a stop T. Hot coffee. Hot coffee. It's not hot coffee. Ha coffee? You have to stop the air and make a stop T. Hot coffee. Hot coffee. She's drinking hot coffee. Let's practice. Is she drinking hot coffee? That's right, she's drinking hot coffee. And let's compare that and that. You cannot say that. You have to use a stop T. That. The tongue comes up and stops the air. Example, what's that? I cannot say what's that. You have to pronounce the T with a stop T. What's that? What's that? It's also not correct to say this.
I just love my today's outfit because it allows me to do so many.
You cannot say my today's outfit. We cannot use these two together. So, how do you say it correctly? We say my outfit today. Do you like my outfit today? I'm wearing my favorite green shirt. I like her outfit today. Let's practice. Do you like her outfit today? That's right. I like her outfit today too. And with the word outfit, both T's are stop T's. It's not outfit, it's outfit. The T's are not silent. We pronounce them. I like her outfit. It's also not correct to say this.
And what I love about English is there is so much freedom in ways how you pronounce certain things.
We cannot say in ways how you pronounce. The reason is we cannot put how and the way together because they mean the same thing. So we have to eliminate one. You can say in ways you pronounce, or you can say how you pronounce. But we cannot put way and how together. Example, I cannot say I like the way how she dances. I have to use one or the other. You can say I like how she dances, or you can say I like the way she dances, but not the way and how together. Let's practice. Do you like the way she dances? Very good. I like the way she dances too. Let's practice. Do you like how she dances? I like how she dances too. It's also not correct to say this.
I had a hard time understanding a lot of American songs.
That's right. We cannot say I had a hard time understanding. Time in this case is countable, so we have to use a. I had a hard time understanding. Example, she had a hard time finding a parking spot. Remember, with hard time, we use a gerund, finding. She had a hard time finding a parking spot. Remember, not she had a hard time, we need a. She had a hard time finding a parking spot. Let's practice. Did she have a hard time finding a parking spot? That's right, she had a hard time finding a parking spot. So remember, pronounce the T's at the end of your words. They're not silent. They're stop T's. That's great. Not that's gray. That's great. Use a stop T. Today we're going to talk about two confusing words and some mistakes to avoid. Let's get started. It's not correct to say this.
What about this one? Tired is what? Intermediate? Pre-intermediate? Beginner? Elementary? What about weary?
That's right. The word is pronounced weary, not wary. Pronunciation, weary. Using the long E sound like green beans, together with the R, ear. The sound like ear, weir, weary. Weary is a synonym of tired. He looks very weary after a long day. He looks very tired. Weary. Weary is a synonym of tired, but it's not common. It's not used in daily conversational American English. We say tired. So what is wary? Wary is a different word. Wary means to be cautious of something because it could be dangerous or bad for you. Wary. Pronunciation, wary. Using the air sound like chair and hair. Air. Where. Where. Like, where is my car? Or, I wear clothes. Where. Wary. Be wary of strangers. Example, my dog is wary of strangers. That means he keeps his distance. He's cautious. He stays away. He's wary. My dog is wary of strangers. He's wary of strangers because he thinks they might be dangerous. Let's practice. Is the dog wary of strangers? That's right, the dog is wary of strangers. Another example, you should be wary of car salesmen. Don't trust them. Keep your distance. You should be wary of car salesmen. Let's practice. Should you be wary of car salesmen? That's right. You should be wary of car salesmen. Be careful, be cautious, be wary. So remember, there are two different words. Weary, synonym of tired, but not very common. And wary, to be cautious of something, to keep your distance. Be wary.
There is a subtle difference, so watch me carefully. A lot of people say police, which is not right. It's police. Police. Kind of blowing a candle.
We do not say police. You're not blowing out a candle. The word is police. Police. We don't use the ah sound like stop and hot. We use the the short sound like cup and up. Police. The stress is on the second syllable. Police. It's not on the first syllable. We do not say police. It's police. Police. Because the stress is on the second syllable, the first syllable is pronounced relaxed. Police. Police. Remember, with police, always say the police. And remember, police is a special word. It's always in the plural. We say the police are coming. You cannot say is, you have to use the plural action are. The police are coming. It's not correct to say this.
Try to pronounce it with me. Stomach. So it's gonna sta with an A, sta, and then mic with an E. Stomach. My stomach is full. This is the right way to pronounce this word.
It's not correct to say stomach. It's not ah like father. It's not an A. It's a short sound, like cup and up and cut. Stomach. Stomach. Put the stress on the first syllable. Stomach. Stomach. A closed sound. Stomach. Example. Sometimes my stomach hurts. Stomach. It's not correct to say this.
The next word is pizza. And here you can pronounce it like pizza with a stop, with kind of t, with air coming out of your mouth. Pizza. Because some people say pizza, which is not right. You kind of have to stop in the middle of the word and say pizza.
That's right. We don't say pizza, pizza. The word is pizza, pizza. The first vowel is a long E, like green beans. P, pizza. We don't use the short sound I, like milk. It's not pizza, it's P, pizza. The second syllable is not stressed. It's pronounced with the relaxed Pizza, pizza. Use the relaxed like cup and up. It's not pizza, it's pizza, pizza, pizza. So when you say the word pizza, remember the second vowel, is a short sound like cup and up, not an open sound ah, pizza. It's not ah like hot and stop. It's like cup and up, pizza. It's a closed sound for the second syllable. And make sure the stress is on the first syllable. Pizza, not pizza, but pizza. I would like pepperoni and mushrooms on my pizza. What would you like on your pizza?
If you want to be kind of really conservative, the actual pronunciation is status. And again, you can continue saying status, but if it's the time when you decide how to pronounce the word status, it's kind of more academic.
The word is status. In America, we always say status. We never say status. Status is not more correct. It's not better in America. It's just British. They say status in England. But in America, we always say status. It is the only correct pronunciation in American English. Status. We're using the short ah sound like apple and black cat. Status. The T in the middle is pronounced like a fast D. Status. Status. The second syllable is pronounced with a relaxed like cup and up. Status. 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 For example, a status symbol. Some people like to buy expensive cars as a status symbol.
I want you to learn how to pronounce them in the right way so you can sound more American and more natural. If you're interested, please continue watching this blog. It's called Mercedes. Remember, Mercedes.
We do not say Mercedes. The last vowel is not I like milk and this is. It's the long E like green beans. We say Mercedes. Mercedes. The final sound is not S like star. It's Z like zebra. Mercedes. Mercedes. Put the stress on the second syllable. Mercedes. Remember, it's not Mercedes, it's Mercedes. Use the long E sound at the end. Ease, ease. Mercedes. Example, I don't have a Mercedes. I have a Honda. And remember, when you're talking about cars, we say for one, I have a Honda. I don't have a Mercedes. It's not correct to say this.
Car just passed by and the car is called Porsche, and that's the right way to pronounce it. Because it's a German name, the stress goes to the first part of the word and we say Porsche. Remember, never say Porsche, never, never. And don't say latte. This is like the worst thing I've ever heard. It's latte. Latte is Italian word. So, if you drink coffee, it's latte, not latte.
So we're looking at the pronunciation of two words, Porsche and latte. First, let's talk about Porsche. In America, people pronounce this word two ways, Porsche and Porsche. Porsche is more correct according to the original pronunciation. But like I said, in America, people say both. You will hear both, Porsche and Porsche. But you will never hear Porsche. You will never hear the long A sound for the last syllable. It's always Porsche or Porsche. Now the last syllable is pronounced like cup and up. Not A like say and pay, but like cup and up. Porsche. It's a relaxed sound. The syllable is not stressed. The stress is on the first syllable. Porsche. Porsche. Example, I don't have a Porsche. When I talk about a car, I say I don't have a Porsche. I have a Honda. But if I talk about the company, Porsche, I don't say Porsche is made in Germany. Porsche is made in Germany. Or you can talk about the cars. Remember, the cars are countable, so I can also say Porsches. Porsches, more than one car, are made in Germany. So I can say Porsche is made in Germany or Porsches are made in Germany. Both are correct. Now let's talk about latte. We say latte. We don't say latte. The last syllable is the long A. It's not stressed, but we use the long A like say and pay. Latte. Make a long sound. Not the short latte, but the long A. Latte. The first syllable, latte. It's the short O sound like hot and stop. It's a short open sound. Latte. Latte. Put the stress on the first syllable. Latte. Latte is countable. It's a prepared drink. So we say, I would like a latte. Or maybe I would like 2 lattes.
Garbage. Some people say garbage. Garbage disposal? But it's actually garbage.
Garbage. Absolute garbage.
Just exaggerating it. Garbage is wrong. Garbage is right. Garbage. But I know where this mispronunciation is coming from, because it's written B-A-G-E, beige, right? But it's actually garbage.
No, Americans are not wrong. They're not pronouncing this word wrong. There are 3 pronunciations for this word, garbage. Garbage. The second syllable is not stressed. Garbage. For this syllable, we have 3 pronunciations. You can use the sound, like cup and up. Garbage, garbage. The schwa sound is an unstressed like cup and up. So we can make that sound. Garbage. But you can also pronounce it with the short like eggs and bed. Garbage, garbage. Because it's not stressed. And the third correct pronunciation is idge, idge. using the short I like this is milk. I. Garbage. Garbage. So 3 pronunciations are correct. When the syllable is not stressed, you can pronounce it with the the e, or the I sound. Garbage, garbage, and garbage. All 3 are correct. Example, salad. Again, the second syllable is not stressed, so you have 3 choices. You can use the schwa, salad, sound, salad. You can use the e sound, like eggs, salad, salad. Or the I sound, like milk, and this, salad, salad. Just make sure you put the stress on the first syllable. Salad, garbage. Example, garbage is the same thing as trash, and it's not countable. We cannot say a garbage or 2 garbages. It's just garbage. There's garbage in the street. We need to clean up the garbage.
The next word is niche, and I say niche, but really it's better to say niche. And niche is more conservative, more academic, and this is the better way to pronounce the word that refers to a special role or place. Niche instead of niche.
It's not more correct or better to say niche. We have 2 pronunciations and they are the same. Some people say niche and some people say niche. Niche is closer to the original pronunciation that is French. But in America, people say both equally. One is not better or worse than the other. You can say niche or you can say niche. Let's practice with the word police. Did you call the police?
Yes, I called the police.
Why did you call the police?
I called the police because my neighbors were loud.
Did she call the police? Why did she call the police? That's right, she called the police because her neighbors were loud. Very good. Let's practice with the word stomach. Does your stomach hurt?
Yes, my stomach hurts.
Why does your stomach hurt?
My stomach hurts because I ate something bad.
Does her stomach hurt? That's right, her stomach hurts. Why does her stomach hurt? That's right, her stomach hurts because she ate something bad. Very good. Let's practice with the word pizza. What do you want on your pizza?
I want mushrooms on my pizza.
What does she want on her pizza? That's right, she wants mushrooms on her pizza. Let's practice with the word status. Do you think an expensive car can be a status symbol?
Yeah, an expensive car can be a status symbol.
What do you think? Do you think an expensive car can be a status symbol? That's right, an expensive car can be a status symbol. Let's practice with the word Mercedes. Do you have a Mercedes?
No, I don't have a Mercedes. I have a Honda.
Does she have a Mercedes? That's right, she doesn't have a Mercedes. She has a Honda. Very good. Let's practice with the word Porsche. Where is Porsche made?
Porsche is made in Germany.
Where is Porsche made? That's right, Porsche is made in Germany. Very good. Let's practice with the word latte. What would you like to drink?
I would like a latte.
What would she like to drink? That's right, she would like a latte. What about you? Would you like a latte too? Very good. Let's practice with the word garbage. Is there a lot of garbage in the street?
Yes, there is a lot of garbage in the street.
Is there a lot of garbage in the street? That's right, there's a lot of garbage in the street. Do we need to clean up the garbage?
Yes, we need to clean up the garbage.
What do you think? Do we need to clean up the garbage? That's right, we need to clean up the garbage. Let's practice with the word comb. Do you have a comb?
Yes, I have a comb.
And how often do you comb your hair?
I comb my hair every day.
Does she have a comb? That's right, she has a comb. And how often does she comb her hair? That's right, she combs her hair every day. Very good. It's not correct to say this.
This is king bed. So king bed is usually the largest bed you can think of.
That's right, we cannot say this is king bed. Bed is countable, and it's one, so we have to say a king bed. This is a king bed. If you describe, we say, a king bed is the largest bed. We have to say before king bed. A king bed is the largest bed. It means one bed in general. So when you talk about different sized beds, make sure you say a twin bed, a double bed, a full bed, a queen bed, and a king bed. I don't like a king bed. I think it's too big. I prefer a queen bed. Let's practice. So, do you like a king bed or a queen bed?
I prefer a queen bed.
What kind of bed does she prefer? Does she prefer a queen bed or a king bed? That's right, she prefers a queen bed. What about you? What bed do you prefer? A queen bed or a king bed? Very good. And it's not correct to say this.
There is nothing bad in asking for a better view.
We cannot use the preposition in after bad. We can say there's nothing bad about asking for a better view. So bad about is correct, but not bad in. But the best expression to use is wrong with. There's nothing wrong with asking for a better view. Use the expression wrong with. Example, there's nothing wrong with it. You cannot say there's nothing bad in it. The expression is bad about, there's nothing bad about it, but more correct, more common English is there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with asking for a better view. Remember, a better view. There's nothing wrong with asking for a better view. Let's practice with the expression wrong with. Is there anything wrong with asking for a better view?
No, there is nothing wrong with asking for a better view.
Is there anything wrong with asking for a better view? That's right, there's nothing wrong with asking for a better view. It's not correct to say this.
They are the comfiest slippers I've ever worn.
That's right, we cannot say these are the comfier slippers I've ever worn. Comfier is to compare. You can say more comfortable or comfier. These slippers are comfier than my work shoes. You're comparing. These slippers are comfier than my work shoes. But if I say, these are the comfiest, these are the comfiest slippers I've ever worn. That means these are the best, number one slippers, most comfortable. These are the comfiest slippers I've ever worn. We cannot say these are the comfier slippers I've ever worn. We have to use est at the end. Comfiest. These are the comfiest slippers I've ever worn. And it's not correct to say this.
I do not understand people who use laundry at the hotel.
That's right. We cannot say I don't understand people who use laundry. If you're talking about a hotel, we say use the laundry service. You cannot say use laundry. So, I don't understand people who use the laundry service. You can also use the action do. Do laundry. When you say do laundry, you can say do the laundry. You can say do my laundry or do your laundry. Or you can just say do laundry. You don't have to say anything in the middle. So, 3 ways. Do the laundry, do my laundry, or do laundry. But we cannot say use laundry. Again, if you're talking about a hotel, say use the laundry service. If you're speaking more in general, do laundry, do the laundry, do your laundry. And it's not correct to say this.
You can basically walk a block to use the laundry, or basically I would just take enough clothes with me to not have to use the laundry.
We cannot say walk a block to use a laundry. Laundry is not countable, so we cannot say a laundry. And we cannot say use the laundry. If you're at the hotel, you can say use the laundry service. But if you walk a block, you're going to a different place. You're going to a place to do your laundry. Remember, you can say do your laundry, do the laundry, or just do laundry. Let's practice. When you stay at a hotel, do you use the laundry service?
No, I never use the laundry service at the hotel.
Does she use the laundry service at the hotel? That's right, she never uses the laundry service at the hotel. Let's practice. And how often do you do laundry?
I do laundry once a week.
How often does she do laundry? That's right, she does laundry once a week. And it's not correct to say this.
And if they like you, if they have free rooms, maybe they give you one.
That's right, it's not correct to say If they like you, maybe they give you one. This is a conditional, and we have to use will in the second part. If they like you, maybe they will give you one. We cannot say they give you one. We need to use future, will. If they like you, maybe they will. You can do contraction. They will together. They'll give you one. If they like you, maybe they'll give you one. Let's practice. If they like you, will they give you a better room?
Yes, if they like you, they will give you a better room.
If they like you, will they give you a better room? That's right. If they like you, they'll give you a better room.
When you tell something nice to the person who's selecting the room for you,
you cannot say you tell something nice to the person. In this case, we have to use the verb say. If you say something nice to the person. Remember the difference between say and tell. Say is only information. You say something, you say nothing, or say anything. We cannot say tell. Tell is person to person. I tell you something, or you tell me something. So tell is used for person to person. I tell you, you tell me. If we don't have person to person, we use say. I say something. You say something. So I can say, I tell you something, or you tell me something. It's person to person. But if it's just one person, I say something. You say something. So you say something nice to the person, not tell. Let's practice. Did you say something nice to your friend on her birthday?
Yes, I said something nice to my friend on her birthday. I said happy birthday.
Did she say something nice to her friend? That's right, she said something nice to her friend. Today we're going to look at these two confusing words. Let's get started. First, it's not correct to say this.
Okay, we're entering produce section. At a produce section, you have different vegetables and fruit.
That's right. We cannot say I am entering produce section. First, let's look at the pronunciation. The word is produce. We use the long O like no and go. Produce. The first syllable is stressed, so produce. Produce is a noun. Produce means fruit and vegetables. You can also use produce as an adjective to describe the section of the grocery store. But when we talk about the section, we have to say the produce section. We need the article the. You can say, we're entering the produce section. So let's talk about produce. Produce is another name for fruits and vegetables. I buy produce at the farmer's market. I try to buy produce at the farmer's market. Sometimes I buy produce at a grocery store. Let's practice. Do you try to buy produce at the farmer's market? That's right, me too. I try to buy produce at the farmer's market. Let's practice. Do you buy produce at the grocery store sometimes? That's right, me too. Sometimes I buy produce at the grocery store. Now we compare the word produce to another word that looks exactly the same. This word is produce. Produce is a verb. It means to make or manufacture products. Pronunciation, produce. We put the stress on the second syllable. Produce. The first syllable is pronounced with a relaxed sound, like cup and up. Produce. Produce is a verb. Example, in the factory they produce a lot of goods. That's right, goods is another name for products. They produce a lot of goods in the factory. Let's practice. Do they produce a lot of goods in the factory? That's right, they produce a lot of goods in the factory. Another example for produce, we talk about movies. The producer is the person who produces the movie. Example, Steven Spielberg produced that movie. Produce in the past, produced, making the T sound. Example, who produced that movie? Steven Spielberg produced that movie. Let's practice. Who produced that movie? That's right, Steven Spielberg produced that movie. So remember, these are two different words. Sometimes you say produce using the long O. Produce is another name for fruits and vegetables. And produce, spelled exactly the same, but pronounced differently, is the verb to manufacture products. Produce. We cannot say this.
And overall, it was a highway robbery.
The expression highway robbery is not countable. We cannot say a highway robbery. Normally, the word robbery is countable. I can say 1 robbery and 2 robberies, but highway robbery is an expression, and we do not say a. Example, it was highway robbery. You can use the expression highway robbery when someone charges you too much. When someone overcharges you, you can say it was highway robbery. Example, they charged $50 for parking. $50 for parking? That's highway robbery. Let's practice. They charged $50 for parking. Is that highway robbery? That's right, that's highway robbery. Remember, no a. Next, let's talk about worst. So this is not correct.
Oh my God, we just came back from a worst vacation.
That's right, we cannot say a worst vacation. Worst is a superlative, like best. And for superlatives like worst and best, we have to say the best, or the worst. Remember, we have the adjective bad, the description bad. If you compare worse, this restaurant is worse than that restaurant, or number 1 bad, the absolute worst, the worst restaurant, number 1 bad of all the restaurants, the worst restaurant, the worst vacation. Example, I think McDonald's is the worst restaurant. What do you think? Is McDonald's the worst restaurant? Very good. Let's talk about this word. This word has 2 pronunciations. You cannot say this.
And the new hotel had a very nice ambiance.
That's right. You cannot say ambiance. You can say ambiance or ambience. It has 2 pronunciations. Ambiance or ambience. We use this word when we talk about the feeling of a place, how a place feels. If the place feels happy, if the place feels good, we say it has a good ambiance. Ambiance is countable, so we have to say a. It has a good ambiance. Let's practice. What do you think about the place? Does it have a good ambiance? That's right, it has a good ambiance. Let's look at the pronunciation of this word. Modern. Modern. So it's not correct to say this.
They're modern and cool.
That's right, we cannot say modern, mo. It's not the long O, mo. It's the short O, ah, like hot, and stop. Ma. Modern. 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 Example, this is a modern design. Modern. This is a modern design. Let's practice. Is this a modern design? That's right, this is a modern design. Let's see some more pronunciation. This is not correct. We cannot say oven.
I can't turn on the oven.
We use the short sound like cup and up. We say relaxed sound, oven, oven, oven. Example, he's cooking bread in the oven. Let's practice. What is he doing? Is he cooking bread in the oven? That's right, he's cooking bread in the oven. Let's hear some more pronunciation.
They can tell you whether this word is actually used or not.
We cannot say not. We use the short sound ah like hot and stop. The short ah sound. Not. Not. The correct pronunciation is not. Use a stop T at the end and a short O. Not. Let's talk about the pronunciation of this word, gonna. Remember, this is not correct.
And then they're gonna walk you through all of the different features that the app has.
That's right. You cannot say they gonna. They gonna. Gonna is a reduction of going to. And because going is a continuous action, we need the action are. They are going to. They are, contraction, there. It's a small sound, but it's very important to make that R sound. There, there. They're going to, or with the reduction, they're gonna. They're gonna call me later. Not they gonna call me later, but they're gonna call me later. Like I said, it's a small sound, but it's very important to make that R sound for the contraction they are together. They're gonna. So again, they're gonna call me. They're gonna call me later. Not they gonna call me, but they're gonna call me. They're. They're gonna call me later. Let's practice. Are they gonna call you later? That's right. They're gonna call me later. So, if you want to learn to speak English correctly with correct American pronunciation, subscribe to our channel. And if you want to become a member, click the join button.
Today we're going to talk about how to pronounce this word correctly. It's not correct to say,
Then you store this food in the cupboard.
That's right. It's not correct to say a cupboard. It's a special word. And today we're going to talk about how to pronounce it correctly. Let's get started. A cupboard. The letter P is silent. We don't pronounce the letter P. A cupboard. It's a two-syllable word. The stress is on the first syllable. A cupboard. The second syllable is not stressed. We pronounce it as like burger. A cupboard. This is a cupboard. The letter D is a stop D. Put your tongue up and stop the air. A cupboard. This is a cupboard. Let's look at some examples.
He had a cupboard full of potions.
If you've got a bunch of batteries in your cupboard,
What are you doing on the cupboard?
This is a cupboard. Or, this is a cabinet. Both words are correct. But I think the word cabinet is more common. This is a cabinet. I have a lot of spices in the cabinet. Do you have a lot of spices in the cabinet? Good job.
Today we're going to learn how to sound more natural when we speak. Let's get started. First, let's watch this clip.
so the next time you see a nice person, you don't say nice person, you say a cordial person, or a charming person, or a interesting person, but you don't use nice all the time.
It's not correct to say cordial in American English. The word is pronounced cordial in American English. Cordial. Make the or sound like for and or, core. The D makes a j sound like juice and jump, corj, j, j. And the second syllable, o. We use the sound like cup and up, relax sound, corja, corja. And the last sound is the L, but it's the dark L with the tongue in the back of the mouth. Oh, cordial, cordial. Cordial. The word cordial means nice and friendly, but it's not common in daily conversational American English. If you want to sound more natural, say he's a nice person. Say he's such a nice person. But don't say he's a cordial person. It sounds strange. It's too formal. You might hear the word cordial in formal speeches, or you might see it in formal writing, but it's not common in conversational English. Today we're going to talk about why it's not correct to say this.
So compared to white collars, blue collars do more physical work, white collars do more mental work.
That's right. We cannot say white collars or blue collars. We're talking about people. We're describing workers. For example, he's a blue-collar worker. And he's a white-collar worker. But what does it mean? Well, a long time ago, if you worked in an office, you wore a white shirt with a white collar. And if you worked in a garage, if you were a mechanic, you had a blue shirt with a blue collar. So we use this to describe what kind of job you have. And when we use white collar and blue collar as a description, as an adjective, it has to stay in a singular form. We cannot change it to white collars or blue collars. Example, he's a mechanic. He's a blue collar worker. Let's practice. Is he a mechanic? Is he a blue collar worker? That's right, he's a mechanic. He's a blue collar worker. Remember, it's one worker, so we say a blue collar worker. Let's practice. Is he an accountant? Is he a white collar worker? That's right, he's an accountant. He's a white collar worker. Remember, it's one accountant, so we say an. He's an accountant. And he's a white collar worker. For one, we say a. He's a white collar worker. We can also use white collar and blue collar to talk about jobs. Being a mechanic is a blue collar job. And being an accountant is a white collar job. So I can say he has a white collar job or he has a blue collar job. Let's practice. Does he have a white collar job? That's right, he has a white collar job. Again, job is countable, so we say a white collar job. Let's practice. Does he have a blue collar job? That's right, he has a blue collar job. We can also use white collar to talk about crime or criminals. Example, he stole money from his company, but he did it with his computer. So that's considered a white collar crime. And he's a white collar criminal. But we don't use blue collar to talk about crime. There's no blue collar crime or blue collar criminal. They're just criminals. Let's practice. He stole money from his company using his computer. Is that a white collar crime? That's right, that's a white collar crime. Is he a white collar criminal? That's right, he's a white collar criminal. So if I want to refer to more than one person, I have to say they are white collar workers. Or I can say they are blue collar workers. I cannot say they are white collars or they are blue collars. It is not countable, we cannot put S. Let's practice. Are they white collar workers? That's right, they're white collar workers. Let's practice. Are they blue collar workers? That's right, they're blue collar workers. So remember, a white collar job is a job in the office or a job working with computers. And a blue collar job is working with your hands, something more physical. It's not correct to say this.
So, and when my surgery finished, I fainted for like 30 seconds.
That's right, we cannot say, when my surgery finished, I fainted. Finish is an action for a person. Example, I finished my job. I finished all my work. But if I talk about things like surgery, or a meeting, or a movie, or a game, we don't use finished. I cannot say the game finished. I say the game ended, or the game is over. When talking about things like events, things that have a beginning, a middle, and an end, we don't use finish. We use end or to be over. Example, when the surgery was over, I fainted. Or you can say, when the surgery ended, I fainted, but not finished. Let's practice. Is the surgery over? That's right, the surgery is not over yet. They're still operating. Let's practice. Is the game over? That's right, the game is over. Is the meeting over? That's right, the meeting is not over yet. They're still talking. Is the movie over? That's right, the movie is over. So remember, use finish for a person. I finish, you finish, they finish. But for things that have a beginning, middle, and an end, like events, use end or to be over.
Today we're going to talk about articles. Articles are very important in English. If you don't use articles, native speakers might misunderstand you. For example,
this is iron.
It's not silver, it's not gold. It's iron. Am I right?
This is iron.
Oh, she's not talking about metal. She's talking about this object. I misunderstood her because she didn't use an article. It's a problem. So today we're going to talk about articles. Let's get started. Is for one. If you're talking about an object that you can count, for example, 1 fork, 2 forks, 3 forks, and you want to say 1 fork, you can say, this is a fork. This is 1 fork. Or, it's called a fork. Let's listen.
This is spatula.
It's not correct to say, this is spatula. It's an object. You can count it. You can say 1 spatula, 2 spatulas, 3 spatulas. And that's why we say, this is a spatula. This is 1 spatula. This is a spatula. Let's practice. What is this? That's right. This is a spatula. Good job. Let's listen.
This is called peeler.
It's not correct to say, this is called peeler. It's an object. You can say 1 peeler, 2 peelers, 3 peelers. It's countable. So if you want to say 1 peeler, we say, this is a peeler. This is called a peeler. 1 peeler. Let's practice. What is it called? That's right, it's called a peeler. Good job. Let's listen.
This is called corkscrew.
It's not correct to say. It's called corkscrew. It's an object. You can count it. You can say 1 corkscrew. And that's why we say, this is called a corkscrew. Let's practice. What is it called? That's right, it's called a corkscrew. Good job. Let's listen.
This is called horn.
This is called horn is not correct because you can count the object. You can say 1 horn, 2 horns, 3 horns. This is 1 horn. This is a horn. This is called a horn. Let's practice. What is this called? That's right, this is called a horn. Good job. Let's listen.
This glass in front of me is called windshield in the US.
It's not correct to say, this is windshield. It's an object. You can count it. You can say 1 windshield, 2 windshields, 3 windshields. And that's why we say, this is called a windshield. Let's practice. What is it called? That's right. This is called a windshield. Good job. Let's listen.
It's called emergency brake.
It's not correct to say it's called emergency brake. It's an object. You can say a brake, 2 brakes, 3 brakes. But here the word emergency starts with a vowel. And that's why we say an emergency brake. It's called an emergency brake. Let's practice. What is it called? That's right, it's called an emergency brake. So remember, if a word starts with a vowel, we say an apple, an engineer, an emergency brake. And that's why it's not correct to say It's an object. You can count it. You can say 1 iron, 2 irons, 3 irons. The word iron starts with a vowel, and that's why we say, it's called an iron. This is an iron. I have an iron. Do you have an iron? Good job. Let's listen.
It has speedometer.
It's not correct to say it has speedometer. It's an object. You can say 1 speedometer, 2 speedometers, 3 speedometers. And that's why we say it has a speedometer. It has 1 speedometer. The car has a speedometer. Let's practice. Does it have a speedometer? That's right. It has a speedometer. Good job. Let's listen.
We have 2 o'clock opening next Wednesday, if that works.
It's not correct to say, I have 2 o'clock opening. 1 opening, 2 openings, 3 openings. An opening. I have a 2 o'clock opening. Let's practice. Does she have a 2 o'clock opening? That's right. She has a 2 o'clock opening. Good job. It's not correct to say,
This is bikini.
That's right. It's not correct to say, this is bikini. It's an object that you can count. You can say 1 bikini, 2 bikinis. And that's why we say, this is a bikini. A is for 1. This is a bikini. A bikini is a 2-piece bathing suit. I have a bikini. Or I can say, I have 2 bikinis. She has a bikini. Do you have a bikini? There is nothing wrong with having an accent. But if you mispronounce words, it's a problem. For example,
we're in the kitchen today, and we're going to go through different objects like space rack.
A space rack? And now imagine talking to an American. Oh, I went to the store yesterday and I got a space rack. He'll have no idea what you're talking about. It's a problem. So today we're going to talk about how to pronounce this word correctly. Let's get started. It's called a spice rack. It comes from the word spice. We have the letter I and the silent E. We pronounce the letter I as the long I, like in hike and like. Spice. It's countable. So you can say a spice, 2 spices, 3 spices. I have a lot of spices in the cabinet. I have a lot of spices in the kitchen cabinet. I love spices. Do you have a lot of spices in the kitchen cabinet? Good job. And that's why we say a spice rack. It's called a spice rack. I don't have a spice rack. Do you have a spice rack? Good job.
Like, take your effort and write the whole thing. Happy birthday. Not so hard.
So it's not correct to say take your effort. You can say take your time and do the job right, but that's a different idea. Let's talk about effort. We use the action make, but we don't say make your effort. It's countable. We say make an effort. An is for 1. You make an effort. So example, some students make an effort in class, and some students don't make an effort in class. So if I say negative, I can say he doesn't. He doesn't make an effort in class. Or maybe he makes a little effort, but not much. Then you can say he doesn't make much of an effort. He doesn't make much of, using the preposition of, and because it's countable, it's an, much of an effort. He doesn't make much of an effort. The idea, he makes a little effort. Let's practice. Is it true that some students don't make an effort in class?
Yes, that's true. Some students don't make an effort in class.
Is it true that some students don't make an effort in class? That's right, it's true. Some students don't make an effort in class. Let's practice. Does he make an effort in class?
No, he doesn't make an effort in class.
Does he make an effort in class? That's right, he doesn't make an effort in class. Or maybe he makes a little effort. Let's practice. Does he make much of an effort in class?
No, he doesn't make much of an effort in class.
Does he make much of an effort in class? That's right, he doesn't make much of an effort in class. Very good. Sometimes effort is not countable. We say make more effort or make a lot of effort. With these examples, there's no so it's not countable. That's right, if you want to give emphasis, we say make a lot of effort. We don't say make a hard effort. You might hear a big effort or a small effort, but it's really not common. The best way to give emphasis is to say a lot of. A lot of effort. You need to make a lot of effort. Or if you're talking about more, you can say you need to make more effort. So, examples. She makes a lot of effort in class. She works very hard. But he doesn't make a lot of effort in class. So, he needs to make more effort. That's right, he needs to make more effort in class. In this case, there's no an, there's no a. It's not countable. He needs to make more effort in class. Let's practice. Does she make a lot of effort in class?
Yes, she makes a lot of effort in class.
Does she make a lot of effort in class? That's right, she makes a lot of effort in class. Let's practice. What about him? Does he make a lot of effort in class?
No, he doesn't make a lot of effort in class.
Does he make a lot of effort in class? That's right, he doesn't make a lot of effort in class. So, does he need to make more effort?
Yes, he needs to make more effort.
Does he need to make more effort in class? That's right, he needs to make more effort in class. So, can I use take with effort? Can I use take and effort together? Yes, you can, but it's a little different. Example, it requires effort. The job requires effort. I can say the job takes effort. The job requires a lot of effort. The job requires effort, or the job takes effort. To refer to the job, we say it. It takes a lot of effort. The idea, it requires a lot of effort. So, I can say it requires a lot of effort to learn a language. Or I can say it takes. It takes a lot of effort to learn a language. It takes a lot of time and effort to learn a language. I can change the verb take to the past, took. It took. It took a lot of effort to build the pyramids. That's right, it took a lot of time and effort to build the pyramids. They worked for a long time. Or if I talk about the future, I have it will. It will, contraction, it'll. It'll take more time, it'll take more effort to go to Venus. Let's practice. Does it require a lot of effort to learn a language?
Yes, it requires a lot of effort to learn a language.
Does it require a lot of effort to learn a language? That's right, it requires a lot of effort to learn a language. Let's practice. Does it take a lot of time and effort to learn a language?
Yes, it takes a lot of time and effort to learn a language.
Does it take a lot of time and effort to learn a language? That's right, it takes a lot of time and effort to learn a language. Let's practice. Did it take a lot of time and effort to build the pyramids?
Yes, it took a lot of time and effort to build the pyramids.
Did it take a lot of time and effort to build the pyramids? That's right, it took a lot of time and effort to build the pyramids. Is it correct to say your effort? Yeah, sometimes you can say your effort, my effort, his effort, and her effort. For example, thank you. Thank you for your effort. We appreciate all your effort. So example, his boss appreciates his effort, so he got a raise. That's right, a raise is more money, a higher salary. He got a raise because his boss appreciates his effort. Or I can say his effort was appreciated by his boss. That's why he got a raise, because his effort was appreciated by his boss. Let's practice. Does his boss appreciate his effort?
Yes, his boss appreciates his effort.
Did he get a raise?
Yes, he got a raise.
Great. Does his boss appreciate his effort? That's right, his boss appreciates his effort. Did he get a raise? That's right, he got a raise because his boss appreciates his effort. Let's practice. Was his effort appreciated by his boss?
Yes, his effort was appreciated by his boss.
Was his effort appreciated by his boss? That's right, his effort was appreciated by his boss. Very good. Let's practice. She's my boss, and she appreciates my effort. What about your boss? Does your boss appreciate your effort? Very good. So remember, this is not correct. You cannot say this.
Like, take your effort and write the whole thing. Happy birthday, not so hard.
You can say take your time, but if you use the word effort, use the verb make. You make an effort. It's countable, so we say an. You make an effort. But if you give emphasis, it's not countable. You make a lot of effort, or you make more effort. Can you say take? Sure. You can say it takes effort if you mean the job requires effort. And can you say your effort and my effort? Sure, I can say thank you for your effort. Your effort is very appreciated because I appreciate all your effort. Let's talk about which. Which is a question word, and it is when you have options. When you have a limited number of options or selections, we ask the question which. For example, if I have Coke, Pepsi, or Sprite, I can ask you, which soda do you prefer? Or which one do you like? Because there is a clear selection in front of you. So here we have 2 t-shirts. It's a clear selection, so I use the word which. Which shirt do you like? Which shirt do you prefer? Or which one do you like? But if you don't have a clear selection and you have dozens or hundreds of options, then we don't say which, we say what. What is more general. That's why we say, what is your name? We don't say, which is your name? Because what could be anything. Because when you ask what, there are many options, not a clear selection in front of you. Let's hear an example.
Which adjective means an ideal model of what is wanted?
How am I supposed to know this word?
In this case, which is not correct because there's not a clear selection. If you're taking a multiple choice test and you have A, B, or C to choose from, then the question is which. But if you don't have a clear selection in front of you, the question is what. Today we're going to talk about this word in American pronunciation. We don't say,
studying is an endless process.
That's right. In American English, we don't say process. That's British English. In England, they say process. But in America, we say process. We're using the short O, which makes the sound ah, like stop and hot. Process. So the word process is a noun. It's countable, so we have to say for one, a process. It's a process. If I use a description, an adjective, I put it after a. Example, a long process, a difficult process. Example, learning a language is a difficult process. And learning a language is a long process. Let's practice. Is learning a language a long process? That's right, learning a language is a long process. Example, learning a language can be a difficult process. Let's practice. Can learning a language be a difficult process? That's right, learning a language can be a difficult process. So remember, the British pronunciation is process. In England, they say process.
Quite a long process.
And in America, we don't. We say process.
That will be a decade-long process.
Today we're going to talk about what Americans really say. The other day I saw this video.
And you also have this tap. In Great Britain it's called faucet. The thing is, whenever you travel.
And in the other video she says this.
And this system is called faucet. Sometimes you can call it tap. Normally you have your tap in the kitchen. This is the faucet.
Which one is correct? Neither one is correct. What do Americans really say? Let's get started. In American English, it's called a faucet. For example, the faucet is broken. The faucet is leaking. The faucet is old. I need to buy a new faucet. And it doesn't matter if it's in the kitchen or in the bathroom. It's called a faucet. The filter is not compatible with the faucet. They don't work together. The filter is not compatible with the faucet. Turn on the faucet. Turn off the faucet. Let's practice.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to repair a leaky faucet in your kitchen. It is super easy.
Is he fixing the faucet in the kitchen? That's right, he is fixing the faucet in the kitchen. And now let's listen to this one.
Today, I'm going to show you step by step how to fix a leaking bathroom faucet.
Is he fixing the faucet in the bathroom? That's right, he is fixing the faucet in the bathroom. Good job. You might hear an American say a tap, but it's not common. But we say tap water. Remember, water is not countable, so we don't say Tap water. I drink tap water. I don't drink bottled water. What about you? Do you drink tap water? Good job. Or you can say beer on tap. This is what Americans really say. It's called a faucet. I need to buy a new faucet. Do you need to buy a new faucet? Good job.
So remember, when talking about your symptoms, in English we always use the article a. For example, I have a headache. I have a cough. I have a runny nose. Remember to use a before symptoms. It's not correct to say
it's just you have a runny nose.
So you say, I have a fever. When you have a fever, you take your temperature. It's not correct to say,
let me measure your temperature.
So remember, when you have a fever, you take your temperature. So we say measure the temperature only when we're talking about air temperature. When you're talking about the human body, we always say take. Take your temperature. I think I have a fever. I need to take my temperature. Remember these two important words, cold and flu. If you talk about cold, we say a cold. I have a cold. If you say common cold, we say a common cold. But if you say flu, we say the flu. I have the flu. I need some medicine because I have the flu. Or I need some medicine because I have a cold. It's not correct to say
it could be caused by flu, or it could be just common cold. Common cold is what you have.
So remember, a cold or the flu. The doctor calls the pharmacy. The doctor calls in the prescription and you pick it up. You pick up your prescription at the pharmacy. We don't say collect your prescription, we say pick up. So I need to pick up my prescription or I need to pick it up. Remember, we don't say
I've sent them the prescription, you can collect it right away.
We say pick up your prescription or pick it up. Also, avoid using this phrase.
So common cold is when you just feel slightly unwell.
That's right, we don't say unwell. We say I feel sick or I'm not feeling well. So in America, we don't use unwell. We say I'm sick, I'm feeling sick, or I'm not feeling well. Let's practice. Does he have a runny nose?
Yes, he has a runny nose.
Does he have a runny nose? That's right, he has a runny nose. Does she have a headache?
Yes, she has a headache.
Does she have a headache? That's right, she has a headache. Let's practice. Does he have a cold?
Yes, he has a cold.
Does he have a cold? That's right, he has a cold. Let's practice. Does he have the flu?
Yes, he has the flu.
Does he have the flu? That's right, he has the flu. Let's practice. So, he has a fever. Does he need to take his temperature?
Yes, he needs to take his temperature.
He has a fever. Does he need to take his temperature? That's right, he needs to take his temperature. Let's practice. Can he pick up his prescription today or tomorrow?
He can pick up his prescription today.
Can he pick up his prescription today or tomorrow? That's right, he can pick up his prescription today. So remember, when talking about symptoms, we use a for one. Example, a headache, a runny nose. And remember the two special words, a cold and the flu. And remember, if you have a fever, you take your temperature. And if you need a prescription, you go to the pharmacy to pick it up.
This is also not correct.
And I would highly recommend you to take this course. It is called How to Speak Like a Native Speaker.
It's not correct to say, I recommend you to take. Recommend is a special verb. We have to say, I recommend you take. Let's listen to some examples.
I'm going to recommend that you be given a second chance.
Sergeant Rollins has recommended that you receive a commendation.
What is this?
And the judge recommended I get one.
The wise Dr. Phoenix recommends I take a break.
A friend of mine recommended I come here.
And he recommended I follow your example.
At the end, it was recommended that he be severed from the Air Force, although it was also stated that there was no question whatever as to the lieutenant's loyalty.
Recently, the American Medical Association recommended that boxing be banned.
Dr. Haycock strongly recommended he be grounded.
Wait a minute, are you saying you recommended terminating the MAC? Or you recommended taking me off the MAC team?
So remember, the verb recommend is a special verb. So we can say, I recommend you take, or I recommend taking. This is not correct.
If you want more materials that you can use while watching my classes, I have a huge workbook. It's over 180 pages. So I highly recommend you to go ahead and purchase this book. It's less than $8 and it will really enhance your learning experience.
It's not correct to say, I highly recommend you to purchase it.
So, what's the best way to use recommend? Well, the best way is to use a gerund. That's an action or a verb with ing at the end. Example, I recommend practicing English every day. There's no other person. I cannot say, I recommend you practicing. It's just one person, me. I recommend this activity. I use gerund to express the activity. I recommend practicing English every day. So, example, I recommend practicing English every day. I can change the action recommend if it's he or she. He recommends. He recommends practicing English every day. Or she. She recommends exercising every day. You can also change recommend to the past. Recommended. He recommended exercising every day. And remember, you cannot say he recommended me exercising. There's no other person. It's just the activity you're talking about. He recommended exercising every day. Let's practice. Do you recommend practicing English every day?
Yes, I recommend practicing English every day.
Does she recommend practicing English every day? That's right. She recommends practicing English every day. Very good. Now let's practice with recommend if you have another person. For example, my doctor recommended me. We cannot say me. The only time you can say me is if somebody recommended me for the job. If I am the object or I am the thing that is recommended. He recommended me for the job. But in the example my doctor recommended, I cannot say me. I say I. My doctor recommended I exercise. So we have the person I, we have the action in a simple form, exercise. My doctor recommended I exercise. Why do we say I? Because there's a connector, that. It's an optional connector. You don't have to use it, but you can use it. It makes it easier. My doctor recommended that I exercise more. So remember, you can use the connector that for two ideas. You have the first person I and a simple action. My doctor recommended that I exercise more. Or you can eliminate that. It's optional. My doctor recommended I exercise more is correct. What if the other person is a he or a she? For example, my brother. His doctor recommended that he. I cannot say his doctor recommended him to exercise. I cannot use to in any situation. We use just a simple action. Talking about my brother. His doctor recommended that he exercise. That's right, it's a simple action. I don't change it like he exercises. He exercises is a routine. He exercises sometimes every day. I am not expressing a routine. I'm expressing an action that may or may not happen. So I don't change the action at all. It's always in a simple form. Exercise. So talking about my brother, his doctor recommended that he exercise every day. Exercise in a simple form. What about past? You say recommended. Why not exercised? No, we do not change it to past. It's always in a simple form in this structure. So whether it's present, his doctor recommends, or if it's past, his doctor recommended. The action is always in a simple form with no change. Don't change it to past and don't change it with S for he and she. So again, the example, his doctor recommended that he exercise every day. It is not correct, my doctor recommended that I have to exercise. It is not correct, my doctor recommended that I need to exercise. It is not correct, my doctor recommended that I should exercise. Only, my doctor recommended that I exercise every day. Only the simple action is necessary. And remember, the connector that is optional. My doctor recommended I exercise, or my doctor recommended that I exercise every day. What if you have a negative idea? For example, my doctor recommended that I not eat sweets. That's right, we use the negative not only. Not don't, only not. So it is not correct, my doctor recommended that I don't eat. You have to say, my doctor recommended that I not eat sweets. Now this is a difficult structure and it sounds very strange. So if you don't want to use it, you can say it a different way. You can just use a positive action, avoid. My doctor recommended that I avoid sweets. Easier. And one more thing about this structure. What if the verb is to be? For example, the teacher recommended that we are quiet. I cannot use are. I'm going to use a different form. Be. That's right, just be. And not to be, just the verb be alone. So example, our teacher recommended that we be quiet. That's right. She recommended that we be very quiet. Example, the teacher recommended that we be on time. Not we are on time, we use only the verb be. The teacher recommended that we be on time. And if you want to talk about the negative, she recommended that we not be late. Again, she recommended that we not be late. Let's practice. What does your husband recommend?
He recommends I eat healthier.
What does her husband recommend? That's right. He recommends that she eat healthier. Very good. Let's practice. What did your friend recommend?
She recommended that we try that restaurant.
What did her friend recommend? That's right. She recommended that we try that restaurant. Very good. Let's practice. Do they recommend that we arrive early?
Yes, they recommend that we arrive early.
Do they recommend that we arrive early? Very good. That's right. They recommend that we arrive early. An example, if I say they recommend you, you can use you to talk about any person. For example, they recommend that you exercise daily. Let's practice. What did your trainer recommend?
He recommended that I not eat sweets.
What did her trainer recommend? That's right. Her trainer recommended that she not eat sweets. Very good. Let's practice. Did your trainer recommend that you avoid eating sweets?
Yeah, he recommended that I avoid eating sweets.
Did her trainer recommend that she avoid eating sweets? Very good, that's right. Her trainer recommended that she avoid eating sweets. Let's practice. Does their teacher recommend that they be on time?
Yes, their teacher recommends that they be on time.
Does their teacher recommend that they be on time? That's right. Their teacher recommends that they be on time. Let's practice. Does their teacher recommend that they not be late on the first day?
Yes, she recommends that they not be late on their first day.
Does their teacher recommend that they not be late on the first day? That's right. The teacher recommends that they not be late on the first day. Very good. So let's review all the rules when using recommend. The first is use a gerund. It's easier. And you can use it when the person is not important. It's just the activity that's important. For example, he recommends exercising every day. But if the person is important, then remember, don't use me, don't use him. You start a new idea and you use I, he or she, they, and we. So, he recommends that we exercise, or he recommends that I exercise. And remember, the connector that is optional. You don't have to use it. But I recommend using it because it's going to make it easier to use this structure correctly. So, my doctor recommended that I exercise every day. What if you talk about a he or a she? His doctor recommends that he exercise. Remember, don't change the action for he and she. And don't change the action for past. It's always in a simple present form. Example, he recommended that I exercise. Recommended is in the past, but exercise is always in the present. And if it's negative, use not. He recommended that I not eat sweets. And if your action is to be, use be only. She recommended that we be on time. Or if it's negative, she recommended that we not be late. And also remember, don't use need to, have to, or should. Just use the action. You cannot say, he recommended that I have to be on time. No have to, no should, and no need to. Hello, and welcome to English for Everyone, where we practice real-life American English. Today we're going to learn to avoid some important mistakes, so let's get started. First, this is not correct.
So just a couple of advice from student to student, because I'm studying investment. Okay.
I cannot say, so just a couple of advice from student to student. I cannot say a couple of advice, and I cannot say a couple of advices. Advice is not countable, so I cannot use a couple. I cannot say a couple before advice. So how do you say it? We say some. For uncountable nouns, you can use some. So it's correct to say just some advice from student to student. Example, he gave him some advice. I cannot say he gave him a couple advice. I say some. He gave him some advice. Let's practice. Did he give him some advice? That's right, he gave him some advice. And keep watching until the end to practice more with advice and how to use it correctly. This is also not correct.
To back down, to withdraw from a position. There was a board of directors and the CEO backed down, which means that the CEO decided to leave the board.
Back down is a phrasal verb, and it means to withdraw from a position, but not a position like a job, a position like an opinion. So the example doesn't work. So I cannot say there was a board of directors and the CEO backed down, which means the CEO decided to leave the board. That's not what it means. Back down is when you change your position, meaning you change your opinion. You're in a conflict and you quit. You stop. You back down. You back down from a fight. You back down from a conflict. You have one opinion and then you change your mind and you back down. It doesn't mean to quit a job or to leave a position. It means to stop fighting, to stop arguing. Example, this is my position, this is my opinion on the matter, and I'm going to argue with you about it. But if I decide not to argue, then I back down. I back down from the argument. I choose not to argue. I withdraw my position, meaning I change my opinion. I back down from the argument. I back down from a fight. I back down from a conflict. It doesn't mean you quit your job or you leave a position. So example, I can say he didn't back down. He didn't back down from the fight. He didn't quit. He didn't quit fighting. He didn't back down from the fight. Let's practice. Did he back down from the fight? That's right. He didn't back down from the fight. He kept fighting. So how do I explain the situation about the board of directors and the CEO? I can use a different phrasal verb and say step down. If you step down from a board, that means you quit. So I can say there was a board of directors and the CEO stepped down. That means he quit. So example, there was a board of directors. Did the CEO step down? Did he step down from his position? That's right, the CEO stepped down. He stepped down from his position. And don't say this either.
To reckon is a synonym to believe, to suppose, to expect. And British people love to use it. I reckon you're coming with us, which means I believe you're coming with us. I reckon that it's gonna rain tomorrow. I think it's gonna rain tomorrow. To reckon just sounds more advanced, and you're totally free to use it when you're talking to your friends, for example.
I reckon it's going to rain. This is more advanced. This is not more advanced. Using I reckon, meaning I think, is not more advanced. They use it in England and they use it in the southern United States. It sounds country. It's what people say in the South or in the country. So you don't want to use this word. Let's hear some examples of southern people, people from the country, and British people using this word, reckon.
I don't reckon he did.
I don't reckon I got no reason to kill nobody.
I reckon so.
Jason, I reckon if you feel that way, I can't part with you.
You really fancy spilling your guts here, I reckon.
No. Long as God send you something to feed him, I reckon you'll be fine.
So if you don't want to sound like someone from the country or someone from the South, don't say reckon. Say think or guess. I guess it's going to rain, or I think it's going to rain, but don't say I reckon. It sounds country. Let's practice. What do you think? Do you think it's going to rain? That's right, I think it's going to rain. This is also not correct.
And we're just traveling throughout California these days from one place to another. Shelter-in place is lifted almost everywhere. My husband was able to get a haircut.
Okay, I got the first part. They're traveling throughout California. And I got the third part. Her husband was able to get a haircut. But the second part, I don't understand. In the second part, she says, Children place is lifted almost everywhere. Well, I think that's what she said. If you have any idea what she said or what she meant to say, please let me know in the comments because I have no idea what she's trying to say. I have no idea what this means. Let me know in the comments what you think. This is also not correct.
If you want to learn more phrasal verbs, I have a workbook in English that has a lot of different phrases and words that you can use.
I cannot say I have a workbook in English that has a lot of different phrases and words that you can use. I have to say phrases and words. So it's correct to say I have a workbook in English that has a lot of different phrases and words that you can use. We have to make phrase a plural. Phrases. So she has a workbook in English. She's selling a workbook in English that has a lot of different phrases and words that you can use. Let's practice. Does she have a workbook in English that has a lot of phrases and words that you can use? That's right. She has a workbook in English that has a lot of different phrases and words that you can use. This is also not correct.
And the last but not the least, turn down.
I cannot say and the last but not the least. This is an expression, so we eliminate the articles the. Both articles. It's correct to say and last but not least, and then you give the last thing that is also important. Not the last but not the least, but last but not least. And last but not least, here's another example. And last but not least, here's another error to avoid. This is also not correct.
First time you hear it from my video, second time you use it in a comment down below, third time you read a magazine and you encounter this word once again, and fourth time you start using it.
When I say first time, second time, third time, and fourth time, I have to use the article the. It's correct to say the first time, the second time, the third time, and the fourth time. I have to use the article the when I talk about times. Again, not first time, second time, but the first time, the second time, the third time, and the fourth time. This is correct. This is also not correct.
And when we're talking about a formal English, try to read TechCrunch.
I cannot say when we're talking about a formal English. We cannot use the article a here. A formal English. I cannot say an English. English is not countable, so I don't use the article a. I cannot use the article an English or a formal English. When we're talking about formal English, don't use the article a or an with English. So in this video, we're not talking about formal English. We're talking about everyday American English. Let's practice. Are we talking about formal English in this video? That's right, we're not talking about formal English in this video. Don't say formal English. There's no article. This is also not correct.
That makes me so much more productive. And typing with iPad and writing with it, whatever.
I cannot say typing with iPad and writing with it. iPad is countable, so I have to use an article. Typing with an iPad and writing with it. I don't like typing with an iPad. What about you? Do you like typing with an iPad? Very good. This is also not correct.
My dog has eaten my dinner and she got away with it.
I cannot say my dog has eaten my dinner. The word is not pronounced eaten. We cannot make a fast D here. We have to make a real T. Eaten. My dog has eaten my dinner. Or I can make a stop T, eat, and then go directly to the end sound, like this. Eaten, eaten. My dog has eaten my dinner. But I cannot say my dog has eaten my dinner. Don't use a fast D. So we have two pronunciations. My dog has eaten my dinner, or my dog has eaten. My dog has eaten my dinner. And keep watching until the end to practice more with this difficult pronunciation. Let's practice. Has the dog eaten his dinner? That's right, the dog has eaten his dinner. This is also not correct.
So for example, when we say, this politician has been confronted by a journalist, that means that a journalist was kind of angry.
I cannot pronounce the word journalist. It's not or journalist, like Floor and More. It's journalist. We use the sound like burger. Journalist. Example, she's a journalist. She's a good journalist. She has a lot of experience, so she's a good journalist. Journalist. Let's practice. Is she a good journalist? That's right, she's a good journalist. Not journalist, but journalist. This is also not correct.
And the first phrasal verb is to ask out.
I cannot say in the first phrasal verb is to ask out. I cannot say phrasal verb. I have to make the V sound and say verb. The position is important. Touch the teeth, and make the position straight across and relaxed. Verb. The first phrasal verb is to ask out, not the first phrasal verb. Verb. Ask out is a phrasal verb. It means to ask someone on a date. Let's practice. What is to ask out? Is that a phrasal verb? That's right, it's a phrasal verb. This is also not correct.
And I will see you very soon in my next videos. Bye.
I cannot say I'll see you very soon. We have to change the pronunciation. We have to say soon. Make the oo sound like moon. Soon. Ooh. Make the sound here in your lips. Ooh. Soon. I'll see you very soon. Example, they're going to have dinner very soon. Not soon, but soon. They're going to have dinner very soon. Let's practice. Are they going to have dinner very soon? That's right, they're going to have dinner very soon. First, this is not correct.
Which is very important because if you travel to a foreign country, sometimes the roaming fees are impossible.
I cannot say the roaming fees are impossible. We cannot use the adjective impossible to talk about prices or fees. We can say the fees are high or the fees are expensive. If I talk about prices, I can say the prices are high or the prices are expensive. But I cannot say the prices are impossible or the fees are impossible. They're possible, they're just high. They're just expensive. First, let's practice with fees. Are the airline fees high? That's right, the airline fees are high. Are the airline fees expensive? That's right, the airline fees are expensive. But I cannot say they're impossible. That's not correct. Let's talk about gas prices. Are gas prices high? That's right, gas prices are high. Are gas prices expensive? That's right, gas prices are expensive. But I cannot say they're impossible. This is also not correct.
Marina, it's Brittany.
Just wanted to drop in and say hi. Hope you're having a fabulous day. How's that?
Okay, so here she's like, she doesn't speak Brittany's voice.
Talking about AI, I cannot say she doesn't speak Brittany's voice. This is not correct. I can use the verb have and say she doesn't have Brittany's voice, or I can say she doesn't speak with Brittany's voice, using the preposition with. This is correct. But I cannot say she doesn't speak Brittany's voice. This is not correct. So when talking about AI, I can say she, but I don't want to. It's not a girl, it's a machine. So I say it. It doesn't have Brittany's voice. It doesn't speak with Brittany's voice. It speaks with a different voice. Let's practice. Does it have Brittany's voice? That's right, it doesn't have Brittany's voice. Does it speak with Brittany's voice? That's right, it doesn't speak with Brittany's voice. I cannot say it doesn't speak Brittany's voice. That's not correct. This is also not correct.
It could have been better if we dedicated that time to actual practice.
I cannot say it could have been better if we dedicated that time to actual practice. When I say it could have been better, this is a contraction of could have. It could have been better. Contraction, it could have. It could have been better. This is an example of the third conditional. So for the next part, I have to use had. I cannot say if we dedicated. I have to say if we had dedicated. This is a situation in the past, a condition in the past. We have to use had for the third conditional. If we had dedicated that time to actual practice. This is correct. So complete. It could have been better if we had dedicated that time to actual practice. This is correct. After if in the third conditional, we have to use had plus a participle. So again, it could have been better if we had dedicated that time to actual practice. Imagining something in the past that didn't happen. Let's practice. Could it have been better if we had dedicated that time to actual practice? That's right. It could have been better if we had dedicated that time to actual practice. But we didn't, so it wasn't that good. That's the idea. This is also not correct.
And it's available in so many countries, including Russia and United States and UK and China. So the connection works almost everywhere.
I cannot say Russia and United States and UK and China. Russia and China are fine because they're names of countries we do not say the. Russia and China. But United States and UK, these are special names. We have to say the. We have to say the United States or the US. We have to say the UK or the United Kingdom. So why are these countries special? Why do we use articles with these countries? Because they're actual words in English. Russia and China are just names, like Kevin and Lisa. For names, we do not use an article. So when I talk about Russia and China, we don't say the. It's Russia and China. But United States? States. That's a word in English. So we use specific the United States, or the US, or the USA. Any way you say it, we have to use the. United Kingdom. Kingdom is a real word. It's not a name. It's a real word in English, so we use the article the. The United Kingdom or the UK. These are special names of countries where we use the article the. So example, I live in the United States, and I have never been to the UK. I live in the US, and I have never been to the United Kingdom. Let's practice. Have you ever been to the US? Very good. Have you ever been to the UK? Very good. Have you ever been to China? Very good. Let's practice the question. Ask me if I've ever been to Russia. That's right. The question is, have you ever been to Russia? And my answer is yes. I've been to Russia, but I've never been to China. This is also not correct.
Hey, Hey guys, welcome to Linguamarina. Today we're going to talk about learning a language in 2024. So today we're going to try some of the latest apps. A lot of them are free. We're going to chat to celebrities. We're going to practice our English. We're going to have a conversation with AI.
I cannot say we gonna. We gonna. The pronunciation is we're gonna. And it's very important pronunciation because when I say gonna, that's going to. It's a reduction of going to. So it's we are going to. We are, contraction, we're. Make that sound. We're gonna. It's a very important sound because it's part of the structure. We are going to. We're gonna. Can I say we are gonna? No. If you reduce going to gonna, you have to make the contraction we are, we're. We're gonna. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Not we gonna, we're gonna. So example, we're gonna learn English. Let's practice. What are we going to do? Are we going to learn English? That's right. We're going to learn English. Not we going to learn, but we're. It's a small sound, but it's very important. We're going to learn English today. This is also not correct.
Who will you support during 2024 elections?
I cannot say who will you support during 2024 election. The election is specific. We have to use the article the 2024 election. We have to say the. So it's correct to say, who will you support in the 2024 election? Well, I know one thing. Obama will support Biden in the 2024 election. Again, not in 2024 election, but in the 2024 election. Let's practice. Will Obama support Biden in the 2024 election? That's right, Obama will definitely support Biden in the 2024 election. This is also not correct.
I would totally appreciate practicing English with someone like Elon Musk.
I cannot say I would totally appreciate practice English with someone like Elon Musk. After appreciate, we have to use a gerund. I cannot say appreciate practice. I have to use a gerund and say practicing. I would totally appreciate practicing English with someone like Elon Musk. Remember, after appreciate, use a gerund. Example, I appreciate you coming here. I cannot say I appreciate you come here. No, I have to use a gerund. I appreciate you coming, and I appreciate you watching this video. Now let's talk about Elon Musk. Would you totally appreciate practicing English with someone like Elon Musk? Very good. Or maybe Britney Spears. Would you appreciate practicing English with someone like Britney Spears? Very good. This is also not correct.
Okay, I'm going to type my problem. I am afraid of speaking English because people will laugh at my mistakes and accent.
I cannot say people will laugh at my mistakes. Laugh? The word is pronounced laugh. We have to use the short a sound like black cat, laugh. Not the short sound like cup and up, luff, but the sound a, laugh. So pronunciation, laugh. Laugh at my mistakes. Laugh at. Use the preposition at. Example, they are laughing. They are laughing at the monkeys. Let's practice. Are they laughing? That's right, they're laughing. And the question? Who are they laughing at? That's the question. We put at the end of the question. Who are they laughing at? Let's practice the question. Ask me the question, who? That's right. The question is, who are they laughing at? And the answer? They're laughing at the monkeys. Let's practice the answer. Who are they laughing at? That's right, they're laughing at the monkeys. Remember, pronunciation, laugh, laughing. Use the open a sound like black cat. This is also not correct.
This app is called fanchat.me.
I cannot say this app is called fanchat. Cold? Cold is I'm cold. The word is pronounced called. So there's an important difference between these two words. Called and cold. They're similar, but they're different. And they mean different things, so we need to understand the pronunciation difference. This app is called Fan Chat. Not cold, but called. Use the aw sound like ball and fall. Aw, caw, called. This app is called Fan Chat. Let's practice. What is this app called? That's right, this app is called Fan Chat. So keep watching for more explanation and practice with the difference between called and cold. It's difficult pronunciation, so keep watching to practice. More. Recently, one of my students, who's also a member, asked me to make a video about these two confusing words and how to pronounce them correctly. So let's take a closer look. First, let's talk about these two words. The first word is all, and the second word is old. So with these words, with A-L-L, we make the same sound. All, call, ball, and wall. We're using the vowel sound aw. How do you make this sound? It's similar to ah, like hot and stop, but it's different. So I'll start with ah because that's an easier sound. Ah. Now how do I change it? I move the sound back. I move the sound back here, and I close my throat a little bit. So I start with ah, like hot and stop. Ah. Now I change it. Ah. I move it back here. Ah. 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 All. Call. Ball. Wall. And the L is a dark L, so tense the tongue. It's not a light L, it's a dark L. The tongue is tensed and raises up a little bit in the back. All, call, ball, wall. The vowel sound is aw plus the dark L. So if I change call with ed, it's pronounced called, called. Example. He called his friend today. He called his friend today. Let's practice. Did he call his friend today? That's right, he called his friend today. Now let's do these words. Old, cold, told, fold. Here we're using a long O sound, but it changes because of the dark L. The long O is O, like no and go, or bone and alone. You hear the long O sound, O, no, go, bone, alone. Now let's put that sound before a dark L. Old. We hear how the sound changes, how the vowel changes before the dark L. Old. When you make that dark L, the tongue gets tight and makes an extra sound. Old. Old. So pronunciation. Old. Cold. Told. And fold. They all have the same vowel sound. Now we can compare these two words. Called and cold. The first word is the aw sound. Aw. Called. And the second word is the O sound plus the dark L. Cold. Again, the first word, called, it's more open. Called, and it's back here. Called. Compared with cold, with the O plus the dark L. Cold. It's cold. Example, it's very cold at the North Pole. It's always cold at the North Pole. So we hear both sounds in this sentence. It's always cold at the North Pole. When I say always, I'm using the aw sound like called. And ball and wall, always. It's always cold at the North Pole. With cold, we hear the long O plus the dark L. Cold. It's always cold at the North Pole. Let's practice. Is it always cold at the North Pole? That's right. It's always cold at the North Pole. So remember the different pronunciations of these words. The first word is called, it's open, and the second word is cold. If you still don't hear the difference, watch the video again and keep practicing. First, this is not correct.
Take a course about English.
I cannot say take a course about English. Well, maybe if you're studying the origins of the language, but that's not what she's talking about. We have to use the preposition in. You take a course in English, or you take an English course. But we cannot say you take a course about English. Not in this case. Example, he's taking an English course, or he's taking a course in English. Let's practice. Is he taking an English course? That's right, he's taking an English course. Is he taking a course in English? That's right, he's taking a course in English, not about English, in English. This is also not correct.
One of the courses that has been a bestseller on our platform called Linguatrip is a course called From Intermediate to Advanced, where in 30 days we cover majority of the topics that you need to go over.
I cannot say in 30 days we cover majority of the topics. When I use the word majority, I have to use the article the majority. It's specific. So it's correct to say in 30 days we cover the majority of the topics. Or I can say in the future. In 30 days they will cover the majority of the topics. I have to say the majority, not just majority. Let's practice. In 30 days will they cover the majority of the topics? That's right. In 30 days they will cover the majority of the topics. This is also not correct.
Vocabulary, we cover motivation aspect.
I cannot say we cover motivation aspect. The word aspect is countable, and there's more than one, so I have to say motivation aspects. Or I can say specific, the motivation aspect. But the best option is to make it plural, motivation aspects. We cover motivation aspects. This is correct. We have to put an S on the word aspect to make it plural. So example, they cover, or in the future they will cover motivation aspects. Let's practice. Will they cover motivation aspects? That's right, they will cover motivation aspects. This is also not correct.
I suddenly realized that I have to speak perfect English in order to score my perfect score.
I cannot say I have to speak perfect English in order to score my perfect score. It's not my perfect score, because you haven't taken the test yet. After you take the test, you can say my score was perfect. But if you haven't taken the test yet, it's not your score yet. So it's a score, a perfect score. It's a countable noun. We have to use the article a. So you can say, I have to speak perfect English in order to score a perfect score, not my perfect score, a perfect score. And if you don't want to say score 2 times, you can use the verb get. I have to speak perfect English in order to get a perfect score. This is the best way to say it. Example, he has to study hard in order to get a perfect score. Let's practice. Does he have to study hard in order to get a perfect score? That's right, he has to study hard in order to get a perfect score. Not his perfect score, it's one in general. A perfect score. This is also not correct.
Or you take course for engineers.
I cannot say you take course for engineers. Course is a countable word. You have to use the article a course for engineers. Or if it's more specific, you can say the course for engineers. That's a specific one. Example, he wants to be an engineer, so he has to take a course for engineers. It's a course. It's one countable noun. Let's practice. He wants to be an engineer. Does he have to take a course for engineers? That's right, he has to take a course for engineers. Remember, it's a course. Use the article a for one in general. This is also not correct.
If you feel like you are a person who likes to learn language,
I cannot say if you're a person who likes to learn language. Language is a countable noun. We have to use an article. A language. Or I can use plural and say languages. If you're a person who likes to learn languages, this is the best option. Because you're speaking in general, we use plural. If you're a person who likes to learn languages. If you're a person who likes to learn a language, it's correct, but the plural works better here. Example, she's a person who likes to learn languages. Let's practice. Is she a person who likes to learn languages? That's right, she's a person who likes to learn languages. This is also not correct.
Like there are 2 most challenging listening exercises in English.
I cannot say there are 2 most challenging listening exercises in English. When I use the superlative, most challenging, I cannot say there are or there is. I have to change the structure. It doesn't work. I have to change it. I have to say there are 2 listening exercises in English that are the most challenging. Example, I cannot say there are 2 tallest buildings in the city. I'm using the superlative, so I cannot use there are. I have to change the structure. I cannot say there are 2 tallest buildings in the city. I have to change it. I have to say it like this. There are 2 buildings in the city that are the tallest. We have to change the structure here. Let's practice. Are there 2 buildings in the city that are the tallest? That's right, there are 2 buildings in the city that are the tallest. Or I can say there are 2 buildings that are the tallest in the city. This is also correct. Let's practice. Are there 2 buildings that are the tallest in the city? That's right, there are 2 buildings that are the tallest in the city. This is also not correct.
Try to understand Scottish accent and try to interact.
I cannot say try to understand Scottish accent. Accent is a countable noun, so I have to use the article the Scottish accent. Sometimes when we talk about accent, we say For example, he speaks with a British accent. When we use the verb speak, we use the article He speaks with a British accent. But if you say I try to understand the Scottish accent. Let's practice. Does he speak with a British accent? That's right, he speaks with a British accent. Use the article a. Example, it's hard to understand the Scottish accent. Let's practice. What do you think? Is it hard to understand the Scottish accent? That's right, it's hard to understand the Scottish accent. This is also not correct.
Like, it's just a great visualization tool, so
I cannot say a great visualization tool. The word is pronounced differently. We don't say visualization. We say visualization. So it's not the z sound like zebra, it's the j sound like usual, visual. We have the long oo sound plus the o. So we have the w sound in the middle linking the vowels. The w sound like what and when. Visualization. Example, visualization is important when learning a language. Let's practice. Is visualization important when learning a language? That's right. Visualization is important when learning a language. Not visualization, but visualization. This is also not correct.
My daughter is 4 years old. She's going to be 5 soon. And sometimes she asks me questions like,
I cannot say she's going to be 5 soon. Soon? The word is pronounced soon. We have to use a long oo sound like moon. Soon. Noon. It's the long oo sound. Not like good and book. Not soon, but soon. Example. It's 11:45. So is it going to be noon soon? Yeah, it's going to be noon soon. Let's practice. It's 11:45. Is it going to be noon soon? That's right, it's going to be noon soon. Today we're looking at these 2 words, power and powers. Sometimes the word power is not countable. We cannot say a power or 2 powers. And sometimes it is. Sometimes we say 1 power and 2 powers. So let's take a closer look. If you talk about a country, it's countable. The United States is a superpower. China is a superpower. It means the country has a lot of power. They have a big military. We call them a superpower. In this case, it's countable. What about China? Is China a superpower? That's right, China is a superpower too. So talking about these 2 countries, we can say they are both superpowers. Power is a countable noun in this case. They are both superpowers. So, talking about the United States and China, are they both superpowers? That's right, they're both superpowers. Also, if I talk about Superman, Superman has more than one power. He has more than one superpower. One superpower is that he can fly, and another one is that he has X-ray vision. That's another superpower. So he has more than one power. It's countable in this case. Superman has more than one superpower. He has superpowers. Let's practice. Does Superman have more than one superpower? That's right, Superman has more than one superpower. Does he have multiple superpowers? That's right, he has multiple superpowers. He has more than one, and it's countable. So we say superpowers in this case. But what if I talk about the government? The government has a lot of power. Usually in this case, we don't say powers. We just say the government has a lot of power, or the president has a lot of power. It's normally not countable in this case. Let's practice. Does the president have a lot of power? That's right, the president has a lot of power. Or if I talk about electricity, we don't have any power. That means we don't have any electricity. Or I can say we have power. We have electricity. We don't say powers in this case, talking about electricity. Let's practice. Do they have power? That's right, they have power. They have electricity. Do they have power? That's right, they don't have power. They don't have electricity. Don't say powers in this case. It's not countable. Now, what about if we talk about an engine, a motor in a car? We say horsepower. In this case, do we say horsepower or horsepowers? Well, keep watching to find out. Today we're going to learn to avoid some important mistakes, so let's get started. First, let's watch this clip.
Hello everyone! Welcome to my channel. I am shooting your favorite show. The show is called How to Pronounce Brand Names Correctly. And today I'm going to show you the most exclusive cars from the most exclusive brands in the world. And we're going to learn how to pronounce them. Let's do it!
That's right. Today we're going to learn how to pronounce cars correctly. And first, this is not correct.
Over $1 million.
It's all futurist.
Aston Martin.
Funky.
Zagata. What?
Nice. It's not pronounced Aston Martin Zagato. It's pronounced Aston Martin Zagato. Let's talk about Aston Martin. We have two pronunciations. We cannot pronounce it with a fast D. We cannot say Aston Martin. We have to say Aston Martin with a T, or we have another way to do it. We can take the T and make it a stop T. Mart, stop the air. Martin, and fall to the N. Martin. This is the most common way to pronounce it in America. Aston Martin. Not Aston Martin. Aston Martin. Example, this is an Aston Martin. It's a luxury car. It's an expensive luxury car. Let's practice. Is this an Aston Martin? That's right, this is an Aston Martin. Is it a luxury car? That's right, it's a luxury car. This is also not correct.
Is a particular Dodge. It has 860 horsepower. The brand name is Dodge. SRT.
I cannot say it has 860 horsepowers. The word horsepower is not countable. I cannot put an S on it. I cannot say horsepowers. It's just horsepower. You're talking about how powerful the engine is when you use horsepower. Remember, no S, no horsepowers. Example, this is a normal engine. A normal engine has about 200 horsepower. Not horsepowers, just horsepower. 200, 300, 400 horsepower. Don't put the S there. So this is an average engine, a normal engine, and it has 200 horsepower. This is also not correct.
But Italians would say Maserati, so it's a little more like Italian kind of thing, but again, in American it's Maserati.
It is not pronounced Maserati in America. We say Maserati. So the first syllable is more open, not ma, but ma. Use the open sound ah like hot and stop. Ma, Maserati. And the T is not pronounced like T, it's pronounced D, a fast D. Maserati. Not Maserati, but Maserati. Use the fast D. This is a Maserati, and it's a sports car. Let's practice. Is this a Maserati? That's right, this is a Maserati. Is it a sports car? That's right, it's a sports car. This is also not correct.
You can have like even a Toyota Prius.
It's not pronounced Prius, Toyota Prius. It's pronounced Toyota Prius. Use the short sound like cup and up. Us. Not os, but us. Relax. Us. Prius. We have two vowels. We have the E sound like green beans, plus the short sound like cup and up. When we link these two vowels, we hear y in the middle. Prius. This is a Toyota Prius. And it's a hybrid. Let's practice. Is this a Toyota Prius? That's right, this is a Toyota Prius. Is it a hybrid? That's right, it's a hybrid. And we don't say this either.
This is a Cobra car. This is a Datsun car.
We don't say a Cobra car or a Datsun car. We don't say the word car. We just say a Cobra or a Datsun. So the car on top, that's a Cobra. And the car on the bottom, that's a Datsun. They don't make Datsuns anymore. They call them Nissans now. But they used to be called Datsuns. I don't want a Datsun. That's an old car. I prefer a Cobra. It's a nicer car. Let's practice. Do you prefer a Cobra or a Datsun? That's right. I prefer a Cobra. Is a Datsun an old car? That's right. A Datsun is an old car. But remember, don't say a Datsun car and don't say a Cobra car. This is also not correct.
How does it feel?
Very soft.
It's so soft, right?
Yeah.
It's compared even like...
When I'm driving in a car, I don't say it feels soft. Maybe the seat feels soft, but not when you drive. When you talk about how a car rides, we say it's a smooth ride. We don't say it feels soft. Not to talk about how a car drives. We say it's a smooth ride. The car has a smooth ride. Let's practice. What do you think? Do you think this car has a smooth ride? That's right, this car has a smooth ride. This is also not correct.
And Marishka, the expert. Marishka is how they call me in Russia. This is like a nice way to say Marina.
I cannot say Marishka is how they call me in Russia. I cannot say how they call me. I have to use a different word. I have to say what they call me. It's correct to say Marishka is what they call me in Russia, not how. When we use the verb call in this way, we cannot use how. We have to use what. So I can say Marishka is what they call her in Russia. Let's practice. What do they call her in Russia? That's right, Marishka is what they call her in Russia. First, this is not correct.
Thanks God, something happened to my throat and I started coughing and I couldn't continue conversation. I needed to cough like for a minute at least.
Thanks God, something happened to my throat? We cannot say this. We cannot say thanks God. We have to say thank God. Other examples? Thank goodness or thank heavens. We always say thank, we don't say thanks. So remember, thank God, thank goodness, thank heavens. Don't say thanks in these situations. Example, I just remembered I have cookies in the oven. I didn't burn them. Thank goodness. Let's practice. What do you say when you remember you have cookies in the oven and you didn't burn them? That's right, you say thank goodness, or thank God, or thank heavens. They're all about the same. Let's hear that second part again.
Thanks God, something happened to my throat and I started coughing and I couldn't continue conversation. I needed to cough like for a minute at least.
And I started coughing and couldn't continue conversation? This is not correct. We have to say the conversation. I couldn't continue the conversation. So the example, she started coughing and she couldn't continue the conversation we have to use the article the for conversation. Let's practice. She started coughing. Could she continue the conversation? That's right, she started coughing and she couldn't continue the conversation. This is also not correct.
If you're at a formal setting where people are giving presentations,
I cannot say if you're at a formal setting. We cannot say at here. We have to say in. If you're in a formal setting, not at. Example, if you're in a formal setting, you shouldn't burp. Bleh. If you're in a formal setting, you shouldn't burp. Let's practice. If you're in a formal setting, should you burp? That's right. If you're in a formal setting, you shouldn't burp. This is also not correct.
you can easily start a conversation by a simple question about where you are.
I cannot say you can easily start a conversation by a simple question about where you are. We cannot use by here. We have to say with, and we need the article a with a simple question. So it's correct to say you can easily start a conversation with a simple question about where you are. I cannot say by simple question. I have to say with a simple question. Again, you can easily start a conversation with a simple question about where you are. Example, have you ever been here before? That's a simple question about where you are, and you can easily start a conversation that way. So again, you can start a conversation with a simple question about where you are. Let's practice. Can you start a conversation with a simple question about where you are? That's right, you can start a conversation with a simple question about where you are. This is also not correct.
I don't know, sometimes people ask me, like, we're approaching elections. Probably when this video is out, the elections are over. Oh my God.
I cannot say probably when this video is out, the elections are over. After when, we use a present verb. So the first part is correct. Probably when this video is out, the elections are over. We cannot use are, we have to say will be. But the second part, we have to use future. So it's correct to say, probably when this video is out, the elections will be over. Let's practice. When this video is out, will the elections be over? That's right. When this video is out, the elections will be over. This is also not correct.
Try to ask questions that are open-ended versus asking questions that could be answered with a yes or no, because those can lead to awkward situation. And of course, body language. Smile.
I cannot say those could lead to awkward situation. Situation is a countable word. We have to say situations. I can say those could lead to awkward situations, or I can make it singular and say those could lead to an awkward situation. So situation is countable. We have to use an S and say situations or use an article. Example, talking about politics could lead to an awkward situation. Let's practice. Could talking about politics lead to an awkward situation? That's right, talking about politics could lead to an awkward situation. This is also not correct.
So if you're looking to meet new friends, if you're looking to meet new colleagues, engage in as many small talks as possible. Happy chatting and see you soon on Linguamarina.
I cannot say engage in as many small talks as possible. First, small talk is not countable. The word talk can be countable. I can say talks if I'm talking about speeches. So, small talks could be small speeches, but that's not what we're referring to. We're referring to small talk. How's the weather? What have you been doing? That's small talk, and it's not countable, so I cannot put an S on it. And I cannot say as many, because it's not countable. I have to say as much. So it's correct to say engage in as much small talk as possible. This is correct. I cannot say engage in as many small talks as possible. Small talk is not countable. So example, you should engage in as much small talk as possible to practice your English. Let's practice. Should you engage in as much small talk as possible? That's right, you should engage in as much small talk as possible to practice your English. This is also not correct.
I wouldn't talk about politics to strangers, honestly, because
the word is not pronounced politics. It's pronounced politics. The T in this word cannot be pronounced with a fast D. Not politics, but politics. Why? Because there's a stress after the T. It's a secondary stress. Politics. If there's a stress after T, we don't pronounce it like a fast D. With words like water and butter, the stress is before the T. So we change these T's to a fast D. Water, butter. But not politics. Use a real T. First, this is not correct.
And he was like, you know, I am so ashamed. I've lived in the US for 7 years and I still have strong, thick Italian accent.
I cannot say I still have strong, thick Italian accent. The word accent is countable. I can have one accent or two accents. So we need the article a. It's correct to say I still have a strong, thick Italian accent. We need the article a when we talk about accents. He has a strong, thick Italian accent. Use the article a. Does he have a strong, thick Italian accent? That's right, he has a strong, thick Italian accent. This is also not correct.
But they're an amazing developer, they're an amazing founder, and people just listen to him and they don't care.
They're an amazing developer, they're an amazing founder, and people just listen to him? Listen to him? If you use they to talk about a person, it could be a boy or a girl. They're an amazing developer, they're an amazing founder. We cannot say, and people just listen to him. We have to say, and people just listen to them. Them referring to a person that could be a boy or could be a girl. But I cannot say him because that's a boy. So it's correct to say, they're an amazing developer, they're an amazing founder, and people just listen to them. This is also not correct.
So let me know if you need a class on top 10 sounds you need to fix in English. I can do my research and...
Let me know if you need a class on top 10 sounds you need to fix in English. When I say top 10 sounds, I have to use the article the. The top 10 sounds you need to fix in English. I have to use the article the here. I cannot say let me know if you need a class on top 10 sounds. This is not correct. When you talk about top 10, top 5, top 20, use the article the. The top 5, the top 10, the top 20. Example, these are the top 3 American cars. American-made cars anyway. These are the top 3. These are the top 3 American cars. Let's practice. Are these the top 3 American cars? That's right, these are the top 3 American cars. I have to say the when I talk about top numbers. This is also not correct.
You can open the sunroof. Some people also call it moonroof, but it's up to you.
But some people call it moonroof. Moonroof is countable. I have to say a moonroof. Some people call it a moonroof. So it's called a sunroof, but some people call it a moonroof. So it's up to you. That means it's your decision. You can call it a moonroof or you can call it a sunroof. But remember, to use the article a sunroof or a moonroof. I think it's called a moonroof, but some people call it a sunroof. What do you call it? Do you call it a moonroof or a sunroof? Is there a difference to you? Let me know in the comments. Let me know what you think about a sunroof versus a moonroof. So I think it's called a moonroof. What do you think? Is this called a moonroof or a sunroof? Very good. This is also not correct.
This is something unique. This is this black crystal shield. Because it's an electric vehicle, you don't need the actual shield.
Because it's an electric car, you don't need the actual shield? She's talking about something else. She's talking about a grill. Because it's an electric car, it doesn't need an actual grill. This is a grill. And a grill is necessary on cars that are not electric because you need airflow across the radiator. That's why you have a grill. But with an electric car, you don't need a grill. You don't need an actual grill. So they have these things called shields, I guess. I don't know. I don't have an electric car. My car has a grill. So because it's an electric car, you don't need an actual grill, not a shield. So example, this car has a grill. Let's practice. Does this car have a grill? That's right, this car has a grill. Now let's talk about these two grills. Grill with an E at the end and grill with no E at the end. They're different. So we were talking about the grill with the E at the end. That's the one on the car. That's a grill. And the second word is grill. It has the same pronunciation, but it means something different. This is a grill, a barbecue grill. And it's also a verb. You can grill on the grill. You can grill steaks on the grill. And after you grill the steaks on the grill, you can describe these steaks as grilled steaks with the D at the end. These are grilled steaks. Why? Because you cooked them on the grill. You grilled them. That's why they're grilled steaks. Let's practice. What is this thing? Is this a barbecue grill? That's right, this is a barbecue grill. And can you grill meat on the grill? That's right, you can grill meat on the grill. And what about these steaks? Are these grilled steaks? That's right, these are grilled steaks. So we look at these two words, grill and grill. They're pronounced exactly the same, but they mean different things. And keep watching to practice with more confusing vocabulary. First, this is not correct.
Wanderlust. A strong desire to travel and explore the world. That's me all the time. His wanderlust led him to visit over 20 countries in just a few years.
The word is not pronounced wanderlust. It's pronounced wanderlust. Let's look at the difference. The correct pronunciation of this word has the sound ah, like hot and stop. It's an open sound. Wa, wanderlust. For the first vowel, for the first syllable, use the open ah sound, like hot and stop. Wa, wanderlust. We cannot say wanderlust. We cannot use the short sound like cup and up. We have to use the open ah sound. Wa, wanderlust. But we're not going to practice with this word because it's not a common word. It's not important. But what is important is where this word comes from. It comes from this word, and the word is pronounced wander. Again, it has the open ah sound like hot and stop. Wa, wander. Not wonder, but wander. If I use the short close sound like cup and up, and I say wonder, well, that's a different word. That's this word. This word is pronounced wonder. So we have the first word, wander, with the open sound like hot and stop. And we have the second word, wonder, with the closed short sound like cup and up. They're different words, and they mean different things. So we need to know the difference between these two words. Keep watching to practice with these confusing words. We're learning the difference between these two words, wander and wonder. First, let's look at pronunciation. Wander is pronounced with the short O sound, the sound ah, like you hear in hot and stop. Wan. Wander. It's an open sound. Ah, wa. Wander. And wonder is pronounced with the short U, the sound like cup and up. This is a closed, relaxed sound. One. Like the number one. Wonder. The word wander, with the open sound ah, wander, is a verb. It means to walk or move with no clear destination. Example, tourists on vacation. They're just walking around the city. They don't have a clear destination. They just want to explore the city. So we use the verb wander. They want to wander the streets of the city. When you use the verb wander, you don't need a preposition in. Not wander in the streets or wander on the streets. You just say wander the streets. The tourists want to wander the streets of the city. They want to explore. Let's practice. What do the tourists want to do? Do they want to wander the streets of the city? That's right, they want to wander the streets of the city. Wander with the open sound. Ah, wander. Now let's talk about wonder with the closed sound. Wonder. We have two meanings for wonder. One is a fascinating thing. A fascinating thing is a wonder. Example, the 7 wonders of the world. 1 wonder, 2 wonders. It's a countable noun. There are 7 wonders of the world. I have not seen any of them. What about you? Have you seen any of the 7 wonders of the world? Very good. And wonder, with the short sound wonder, is also a verb. It's an action. It means to ask yourself a question, to think to yourself about a question. Example, I wonder what time it is. I don't know what time it is, so I wonder. I think to myself. I ask myself a question. When you use wonder, you're not asking a direct question, and for that reason we do not use a question structure. I cannot say, I wonder what time is it. What time is it is a direct question. I invert it to the positive and I say, I wonder what time it is, using a positive structure. I wonder what time it is. Remember, pronunciation. It is. Change the T to a fast D. It is. It is. I wonder what time it is. Or I can use a question word like where or what. I wonder where my kids are. Positive structure. My kids are. I wonder where my kids are. I don't know. I wonder what they're doing. I wonder what my kids are doing. I don't know. I'm asking myself the question. I wonder. So examples, I wonder what time it is. I wonder where my kids are. I wonder what my kids are doing. What about you? What do you wonder? Very good. So remember the pronunciation difference. Wander with the open sound, ah, wah, wander, and wonder with the closed sound, wonder. This is not correct.
By the way, if you realize that you need more practice and that you don't have a speaking partner to practice English, we have a speaking club at Linguatrip that you can join.
I cannot say if you don't have a speaking partner to practice English. We have a speaking club at Linguatrip that you can join. Why not? We need a preposition. We need with. We have to put with at the end of the first clause. If you don't have a speaking partner to practice English with, we have to use the preposition. You cannot say if you don't have a speaking partner to practice English. We have to use with. So it's correct to say, if you don't have a speaking partner to practice English with, we have a speaking club at Linguatrip that you can join. Example, he doesn't have anyone to dance with. See, I have to use the preposition. He doesn't have anyone to dance with. I cannot say he doesn't have anyone to dance. I have to use the preposition with at the end. He doesn't have anyone to dance with. He's all alone. Let's practice. Does he have anyone to dance with? That's right, he doesn't have anyone to dance with. Example, he has someone to practice English with. Let's practice. Does he have someone to practice English with? That's right, he has someone to practice English with. What about you? Do you have someone to practice English with? Very good. This is also not correct.
Try that. Really helps you, because we only live one life.
I cannot say try that. Really helps you. These are two separate sentences. Try that is one sentence. Really helps you is another sentence. For my second sentence, I need a subject. I need the pronoun it. It really helps you. We hear the pronunciation it. Use a stop T. Not it, but it. Stop the air. It really helps you. So together, try that. It really helps you. Example, try practicing every day. It really helps you. Let's practice. Try practicing English every day. Does it really help you? That's right, it really helps you. Also, don't say this.
I live in the United States. I work in English. I pitch my companies to investors.
Don't say I work in English. It sounds strange. You can change it a little bit and say, I do. I do all my work in English. But not I work in English. You can say I work in construction or I work in education. But it's different when you talk about languages. You can say I do all my work in English. But not I work in English. Example, he does all his work in English. Let's practice. Does he do all his work in English? That's right, he does all his work in English. What about you? Do you do all your work in English? Very good. But the most common way to say it is, I speak English at work. I speak English at work, and he speaks English at work. Let's practice. Does he speak English at work? That's right, he speaks English at work. What about you? Do you speak English at work? Very good. Thanks for watching, and if you like this video, subscribe to our channel. And if you want to become a member, click the join button. And we'll see you next time.